Welcome back, Simone Biles.
Extraordinary moments.
U.S. Open champion.
Newgarden wins the Indianapolis 500.
NASCAR Cup Series champion.
A lot of stars for you on Sunday Night Football.
Good morning. We're live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's an overcast day. Rain is on the way, but that didn't stop the festivities from beginning. With a bang, as always, the cannon at 6 a.m. The accompanying fireworks, that's the signal for the fans to come on inside.
Still there, right?
One of the great venues in all of sports for the 108th Indianapolis 500. A bucket list event for any sports fan. And hundreds of thousands have come from across the country to the heartland, where 33 drivers will get the green flag later today in the greatest spectacle in racing.
I didn't know until I got the checkered flag.
I've been practicing drinking milk all week. This one's soaking in already.
It's just an incredible day.
Nowhere in the world do more people gather on one day to watch one sporting event than here in central Indiana today. Why?
I love Indianapolis. The fans, they give me energy.
Perhaps because whether you're one of the 300,000 plus occupying these seats, or one of the 33 daring enough to strap yourself into one of these, there's no event as irresistible as this. Pure Americana with distinct international flair. Moments of revelry, then reverence, part of a perfect prelude to the main event.
Gentlemen!
Drivers.
Start your race.
A fleeting 500-mile test for those who dare push the limits of what is thought to be possible, to prove that they and their machines are worthy of those who came before them.
Dan Weldon is a two-time champion, just like that.
Those brave few who ace the test, they can brag for life. And so can those there to bear witness. What happens across these 2.5 miles and across a single yard of bricks is held in awe for generations. Whether you're a driver or a fan, be it for the first time or the 108th time.
Let's celebrate now, yeah, baby!
There's nothing like the Indianapolis 500.
NBC Sports so proud to be back at the Brickyard for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. And appropriate to hear the thoughts of Dario Franchitti, three-time winner of this event. The winner the last time weather impacted the Indy 500. It looks like we'll have a weather impact today. There you see the current conditions. It is overcast, but I want to take you to the radar, and that shows what is on the way to the Speedway via Interstate 70 and 69 down Terre Haute and Vincennes, and then Bloomington. There's storms on the way, so we'll continue to keep an eye on the weather. For now, things are in a holding pattern as we get set for this day. It'll be a long day, but it's Indy. We wait all year for this day. It's a special one. Good morning, everyone. Mike Tirico. Great to be back with Danica Patrick. Ran this race 8 times, 6 times in the top 10. When you took the lead on lap 190 a decade and a half ago, this place roared like it almost has never before. What's it like to come back one more time for another Indy 500?
Well, they asked me if I could hear the crowd, and I was like, not underneath 700 horsepower and all kinds of people trying to pass me. But nothing can take away from the excitement of this race, not even weather in the area. To me, this is the most special race in the world. First off, you have the sheer size of it, 2.5 miles around. You come in through the tunnels and you're like, wow, you all of a sudden get an appreciation for just the size of how big it is from end to end. You see grandstands. Then, of course, you have the speed. Cars going faster than they go anywhere else, over 240 miles an hour, 230 during the race. And then, of course, you have the attendance. The biggest single-day sporting event in the world, probably 350,000 people, which is hard to grasp. if you haven't been here. So you have to come. And then you have the history. I mean, as you're seeing these old cars, I have my own personal history that feels so good, but of course the 108 years that it has here of running is just so many stories.
And some of the history, speaking of some of the history, we've rolled out a little bit of the history to join us here. Joining Danica and yours truly in the conversation during the day is Jimmie Johnson, 7-time NASCAR Cup champ, ran in this race a couple of years ago, won at the Brickyard 4 years ago. You did not win your Brickyards in this baby.
Not, no.
What is this?
This is a 1914 Delage.
Oh my gosh.
It does not drive like the IndyCar I drove around here in 2022, but what an honor to drive this old vehicle here.
So many cars in the museum harkening back to championship cars. This car crossed the finish line first in 1914. It was a yard of bricks, but the whole thing was paved in brick back in the day.
I can't imagine. This thing is so tough to drive on the asphalt alone, but just a fun lap around the racetrack, waving at the fans. Yes, weather is out there for us, as we know, but it hasn't dampened the spirits of anybody here.
I need to ask both of you, because both of you have driven in this race and, of course, had great success in NASCAR. If there is a big story this year, it is Kyle Larson. Larson, Sprint Cup champ, NASCAR Cup champ, I should say, a couple of years ago, trying to run the Indy 500 today and the Coca-Cola 600 coming up later this evening in Charlotte. The weather is going to be a big part of the story throughout our coverage today, on through tonight. Just give me your thoughts on what Kyle's trying to pull off and do the double here today.
Well, first off, I feel like everyone should be excited they're seeing a piece of history here, because this is so rare. There's only been 4 other drivers that have attempted the double. So it's very cool to be able to see this all go down, and the weather does add the extra drama, maybe in a positive way, but there's going to be a lot of decisions to be made. But what he's done is also not only the attempt, but the speed and skill that he's showing to be able to deliver day in and day out in the car and be fast, be clean, not make any mistakes. I mean, the race will test him the most for sure, but so far so good for Kyle Larson.
It is, and I'm so proud of him, and I'm so thankful as a fan in motorsports that Mr. Hendrick, Jeff Gordon, McLaren, everyone is allowing this opportunity to happen. Kyle is such a skilled and talented driver, and we're going to be able to see him do his work in both cars.
So he's running in the NASCAR race today, and so are you in Charlotte.
I am.
So we don't have you for the whole show?
Not the whole show. I'm doing the double in my own fashion. I always dreamed of doing it as Kyle is, but little TV and a little race car later on today.
This is a first for me. I've never worked with an analyst who's going to bail on us halfway through the show.
Still a lot of work. We're going to call this the decaf double.
Very good. I like that.
Let's
hear from the guy who's going to try to do the double on both tracks, and Kyle Larson standing by with Marty Snyder. Marty?
Yeah, all eyes, Mike, will be on Kyle Larson today, and a big decision coming up, especially with the rain coming in, as we just saw on the radar there, Kyle. So what kind of is going, number one, what is the decision going to be? If it does rain, where are you going to race?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think our plan is to keep this as the priority. So, yeah, I think I would be here racing, but I'm actually like bummed about that in a way, because I wanted to just rain out today. Like I would, with the rain coming, I would rather the storm be bigger and last year longer. But it looks like it's going to be in that window where, yeah, I mean, I guess we might be able to get it dry at some point to race today, but then obviously that affects things for the 600. So, yeah, but it's still weather, so you don't really know how it's going to be exactly. But, yeah, I don't know. It's going to, I would say worst case scenario is happening, but which is just a bummer more than anything. But, yeah, we'll get to get on track at least in something today. So I guess that's exciting.
In a perfect world, if you look at the itinerary, you need to be on the helicopter at 4:15 p.m. Eastern. What all will go into the decision to say, hey, we're staying or we're going?
I don't really know. I think again, I think it's just all kind of spur of the moment decisions and factors, but we'll see. We don't know exactly how big the storm will be or what the weather behind it looks like, so I do know there's rain coming behind this first storm, but I just don't know how long after. So I'm sure that will factor into any decision as far as if we get this race in today or not, because I'm sure they want to get the full distance in if they're going to restart this race or start this race. So if there's a storm within another hour and a half after, I don't know what their plan would be. I guess maybe get some laps in, but I don't know. So we're just here, part of the show, and hopefully it goes smooth.
But you did say the 500 is a priority. Why is that the case, and why are you deciding to run this race overall?
Well, I mean, it's not just my decision. I think it's everybody within Rick Hendrick Automotive Group, Hendrick Motorsports, all that. I think we're all part of the decision. Jeff Gordon, Jeff Andrews. Yeah. And there's just been so much time and investment into this, to make this Indy 500 happen. And I mean, it's been a build-up for over a year, so we need to run it, and I want to. I feel like I've got a really good shot to have a good run and potentially win. So I want to be here, but I just wish it would all work out and we could get both races in the full distance. I don't care if it's on the same day. I just want to be able to race both races the full distance, but we'll see.
I think everybody's been very impressed with how you've handled everything for the practice weeks, qualifying, and up to the race as well. Is it almost the experience almost as important to you as the success, and what's the experience been like for you?
Well, the experience has been amazing to this point. Like it's really been probably the coolest experience I think I've had to this point, other than having children. That's an awesome, amazing experience. But as far as like a competitor and athlete, the Indy 500 has been incredible. So from day one of practice to today. So I've enjoyed every second of it. And, I hope to do it, more in the future, and you keep enjoying this place, because it's beautiful. The pageantry, the tradition, everything is just, there's nothing that comes close to it. So yeah, just happy to be here, and when you get to experience it the first time too, it makes it even more exciting and awesome. But yeah, I just wish we could get all this in smoothly and get to celebrate at both places.
So Mike, you heard him say, I want to come back, and I.
All right, Marty, thank you. So the key word is the uncertainty there. You can hear it in Kyle's comments, Kyle's voice, and all the planning that's going on here at the track as well. The cars would usually be out here. The grid would be full of people and cars, but we're all in a holding pattern for the moment. What about the uncertainty if you put yourself in Kyle's shoes?
Yeah, definite uncertainty. But what stands out to me the most is the commitment to this race. And I drove for Rick Hendrick for 20 years, and we didn't really dabble in other forms of motorsports. So to see the commitment Hendrick Motorsports has to this event, Kyle's commitment to be here to compete in the 500 over the 600 is a huge thing for me, and I think a big win for race fans far and wide.
I think he'll obviously be back, especially if he doesn't get this in a true double fashion. It'll be all the more reason to come back. But I just think he loves racing that much, and how he's done so well already. I think it's the hardest time is going to be the first time. It's going to be getting the seat right, getting comfortable, getting laps, being somewhat familiar with the car, the steering wheel, how many gadgets there are. This is what the hardest part of doing this. So next year would be even easier, but this is also very emotionally taxing. So, as you know, Jimmy, when you have to get ready for a race, there's a lot of energy that goes into that. And he's going to have to not only get ready for two, but maybe even more than that, depending on how this rolls out with the weather. So this is, only a guy like Kyle Larson, I feel like, is so cut out for it, because he's so cool. He's so cool.
It's such a good point. If you watch Sesame Street growing up, there's always the word of the day at the start of Sesame Street. The weather word of the day is window. We hope there's a window after the first line and back behind that we can get the race in, because we're in the Midwest here in the end of May. We'll have daylight up until about 8:30 or 9 o'clock if it's not overcast, and if a second line of storms doesn't come in. So Larson's a story. The weather's the story. But this is Indy. It is always chock full of storylines and personalities, and who better to take us through that than our guys who will call the race, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, and the voice of the 500, Lee Diffie. Hello, Diff.
Hi, Mike. Good morning to you and Danica and Jimmy. And by the way, we're surrounded by windows, so we'll keep you up to date. We've got a good view of it from the 9th floor of the Pagoda. To your point, Mike, the other stories, and the big story of the month of May so far here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has been the 19-time Indy 500 winning team, Team Penske. Now, they've been the celebration of the month with their speed and locking out the front row for the first time in some 36 years. But there's more to this story. And if you're a regular viewer of the NTT INDYCAR Series, this is what happened right from the get-go. Their Indy 500 winner in Josef Newgarden won the season opener at St. Petersburg, Florida. But they weren't in compliance with the rule book. in regards to some software and the ability to use the push-to-pass function. Newgarden had his win stripped and was disqualified. So too was his teammate Scott McLaughlin, and the third teammate, Will Power, had 10 championship points taken from his tally, and that was found out after the event was over. That's never happened in the history of the IndyCar Series. It was huge news. Then Team Penske conducted its own internal investigation and suspended 4 key members of the team, including its president, Tim Cindric, and Ron Rzuski, the managing director. They are not here, and 2 members of the engineering staff aren't here. And this is the biggest race of the year. It's massive, but the team has surged on, it's powered on, and they own the front row for this 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. So Townsend, to you, that brutal speed, it's all been celebration, trying to push that other bad news away. Are they the team to beat when this race starts?
Listen, Team Penske has been competing here at Indianapolis over 7 decades. They are the undisputed dominant force at Indianapolis. This year, they dominated the front row in qualifying. They haven't done that since 1988. I look beyond the speed of their cars because over the course of the last 7 decades, there's been times where they had maybe the wrong motor or the wrong chassis. They didn't have the outright speed. But where Team Penske has control and has always excelled is on pit lane. To win the Indy 500, you need to be excellent on pit lane. They always are. They won the pit stop competition on Friday for the 19th time. So James locked out the front row, won the pit stop competition. Scott McLaughlin is on pole. How are you going to beat Team Penske today?
Look, it's not going to be easy to beat them. The last time the front row was swept by a team, it was Penske back in 1988. But Townsend, as you know, speed over 4 laps doesn't necessarily guarantee success over 200 laps and 500 miles. Last year in 2023, starting 17th, I'm not sure Josef Newgarden was in a lot of people's top 3 picks to win that race. You can win it from anywhere. So for sure, those are going to be 3 of the strongest cars, but it's not a done deal. I'm looking at Alexander Rossi in the McLaren, best of the rest behind Penske starting 4th. Colton Herta for Andretti Global, incredibly strong in race trim practice earlier this week. There's a few sleepers in this field as well. So yes, they've got a strong package at Penske, but so much can happen over 500 miles. It's still anybody's race.
It's been the most amazing 12 months, Kevin Lee, for Josef Newgarden, because he's been able to walk around and be introduced as an Indianapolis 500 winner.
And last year's winner is the most impacted by what has happened from his pit stand, including Tim Cindric, the Team Penske president, who's been a part of 4 Indy 500 winners leading strategy. So how do you adjust? How big is this loss for you for this race?
Well, this is a team of great strength across the board. You know, I think it's always bigger than one person. You know, we have an incredible group. One thing's for sure, I miss my guys. You know, I wish Tim and Luke were here. They're my comfort, and they're definitely the people that I've leaned on the most in my time here at Team Penske. But I've got 2 great individuals that have jumped in. Jonathan Duguid's one of the best we have on the team, and Raul Prados, absolutely love. They're stellar at what they do. I think they've really delivered for the group, and you know, I would say this team in general has just banded together more than I've ever seen, and we've always been a tight-knit group. So, you know, to see what we've done this month, it's a proud moment for everybody. We've been working hard. There's no secret, last 3-4 years that we were struggling in qualifying, and we've worked hard to find that pace, and I think we finally turned the page this year. So really proud of everybody at Team Penske and what we've done.
So last year you told us after you went into the stands to celebrate that you had picked out that spot as a rookie. If you were ever so fortunate to win the Indianapolis 500, you had a path to get to the fans. Have you got another path planned for something creative if you ever win again?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I was dreaming of that ever since I showed up here at Indianapolis. I knew exactly where I wanted to go, so it was a dream come true. You know, if we're in the fortunate position to win this race again, then I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what we were going to do as a team, but, you know, it's a good problem to have, to try and figure out how you're going to celebrate. There's nothing like Indianapolis. I mean, this race is the greatest race in the world for a reason. You feel it. You know, when you live it, you really believe it. It's easy to see when you're here. So, yeah, I'm excited for the opportunity more than anything, and we'll just have to wait and see if we win it, and we'll see what we do.
So what are your chances?
Oh, I think we're in a good spot. I really do. You know, you can never be too confident around this place. I think we have confidence, but I don't want to border on the side of, you know, overcommitment where we're going to for sure be at the front all day. You know, Indy throws you curveballs all the time. You know, regardless if you're starting in the back or you're starting up front, I think you have to work really hard to win this race. And so for us, you know, we've achieved the first objective by putting ourselves up front. I think that's a good spot for the start. There's no doubt. But this is not easy to keep yourself up front in the race. So I think for us, we're going to be working hard to stay up there. And then the positioning at the end is everything. You know, Indy changes that last 50 laps. So, you know, my race car has been super fast. To be here with Shell again, it was a dream to win the race with them last year. The first time we've won it with Shell as a primary, and excited to try and do that again. And Team Chevy has totally delivered for us. Absolutely. I mean, we have everything we need today. So, you know, from a comfort standpoint, I think we can get the job done.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Josef Newgarden trying to go back-to-back, the first since more than 20 years ago from third. Now to Dave Burns.
So, Kevin, last week, Scott McLaughlin set the all-time record for 4-lap averages in qualifying, 234.220. When you see those numbers and think about them, are you still kind of like, that's pretty darn fast?
Yeah, it was. It was fast. The first number when it came up, I was like, wow, that's I got to hold this together. But ultimately, that was last week. Now it's payday today, so we need to focus on that. I've enjoyed it. Soaked it in, enjoyed all the fans on the parade. Yesterday was amazing, but yeah, today's race day.
How hard is it in this delay situation to stay that focused on race day?
Well, I just woke up, so I'm pretty chill. Was watching a bit of the Formula One and hanging out at Monaco there. But yeah, I'm just trying to wake up right now.
You drive a very yellow car. You're wearing a very red and yellow suit. Tribute to Rick Mears, and we saw that front row. The fans saw that front row, 1988, right? How great to relive that with him and talk to him about what he. Well, you talk to him all the time, but that's a pretty cool suit.
Oh, it's super cool. I mean, first to drive the Pennzoil Chevy, the Yellow Submarine, it's so well known within all the fans, but to drive a hero of mine, Rick Mears, and a guy that I work with so closely and now call a friend, drive with him and drive his suit is amazing. I certainly don't, I feel as cool as Rick Mears. I don't look as cool because it's very hard to do that with Rick, but you know, I certainly am very proud to represent Pennzoil, the Yellow Submarine, and obviously Rick, and he's got to be impartial, but I think he likes the Yellow Sub. Yeah. Quite a bit.
And I think Scott McLaughlin does too. Mike, he'll be up front to start, wants to keep it there when we get racing.
When we get racing is the key question here. You see the famed pylon here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's now flashing weather advisory, and the fans have been told to exit the grandstands and seek shelter immediately. The weather is on its way, and we'll show you that in a bit, but there are so many people here. You have to get way ahead of clearing the grandstand if there's potential lightning in the area, because you just don't have the space to put 330,000 people underneath in cover. So the fans, whether they're out in the snake pit or somewhere in the grandstands, are clearing out, and it'll show you the radar once again. It's still a ways from getting here with rain and potential lightning, but because they want to give the fans time to make a plan for themselves, find safety somewhere, it's going to be a little bit early, almost throw a caution flag early to protect the fans. So that's why, even though we're about maybe 25 minutes from the weather hitting in this area, the fans have been asked to clear the grandstands, seek shelter, and so we will do the same as we continue to get you ready for, hopefully sometime today, the Indianapolis 500. Jimmy, what was this ride like?
Drove better than it looks. It's awfully smoky right there.
I always say you had a good car. It was a good car at some point.
That was fun. Those are brave people back then racing those cars.
Back here at Indianapolis, where the fans who've been there since 7 in the morning enjoying the DJs who are rocking the Snake Pit, one of the legendary spots here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and then the fans who are in the grandstands are seeking shelter. Thunderstorms on the way, a thunderstorm warning in effect here in Speedway, Indiana. So we are on hold for the moment as we hope to have a window later on today for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. We've talked about Kyle Larson. We talked about Team Penske across the front row. But there are many stories and many drivers to keep an eye on, including perhaps the guy who is the one people think is going to win this race, whether now or in the near future, Alex Palou.
Chip Ganassi Racing's Alex Palou has been purely dominant.
I am the best at this.
It's time for the motor racing world to say hello, Palou!
Checker flag, baby. You're an Indy winner.
No way! Palou is an NTT INDYCAR champion!
We're champions! Yeah.
Who gets the pole for the Indianapolis 500? It's Alex Palou! Palou, a champion again!
The Indy 500 is the only thing the young Spaniard has not done.
Every day when I wake up, I'm only thinking about winning the Indy 500. It's the only race that once you win it, you're part of history.
Alex Palou has won just about everything there is to win in the NTT INDYCAR Series. This race has eluded you, but you've had one of, if not maybe the best cars in this race the last several years. That's not enough here sometimes. So what kind of fire has this place lit underneath you to try and finally get it done?
Yeah, I mean, it's the best race out there, man. And these days, it's amazing. Even though with the conditions we have today, you can see the energy from the fans. So it's our biggest event. We want to win it. It's super hard. There's only one chance every year, 200 laps, and everything has to be perfect in order to win it. So we've been close, but not enough. So we'll try and make it happen today.
Sometimes there's things that have been out of your control. Other times maybe more so in your control and just not the luck you need. How challenging is this race just to have everything go right?
It's very long. Like we have 5 to 6 pit stops, 500 miles. Like the cars are on the limit, the engines, everything, the overtakings and stuff. So I mean, it's just a tough race, and it's very tough to put everything together in one day. But yeah, we just need to keep on knocking that door. I think we have a great race car this year. We've been really good running in traffic, and hopefully the conditions that this weather might bring might be even better for just overtaking for everybody, but hopefully it helps us as well.
You're in the middle of row 5 when we do get going. With the weather and the unknowns, and even regardless of that, track position is so important here. How urgently do you feel like you need to move forward at the start of this race?
I mean, yeah, as quick as possible, right? You want to be up in the top 3, top 5 as quick as possible, but at the same time, we have at least 100 laps to do it. So, yeah, I mean, we will take it easy, but with a fast pace, and hopefully we can make it happen.
They've been working on the car all week and have it pretty good. Got it good on Friday after Carb Day practice. Alex Palou still chasing that first Indy 500 win, Mike.
Dylan, the Spaniard, is as talented a driver as you will find. Just a little background on the 27-year-old. You see 10 wins and 68 starts. Heck of a percentage to start your career in this series, and the twice IndyCar champion in 21 and 23. Second in 2021. In each of the last 3 years, Palou has led significant portions of the race. The incident with Rinus VeeKay in the pit lane, part of what derailed him last year. We have sought cover, as they've asked us to do, so we are inside and safe. And Jimmy, as you spent a couple of years on this circuit, you got to know Alex Palou and see firsthand why this man is so talented.
I did, and I chuckle when he says he's going to take it easy. This is a guy that when the car was on the nose, had a lot of front grip and very little rear grip, he would ask for more front wing and somehow go faster. So his version of taking it easy is different than many others.
You know great drivers. You were one. What do you see in Palou that makes him special?
He's really a student of the sport, and that's what impressed me the most. We were both rookies at Chip Ganassi Racing in 2021, and his diligence and note-taking, race preparation, interaction with his engineering group during the week, the debriefs and follow-up after an event in the simulator, his whole process was super, super impressive.
The success here on the road course a few weeks ago.
He obviously is a champion, but he wants to be a champion here at Indy. And every driver does. I mean, that's always a big toss-up, is like, man, if you could win a championship, win an Indy 500, and I'm sure he very much wants to put this under his belt and just really get winning on the ovals. He's been so successful on the road courses and obviously been close here, and there's nothing worse than being close at Indy and missing it. And that's sort of the allure of the Indy 500, is that, as he stated, there's 5-6 pit stops. It's a long race. So much happens. And so I think that's what also makes this feel like such an exciting and meaningful race, on top of all the pageantry and history, is just that you can get so many people kind of get close. You're like, oh, if this strategy would have played out, that could have been me. Because the thing is that, and we might see it play out here at this Indy 500 because of the weather situations possibly, is that not always a lead strategy is what's going to win. And this is going to shake it up even more.
Lee Diffie, we always talk about in other sports, individual sports, the next talented player or athlete who's going to win the big one. If you say, who's the next guy ready to win the Indy 500? For many, the answer is Alex Palou.
Oh, Mike, that is for sure. And I mean, last year, a good portion of the race was proof of that, because Alex led 36 of the 200 laps here a year ago. He and Rinus VeeKay were exchanging the lead of the race. They were having a really good duel, and Alex, like he always does, looked so comfortable. However, this is where his race was derailed. VeeKay loses it on pit box entry, and that blue and white car, as Alex Palou slammed him into the pit wall. Now, his race wasn't over, but his potential and chances and opportunity to win. Watch this. Palou in the 10 and crunch. So Alex staged, by the way, a remarkable comeback to finish in the top 10 last year. So that is testament to his determination and his skill to work his way back through the field and not be heartbroken by that. But they're the kind of things that can happen. And I don't want to bring up old wounds, but that did happen to you when you were running at the front.
I mean, you just don't know at Indy when Lady Luck is going to be riding with you on race day. We always say that this track chooses the winners. For me, back in 2016, my last Indy 500, James and I running at the front, I was leading. I had thought I had the fastest car in the race until this happened on pit lane, just like we saw with Palou. I was a one-off driver. It takes a team. I didn't get the information that anybody was to my outside. I was only focused on Ryan Hunter-Reay. All of a sudden, boom, I bounce off something that's Helio Castroneves. I'm wrecking into the inside wall, and in that moment, I can't tell you how the dream of my life was just crushed, absolutely killed on the spot. It haunts me to this day, but it goes to all of the subtle details that have to line up in your favor in order to win here, James. You know it just as well as anybody.
Yeah, it's more than speed, it's more than consistency, and that in and of itself highlights that it is teamwork, it's a team sport, not just about the drivers. Mate, you've had a washing machine of motions around this event. You know, you've run the full spectrum. You know, for those who are watching maybe for the first time, talk about one of the biggest moments that impacted your racing career and your life.
Well, look, this race is so special to people, but it's full agony and ecstasy. This was me back in 2015. A mechanical failure led to me hitting the wall, but it led to an injury diff that nearly cost me my life. I sat in the race car in turn 4, impaled by a piece of suspension, an artery severed in my leg, bleeding to death. And that's what drivers are willing to risk to win this race, to be a part of this race. It is so special. And when a day goes poorly, it hurts so much more, as you know. But then the other side of that is when a day goes well. It's great winning IndyCar races anywhere on the schedule, but when you win this one here, the emotion behind it, the feeling behind it is unlike anything else in the world.
And that sting and pain lasts a lifetime, but it's also a reminder of why we're here.
Yeah, right.
How we love this place. There is no more desire in sports than the 33 drivers that'll line up to go after the greatest spectacle in racing. It's that powerful.
All you got to look back to is last year, Josef Newgarden getting up with the crowd, Helio Castroneves climbing the fence. Again, if you're just turning on, we're in a weather hold, severe weather coming our way, but we will continue here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Race fans, now is your chance to drive away with a new Corvette, courtesy of Hy-Vee. All season, enter for a chance to win one of 3 Corvettes. You grab your mobile device now, scan the QR code on your screen to enter.
AJ has done it. He has won his 4th Indianapolis 500.
I can't believe it. With his victory, Unser now joins A.J. Foyt as the only 4-time winners of this greatest of all racing events.
Absolutely amazing. Rick Mears winning his 4th Indianapolis 500.
Welcome to the 4-time club, Helio Castroneves!
I only did 2 races this year, and I won 2. I think I still got it, don't you think?
This place came alive in 2021 when Helio Castroneves climbed the wall one more time, 2 decades after winning his first Indianapolis 500, making the 4-time winner club a 4-person club, joining Mears, Al Sr., and A.J. Foyt. Will he stand alone one day? Will he be the only 5-time winner of the 500? He's got a chance once the green drops. Helio standing by now with Dave Burns. Dave.
And Mike, I was looking over my Helio notes, and the one thing I couldn't believe from 2021, and when I reviewed it, was that was your first race with Meyershank Racing, and it was their first win as a team. I mean, so many things came together for the 4th win.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You know, this place, when you have a good car and you have good energy and people around you give you the best equipment, might not be the best out there, but it's the best equipment. Wonder things happens, and can't thank enough Mike and Jim and Liberty as well for not only giving me a phenomenal car that day and special Honda as well. We were like, that day it was super strong between me and Palou, and I knew exactly what I need to do the entire race. and it felt so good. So yeah, it was a beautiful day for sure for all of us, and now we're here. It's not so beautiful day, right? Unfortunately, I actually optimistic with the sunglasses, you know, with the racing suit on, and I'm ready to go. But hopefully, if it rains, it's going to be super quick that we can go back in the race car and have fun.
That day, did you know early that you had a car that could win? And have you seen that out of your car this year to get number 5?
Yes, that day I knew that we had a phenomenal shot. In fact, I was so worried about pit stops because a lot of the guys were first time, you know, and they never did a pit stop. But this year, I feel the same way. The only difference right now, it's not the guys, because the guys are new too. We're starting a little bit further back, and we might not have the pace for some of the cars out there, but that does not intimidate, because this race is all about being in the right place, right time, take some risk that is going to give you the reward that you want. So feel good, man. The Cliff's car looks really strong, and yeah, just hoping we go out there. And I can't wait, man. I'm like, come on, guys, put the rain tires. We're gonna go on the rain tires here, right?
Mike, he's ready to go anytime. And what is fun is watching Elio pass cars. Yes, he'll have to do that starting 20th, but thinks he can get it done.
No slicks on the Speedway, right? We use the tread on the road course, but not on the Speedway. 49 years old with those impressive numbers, 31 wins in his 391 starts. And the flair, the zest for life, the joy of still being in the car and getting excited to get behind the wheel at age 49, Danica, jumps out to you.
I'm not sure I have that much energy at 42 right now as he does, and I'm sure that's part of why he's still here. Obviously amazing when he won it back in 2021. We were here to watch it. It was so exciting. I don't think I've ever been so excited to see someone win, because he's genuinely a really good guy, and clearly still has it. I mean, on Friday at Carb Day, we saw it. We saw how fast he was. He was second quickest. He did more laps than anyone, over half of a race distance, and he was like, don't look at me, don't look at me. Look at someone else. It was almost like he's like, let's not count our chickens before they hatch, because what he was feeling was really confident.
Yeah, I think what Danica touched on in his skill level and what he can still do at 49. You think of the dominance he had the Rolex 24 a few years ago, and being able to drive away from the field and wins here in 21. At 49, he's given us old guys. I'm 48. He's given us all, you know, a bit of purpose and excitement about still being in the car.
And the number of laps he was in the car on Carb Day on Friday kind of jumps out. He's got all the experience. You think he's going to be great, but this is the first time with this group, with this organization. So just to get the maximum number of laps with a pretty clean practice session really gave him a great feel for what he has coming in on Sunday.
Well, that's the thing about Indianapolis Motor Speedway, is it's like its own energy. You can go out and practice, run, it feels good. You go out, don't change anything, and all of a sudden something has changed, and it doesn't feel right anymore. So you have to have a lot of patience around here. So for him to run, I think it was 109 laps in 2 hours, and be really happy and come away with that kind of a mindset of how good he felt about it, I think that speaks to his personality, the way he's able to manage the team. That's the thing too with that much experience, is he can really lead the team. And feel really good for race day. That's valuable.
Yeah, from the team leadership standpoint, I think you're spot on. Not only can he help this team, which isn't out here on a regular basis, find their way, he has so many positive experiences around this track, and obviously a few that didn't go his way that he can pull from his database and help steer the team to engineer the car and to give himself in that team the best possible chance to win.
Elio was the winner in 2021. The next year, Marcus Ericsson took the checkered flag first to win the 500. He's standing by now with Kevin Lee. Kevin?
So Marcus Ericsson has won this race, almost won this race, and you have, I'm going to guess, been really anxious to get another chance. What's the last year been like when you honestly felt like you should have won last year?
Yeah, it was obviously very tough last year. The way it ended is still painful to think about. But first I was angry, then I used that as motivation to work really hard and prepare myself to come back here and win again. So it's been, every tough workout hour or whatever, I've been seeing that picture of me trying to win that 500 again. So it's been good. It's good to be here. It's obviously frustrating today with the weather, but I'm ready to go when we're gonna go.
First year in a brand new situation. All their success was with Chip Ganassi Racing as we look back to 2 years ago. So let's speak on that for just a moment. And as we see that move there, That's not going to be allowed this year. Does that change anything at the end? You have to stay above that line from the pit divider.
It doesn't change a ton. You know, you still have some margin to play with there, so I don't think it's going to change a lot. I think, you know, I did it a little bit, and then Josef took it another step last year, which started to be a little bit, yeah, dangerous for sure, with the chicken race to the insinuator there. So we don't want that. But yeah, from a driving perspective, it's not going to change a ton. So coming down there the last few laps, you're still going to see people snaking around and trying to break the draft. But yeah, you don't want to go down there, because then you get a penalty.
Marcus Ericsson has some work cut out for him. He's going to be starting near the back. Moving forward, Lee said the car was really good on Friday.
I look forward to seeing what Marcus can do from that last row of the grid. Remember, at the Indianapolis 500, 11 rows, 3 drivers per row, 33 drivers in total. And who would have thought that a kid from Sweden would make his name world famous here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? He had singular focus to get to Formula One. He did get there. He did 5 years in F1 and almost 100 Grand Prix. But it's this place and this race that really defined and identified Marcus Ericsson and his skill set. He now lives here with his wife in Indianapolis. He never thought that America would be his home. So it's a really cool story. We've seen his determination from the front. Can he do it from the back?
It's going to be a lot harder for Marcus Ericsson, because he came here to the month of May with a really fast Andretti race car. He destroyed it in practice. He made a critical, small but very critical mistake riding his left front on the rumble strip in turn 4. Had a big crash. His backup car not as competitive. We saw that in qualifying. That's what put him all the way at the back of the field. The question is, can he work the controls? Can he put his race car in a balanced situation that will allow him to fight through the turbulent air? It's going to be hard. He doesn't have a lot of experience doing that. He's used to running at the front. It's different up there, James.
He is, but he's a kind of driver that's always come across to me as a last third of the race driver. That's always been his strength. I was his teammate his rookie year here. I've seen it from the very beginning of his IndyCar career. So that's one advantage I think he has. Obviously, if this becomes a race to 101 laps because of weather, that's not going to be what a guy starting on the last row wants to hear. But the other thing that he does have working for him is, you think back to 2 years ago, Colton Herta, his now teammate at Andretti Global, had that big crash on Carb Day, destroyed his primary car just as Marcus did. But the next time that they were on track with that backup car was the race. They had no time to get it better, to get it tuned back up. In this case, Marcus's crash was on Friday. Yeah. On Thursday, they had Friday, they had the weekend, they had Monday practice, they had Carb Day practice. That car now feels a lot better to Marcus than it did when he first got in it. The Andretti Global team's done a ton of work to get it up to pace. And as you heard, chatting to him on Friday night after Carb Day practice, he is very confident in the race ability of that number 28.
There was a little hiccup, Mike, during qualifying where he thought he'd completed his 4-lap run and he'd only done 3. With the crash, as the boys detailed, I think all of the bad is out of the way for Marcus Ericsson. He's looking forward and only thinking positively and ready to race.
So often you got big names in the back of the field who just find their way to get in position as you get down towards the end of the race. We're looking for the start of the race, and we're looking at the radar, just updating it as it refreshes. You see rain is on the way. The concern is lightning, which is expected in and around the Speedway area, and that is why we are in a holding pattern right now. The fans, by the thousands, have been asked to exit the grandstands and seek shelter until further notice. It's very hard to find shelter for over 300,000 fans who were making their way into their seats and starting to enjoy the pre-race festivities, but many of them crowded there. There are some metal bleachers here, and some folks are seeking cover from the rain, but they need to find complete shelter as well. So hopefully they will do the prudent thing and find someplace to stay safe if the weather does come through. But there is a window later on, and we are hopeful of getting the race in. Part of a tradition for this holiday weekend. We have a reminder for you on this Memorial Day weekend. The American Legion is partnering with Columbia University Lighthouse Project to conduct free suicide prevention training for those who want to learn more about interacting with and responding to veterans who may be in crisis. 90 minutes to save a life. Sign up for free suicide prevention training at betheone.org. Back in Indianapolis, we continue in a holding pattern. Weather advisory, lightning expected in the area. Fans asked to clear the grandstands and seek shelter. Hopefully they'll continue to do that. We do hope for a window later on to enjoy the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. For some folks, this is an annual. It's on their calendar. They've been coming for years, decades, generations. Tickets handed down from family member to family member. For others, it's bucket list time. First time here, come to one of the greatest sporting events in all the world, and certainly in America. And speaking of rookies, we have some Indianapolis 500 rookies on our team. Kim Kuhn and the mayor, Jeff Burton, have experienced Indy for the first time. So what's it been like? What have you found? And what are the takeaways, Kim?
Well, we're learning that this event is absolutely drenched in tradition. We have gotten to see so many things that make the Indianapolis 500 special, but I think the experience that has meant the most to us has been the porch parties. We had no idea what to expect, but it was eye-opening to see how much this race and this place means to generations of fans.
There's people from everywhere. It's legitimately the greatest spectacle in racing, inside and outside.
This is perfect.
I hear the view is spectacular.
So you live here all the time? 24/7, 365.
So you were an Indy 500 fan before?
Oh yeah. My grandfather, he raced midgets and sprints, so it's just in my blood.
Okay.
It's my DNA.
We've been coming for about 22 years. It's like Christmas, New Year's, all rolled into the same thing.
What's happening here? What do you got going on?
Well, I gotta get you on the growth chart.
This is a great idea.
How many friends have you made bringing people into your house to celebrate Indy 500 weekend?
I can't count.
Countless.
I can't tell you.
So, what makes this of the Indy 500?
Family.
An event.
Family.
Where else can you go where there is this magnitude of an object where everybody goes in to watch a race, but yet we're inside the middle of a small town?
Yeah, Kim, I wasn't prepared for what we walked into. I've been to a lot of racetracks and a lot of racetrack parties, and typically they're loud and it's fun. But this was way more than that. This was a tradition amongst all these friends and families that have been built around the Indianapolis 500. And it is an annual pilgrimage that they go on to get together. And that friendship, in many cases, they've been getting together for 50, 60 years. And when we started talking about what it meant to those guys, they got tears in their eyes.
Yeah.
They got emotional because it was more than just a racetrack. It was the relationships they have built, and they now have lifetime relationships. And they use this as an annual opportunity to get together. But in many cases, every Friday night, one group gets together and does it over the telephone. And so I just did not recognize, with never being here before, the attention and the attraction to this event, more than just the racetrack. And never before have I seen it, and I'm truly blessed to have experienced that, because it really made me have much better of an appreciation of what this facility and what this racetrack is about.
Yeah, some of the stories we heard brought us on the verge of tears. And to Jeff's point, we were talking to fans that have been to Indy for 60 years, 64 years. They have remained friends over generations. So the impact, Mike, that this event, that the month of May has on people, not just in Indiana, but across the globe, is absolutely immeasurable.
Kim, it's so true. It's so personal. I hearken back to the year that COVID eliminated the fans' ability to come. And Doug Bowles, president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, said, everyone who has a streak, your streak is still intact. Because the streaks mean something. People will come up to you proudly and say, hi, I'm from Kokomo. It's my 37th. It's my 43rd streak. The number really matters. There are very few sporting events that have a connection and a definition of a city like Indianapolis and the 500. And you started coming here with your dad as a young girl.
Yeah. I think I was about 14, and my dad took me down Georgetown. When Georgetown used to, this was all open on the front straight side, and it connected to 16th Street. And I remember going down the street and having people telling me to roll down my windows and doing funny things. They were drunk and they were all having a good time, and my dad wanted me to kind of see that energy. But this is a place that Indiana itself, like, I can travel all around and they'll just say to me, oh, I'm from Indiana. Yeah. And what they're trying to say is, I'm a fan, I'm an IndyCar fan. Or maybe, I don't know if they're trying to say they've been to Indy, but they're saying they're a fan by just saying, I'm from Indiana.
Now, you won here, as we mentioned multiple times, in the Brickyard, the NASCAR race. But being a part of this place for the Indianapolis 500 and the build-up a couple of years ago, did you see a different side of Indianapolis, the city and the place?
Oh, I did for sure. I mean, the Brickyard 400 is always so special for NASCAR, and thankfully we're coming back this summer to race on the oval and go through that again. But the Indianapolis 500 just has such different energy. To see 330-something thousand people in one place, the pride that everyone has, that cannon that went off at 6 a.m. this morning, I came flying out of my bed in my motorhome. I couldn't believe the sound of that thing. It's just very special. And we talked about the energy, but there's also some great ingenuity that I've experienced out there on the front straightaway, essentially, in the homes that was just showcased. As I was driving in for my first Brickyard 400, I saw a sign that said motorized bar stools. So I popped in, took a look, ended up leaving with 2 bar stools that are still in my garage at home.
Is that right?
How'd that all go? How'd that go?
They're a little tippy. You got to be careful. It's smart.
No, how did it go? You showing up with fans and being like,
it was my rookie year. They had no idea who I was. I bought two motorized bar stools, and off I went.
We all have traditions. I've built one. Thankfully, Lee Diffie's invited me to dinner on the night before the 500 with Kevin Lee every year at a place called Oakley's north of town. And we see a guy there, Rick, every year. And Rick said to us last night, it's my 49th Indianapolis 500. It's the longest standing relationship in my life. Not the best, he said longest standing, but it gives you a sense of what Indy means to so many people and their connection with the drivers who become so popular, like Will Power is standing by now. It's with Kevin, I believe?
Yeah, Mike, and there's another new tradition. When I go to races, I get to see one of the legends of entertainment, Flavor Flav from Public Enemy. If you have Peacock, you had a chance to meet Flav last year in Detroit when I stumbled into him during a practice show.
This is my new friend, Kevin Lee, in the place to be, because he's rocking from the bottom to the TOP right here at the Grand Prix.
And then Will Power saw that and he said, I've got to meet Flav. Welcome back.
Thank you, Kevin Lee, in the place to be, because we rocking from the bottom to the TOP right here at this hour with the man with all the power.
Awesome. This is the coolest thing you've ever got to experience, from what I gather.
I'll tell you what, like the parade yesterday, man, that was massive. Having Flav on the truck, it was like double the noise. He knows how to get
Hey, it took a lot of willpower to get me up on that truck.
Yeah. He's my hype man. Like he had all the boys on my car hyped up. So he's going to be here. He's going to be in Detroit as well. So good stuff, man. Good entertainment. Good entertainment.
And maybe he's a good luck charm for you. Let's revisit 2018. A lot of people think you are one of the ones to beat for this year's race. What do you take away most from this? I heard you say a couple of months ago that I'm starting to kind of remember and forget some of the details.
Yeah, that's right. It slowly fades away, and you start to get that fire in the belly to get another win. You know, it was just a phenomenal day, and it's a very difficult race to win. That's why there's not many 4-time winners or not many 2-time winners. Just a hard race, and I would love to be a 2-time winner. We've got a great package today, so we'll see.
But there are 2 other cars that have the same package. You have 2 teammates starting on the front row with you. That's only happened one other time in the 108 years history of this race. So how is it first to beat your teammates?
Yeah, that's going to be tough. They're both phenomenal drivers, both incredibly good cars and teams. So, if you look at the last few years, Ganassi has been extremely dominant. I looked at Palou last year, extremely dominant. So, when you've got that car, you've got to execute. And as you saw last year, it doesn't always play out like that. So, a tough race, a lot of pit stops, a lot of stuff happens on pit lane, a lot of stuff happens on track. And to get all that right, we need to get all that right to win the race.
All right, and maybe you guys will be drinking milk together a little later on. Legendary Flavor Flav, Will Power, Indianapolis 500 winner here, ready to go.
Legendary Kevin Lee.
All right, Marty, your turn.
I don't know how we top Flavor Flav there. Alexander Rossi will attempt. Do you have a rhyme that you could keep up with Flavor Flav?
No, but it was funny. He was on our bus to the parade yesterday, so he got us all chanting Will's name and not realizing that we were all Will's competitors, which is awesome.
Did he think you were Will's family or something?
He thought me, Joseph, Ryan, Hunter A, we were all Will's family. So he was pretty impressed with himself that we all got to singing Will Power's name. But anyways, it's awesome he's here.
All right, when you and I were talking earlier in the week, talking about your race car now for the 500, you said, quote, we're exceptional. Is this maybe the best car that you've ever had for an Indy 500?
It's up there for sure. You know, I think that from the moment that we rolled off to start the month of May, you know, we've been confident with what we've had, and everything has just gone so smoothly. So it's a huge credit to Arrow McLaren and Team Chevy for what they've given us this month. And you know, these are, so far it's kind of been one of those dream situations. It's unfortunate that we're not out there right now having fun with it, but it's the way it goes sometimes.
You would love to get Indy 500 win number 2, but let's talk about win number 1. Your first year ever, massive fuel save to make it to the end of the race. When you watch back those highlights, what kind of goes through your mind?
It's amazing memories, obviously, but as you say, it's something that I'm so desperate to experience again. You know, just because I feel like that first time was certainly, the emotions weren't what I would feel today. My love and appreciation for this event has gone up exponentially every year since then. So to be able to experience that all over again with a new perspective and new eyes on the situation would be pretty special.
So you would soak it in a little bit more, because I would say, you know, you'd only, what was that, your 4th or 5th IndyCar race? You've got a lot under your belt since then.
Yeah, and you realize how hard it is to win this one, actually. When you come in the first one, you're able to get it done. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. But now, 8 years removed from that, you understand the variables that come into this race and how many things have to go right. So we're really excited for the opportunity, as I said, and everyone just needs to hang in there. We'll go put on a great show here pretty shortly.
Is the best part about being a McLaren driver in the month of May that you get to drive a McLaren for the month of May?
I don't think that's the best part, but it's certainly a perk. You know, they do such a good job with branding and activation, and the city of Indianapolis obviously recognizes everything that goes into this race, and McLaren makes sure everyone's aware. It's the 50th anniversary since Johnny won his race for McLaren, so pretty cool meaning behind it, and obviously it's nice to drive, but I will be giving it back tomorrow, I think.
Well, Diff, just so you know, I did ask, and they did say that you could not have a McLaren, but I did ask for you, Diff, if you could have one for the rest of the week.
We just need to get McLaren involved in the NASCAR Cup Series so we can have Monaco, Indy, and the Coke 600. We'll talk Rossi in a moment, but as you can see, the impact and influence of Flavor Flav here at the Speedway is big on our Townsend Bell. You talk, let's talk Will Power, okay, first up. And by the way, Will loves Flavor Flav. He can't believe that he saw him at Detroit wearing a Will Power t-shirt. But you can't believe how fast time flies. This will be Will Power's 17th Indianapolis 500. That's crazy, isn't it?
That's crazy. Is that right?
Yes.
I can remember his rookie year here and how intimidated Will Power was by Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As you see his career results, the all-time most winning pole driver, the best qualifier to get those 70 pole positions, a 2-time IndyCar champion. But I think for Will Power's mindset today, it's the realization of knowing how good his Team Penske race car is, and knowing that his 2 teammates, Scott McLaughlin and Josef Newgarden, have the exact same thing. That's who he has to beat, in my opinion. And what'll be fascinating to watch is the gamesmanship, the aggression between 3 Team Penske drivers to start this race, in the middle of this race, and I think in the closing laps, you have to think that's going to factor. How does that play out? Because they get aggressive with each other.
I want to go back to Alexander Rossi for a moment, because he's one of James's best friends. He has spoken about already, and we've had it in this show, that he didn't come to realize what Indy was all about until 7 a.m. in 2016 on the 100th running, when he came out of his motorhome and saw what was going on. Brutal honesty, I love it. And then he just said to Marty, here I am 8 years on. Yes, I'm an Indy 500 winner, but I think I have a greater appreciation and love and respect for this now than when I actually won it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to give Alex a little bit of credit on this, because I don't think anybody truly understands Indy until you come here and see it in person. Yeah. We talk a lot about how it's the biggest race in the world, how it's the greatest spectacle in racing, largest single-day sporting event, all those things we talk about all the time, but I'm guilty of it too. I was a huge fan of this sport well before I ever drove anything. I knew all about the Indy 500, but it wasn't until I was in Indianapolis for the month of May for the first time, came here on race day for the first time, that I really got and understood the gravity of this event. So I'm not surprised Alex felt that way and didn't really feel it until the first time he came out of his bus on race day. But also, every time you come back, it just grows on you. You learn a little something something more, you feel a little something more. And so, yes, you say 8 years removed. You know, I go back to 2016, Rossi wins the race. That's not even, for me, in his top 3 drives at this track. He, you know, you could say he clutch and coasted his way to that win, but since then, he has proved he is one of the fastest drivers around this place, one of the best racers. I think back to the 2019 battle with Simon Pagenaud all the way to the end. I think to the year he started on the final row, drove his way up into the top 5. He is so good around this place, and the amount of confidence that he has in his race car right now, that guy doesn't usually say nice things to a lot of people about a lot of things or about anything, really. He is saying a lot of good things about this car and this team right now.
You said you grew up as a fan of the sport. You were a fan of Townsend Bell? Is that what you said? You grew up as a fan of Townsend Bell?
I mean, I was pretty young when he was racing.
We're all a fan of Flavor Flav, and he's a huge fan of Will Power. He might drink the milk with Will if he wins again.
Back in Indianapolis, we should be about a half hour from the green flag dropping in 33 cars, speeding around the 2.5 miles here in Speedway, Indiana. But instead, everyone is seeking shelter. We have a weather advisory. Lightning is expected in the area shortly. The rain is getting closer. Speedway, Indiana is just northwest of the city limits of Indianapolis. You see those first showers starting to come in with heavier stuff behind it. The Lightning are concerned, so everybody's all dressed up and ready for the party, but the party's on hold for the moment. So we continue to wait. The fans seek shelter, and we do hope for that window after this line of storms to try to get in the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. We've given you a sense of what this event means to the fans, to the drivers, to the people, so many who touch the greatest spectacle in racing. It's an emotional day for so many, especially those with loved ones behind the wheel.
It means everything to him. That is like his happy place. It really is a burning passion.
Road says I'm gonna get last, Daddy. Just for that, I'm taking him out. I'll stuff you, you know I'm not scared.
I was working at the first aid station in the garages. That was kind of where it started. I never wanted them to be race car drivers, really. So I'm happy that they've all chosen something different. But at the same time, it always comes back to everything revolves around racing, and especially the Indy 500.
It's this place. I don't know what it is about it, but it's beautiful. It's like the happiest place on earth, but it's not, because it can be terrible, too.
My heart stopped, my stomach sunk. It went silent. I was like, oh my God, is this my moment?
We've lost a lot of friends along this path. That's like the most dreaded thing. You never want to relive that again.
Captain America pulled it off. You just have to think they're invincible. Ryan's been dubbed Captain America, and I just have to believe that's him. You know, it's like he's always going to be fine.
Poppy very rationally was like, Daddy's fine, that's why the car's so great. But Tilly really struggled. She didn't want to be trackside. She didn't want to see him getting in the car. I don't know how he walked from it, to be honest.
As a family, they've never not been around racing, so it's always been the focus of our life, and we just have to appreciate the time we do get together.
Slow. My biggest fear that they love it too much.
I really like it a lot, and I hope that's my future.
Crazy kid. He's such a perfect mixture of me and Scott. He is car mad, as in his first word was car. No joke, it was brum brum and car.
It's definitely a different feeling from watching my dad, my brother, or Ryan to watching my kids. And that is where I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Perfect.
It'd be interesting to see what Emma says about that.
Yeah, we love sport, and if it's something that Kit was interested in doing, let's go, 100%.
Those family movies give you a sense of how close it is to the families, the kids who are around it. How do they not want to be in the business where they see dad or mom, if it's a female driver, whatever the level of motorsports, they're involved in it. You want to be involved with what your parents do. But when you folks are behind the wheel, you maybe don't have the same appreciation for what your families are feeling on the other side. Danica, as you've gone through life outside of the car, do you have a better sense of what you put your family through?
For sure. Yeah. I think back to my first IndyCar race.
at Homestead, Miami. There was a huge accident. I hit the wall harder than I probably did in my whole career. I have lack of memory. I went to the medical center. I woke up with a priest and my mother over my head. I thought I died, and I got rushed to the hospital. And this is my first race, and I kept at it obviously for many, many, many years after that. And it wasn't until I was sitting here on the pit box with you on the front straight for the 2019 Indy 500, the year after I retired, and the cars were coming at us for the green flag, just roaring, and I got goosebumps, and I literally looked out and I went, they're crazy. And I appreciated in that moment just the gravity of concern that family has for someone that's out there, because you haven't quite reached that point. You're still at it, but like, I don't know, have you? I don't even know if you've sort of reached that point at any level. But for me, it took for me to be completely out of the car, because as a driver, you're just not allowed to go into those spaces. It's not helpful.
It's funny how life plays tricks on you as time goes on, and you know, I obviously put my wife through a lot over the years, and my kids have been a part of it and watching. But now all three of them ride horses, and so now I'm able to sit there in fear and watch them. And our oldest daughter Genevieve is quite competitive and jumping pretty high on her animals now, and I'm a mess. So I now have a better appreciation for what I've done.
Horses and horsepower are the most expensive and dangerous.
No one said I was smart.
Jimmy, I'm curious, after all the years in a stock car and then doing this, I hear drivers in the Indy 500 talk about how it is terrifying to go 240, to go into these turns, to be so wheel-to-wheel in open-wheel racing. What did you experience as you made the jump to IndyCar and that feeling?
Yeah, the feeling was something that I just had to experience, and I was sitting on the Peacock pit box watching and knew that I had to be in this race at some point. So I was
that was
there
in 2021, right? Yeah.
Correct. And then, you know, the 22 season, running the ovals, we had Texas before Indy, which was helpful. And in fact, my wife was there watching in Texas, and when we went by the first time, she turned around and ran. So, wow. You know, I did my best salesman job ever, convincing her that IndyCar was, you know, nothing bad would happen essentially. But when you're in the cars driving them week after week, you grow much more comfortable with the vehicle, with the crashes. And I got to a place where I was very comfortable and safe with it, although it wasn't very comfortable for my loved ones.
Well, I can say, and I'm sure you would agree, everything slows down in the car. So you do, yeah, of course, you're going quickly. Some indications of, you know, turning the wheel at 240, you have to maybe turn it a little bit more gently. But for the most part, everything slows down in the car. I think that's, you enter like a different mental state when you're in the car, because you're working at such a high level that it doesn't really register when you're out there, and you also feel like you're very in control.
Yes.
I know that, you know, control is an illusion, and
yes.
I think that's what the movie said. But you feel much more in control. You have cockpit adjustments. You have the throttle. You can just lift, and so you feel much more in control. But from the outside, all you're witnessing is just chaos. You can hear engines, and you know, you smell it, and you have no idea what kind of controls are going on inside of the car with the driver.
It's fascinating to hear you both share that. I saw your dad this morning, and I said, do you come to the races still and enjoy them? He goes, I enjoy them a lot more because I sleep a lot more the night before from the days that you were in the car. So we appreciate you and the parents and the wives we saw in that piece a moment ago sharing their thoughts on how serious it is to be a part of this race. As we stay in a weather advisory, it impacts Kyle Larson's ability to try to do what John Andretti did in 1994. Robbie Gordon doing it multiple times, including 3 straight years. Doing the double, the Indy 500, the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte, the NASCAR race in the same day. Tony Stewart with great results. Kurt Busch in 2014. Hendrick Motorsports obviously very involved on the Larson side of this. And one of the key principals there, Jeff Gordon, standing by with our Marty Snyder. Marty?
Well, let's chat with Jeff Gordon, and I'm curious from your perspective as a kid who grew up in Indiana, how much of your mind has been on being Kyle Larson's boss, thinking about logistics and performance, and how much of your mind has been like, I'm living vicariously through what he's been doing this whole month?
No, it's definitely been a balance of those things. There's a lot to get done to get here and to compete here today. That's been a lot of fun and exciting, as well as big challenges. But no, I mean, seeing Kyle out there in that car, you know, you can't help as as a competitor, but not put yourself in that position and go, man, so cool. And every time he comes off the track, I'm asking, what's it like? You know, what's it like in traffic? What's it like with the boost turned up qualifying? So it's been an amazing experience, even for me, who's not in the race car, and Rick Hendrick being here too is really special.
So Kyle described this rain as kind of a worst case scenario for everyone at Hendrick Motorsports and Arrow McLaren. So he said this race is the priority. Why would this race be the priority?
Well, number one, we're here. Things are going well. He's running well. You know, this is a part of you know what you have to commit to. But I think we still have every intention of trying to get to Charlotte at some point. But you hope that, you know, a call is made if it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the track dry, that we can still get there and get them in the car to start that race. But yeah, we're going to do everything we can to just keep an eye on the weather, play the logistics game like we have been, and even if we run here today, we'll figure out when we can get him to Charlotte.
Because on the other side, Jeff, I mean, he's the Cup Series points leader by 30 points. And that's a big margin that he has, and that's a lot of points to walk away from at the Coca-Cola 600 if he does not race that race. Is that part, and obviously a big part of the consideration set?
That's what you sign up for. You know, I mean, when you decide to do this, and this is why it's a lot of decision making by Rick Hendrick, by you know, by Kyle, and why we put so much effort into, you know, how this plays out. But you know, those are tough decisions, but those are decisions that have to be made, and you have to have the team in Charlotte, Cliff and all those guys, you know, be involved in all that decision making and play out every scenario, and hope you don't have to, you know, do the worst case scenario. But I'm still optimistic of you know, that this weather, if it comes and it comes hard enough, it looks like it's going to be here, that we can see a decision by IndyCar. But if we get green here, we want to see, you know, Kyle Larson go out there and run the Indy 500.
By the way, Mr. Hendrick told me it was a 2-year deal as long as everybody liked it. Are you guys in for year 2? Larson said, hey, I'll do it for as long as Mr. Hendrick lets me.
Let's see how today goes. So far, it's been amazing. I think, you know, everybody's enjoyed it. Arrow McLaren has been incredible to deal with, and it's been a joy up to this point with the weather. And Roger Penske and his staff and team at IndyCar here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you can't ask for it to go any better than it has so far.
Yeah. There you go. So we're hoping to see everybody for year 2, but they're going to focus on getting year 1 in first.
Marty, thanks. Great to hear from Jeff Gordon, who had his moment here, an Indiana guy, when the Brickyard got started. There is that radar, and there is the bullseye where we are, and in the center of it, as this line is finally coming here. Again, if you were not with us earlier, why did they hold off the pre-race ceremonies, get people out of the grandstands? Because if there's lightning in these storms, and the early indication as it was marching along I-70, I-69 on the way towards Indianapolis, that there was some electricity in the air, you got to get the folks out of the grandstands. They've asked people to seek shelter. That's not the shelter they should be seeking, and we implore those folks to find safer places from those metal bleachers down there. But many of the folks who were in their seats for the pre-race ceremonies have found a safer and drier place. And it is a bummer, this whole Kyle Larson thing, because not only is Larson such a good driver in the NASCAR circuit, but he came here and opened eyes and was so into what was going on. We'd love to see this get pulled off, just for the joy and excitement of seeing a great driver in one circuit come do it in another one at the biggest event.
Well, he's so capable. He qualified 5th here, 10th in Charlotte, and he's got a really good shot at winning both of them. You know, I was texting with Caitlin, his wife, and I asked how it was going, and she said that, you know, obviously it's frustrating to wait around for the rain, but that there could be weather in Charlotte. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there, that could throw a wrench into this whole
Wait
thing.
a minute. The guy next to you wants to know about that.
Yeah, Mike,
if you're just joining us, Jimmy's
right?
driving in the Charlotte race. Are you staying with us for another half hour or so?
I think I got about half an hour.
What's the Jimmy window? How much time we have left? We have 40 minutes left of you before you go.
We're playing this game as well as the weather's moving through. We're going to try to follow this first band that comes through to Charlotte, and then evidently I might have something in Charlotte to worry about.
But how frustrating to sort of wait on all that and be someone like Kyle that's put so much energy into this race for Indy. Obviously so much on the line with NASCAR and the championship and everything. Obviously that's heavy, but you're here already. So of course then you've got that another layer of, oh, but if I leave, is that going to go off too? too. And so, but you can only make it your best decision with the information that you have. And I'm sure that this won't be a single decision. This will be a collaborative effort. And I'm sure maybe there's some kind of a weather analyst involved. I would hope there's someone.
We've got a lot of people who are amateur weather analysts here at the moment. You qualified yesterday in Charlotte and came on up here. You're going to head back. Just out of curiosity, you obviously are not driving the 500 here, but you're with us. How hard is it to just flip gears as you're in the helicopter, then the plane, getting to Charlotte, flip gears into race mode tonight in one of the bigger events of the NASCAR season?
Yeah, it's tough. And I mean, one thing Kyle has, he has many things working for him, but one thing is that he drives a lot of different vehicles during the course of a week.
Great point.
So he has this cadence. Another thing working in his advantage is Hendrick Motorsports and Hendrick Aviation. Mr. Hendrick has a fleet of choppers and aircraft to use for his automotive business on top of the racing program. And there's some of the smartest, brightest people you're going to find. So hopefully that will allow Kyle to relax and trust the system. He knows what the decision will be. And then he needs to conserve energy. As we all know, worrying about these different situations, the weather, you sit there, on edge and wear yourself down. And there's a chance he'll run 1,100 miles in one day. I mean, it's the real deal.
Are you on it? Are we keeping you calm? I don't want to be blamed for your performance tonight. Do we have enough water? Are we keeping you hydrated?
I can blame you for my performance.
If you want to, go right ahead.
Okay, cool.
Blame me too.
It's all on Tarico. I wouldn't do that to you.
People in every sport blame the announcers, so come on. It's the announcer jinx. But if we can get you anything to make you comfortable for the next hour.
Normally, as a driver, you just want to blame the tire guy. And tire guys are always the fall guy, but now I can blame you.
Blame the TV guy.
I thought it was the crew chief.
Well, there's a lot of folks that are involved in all of this, and there are differences, obviously, from the two disciplines. But in IndyCar especially, I want to bring in Diff with T-Bell and Hinch, because when I get to watch you guys, what I love are the in-car shots and all the tools that the drivers have. While we have some time, can you do some show and tell and explain it to us?
We will do that, Mike, for sure. But something that Jimmy just mentioned is really pertinent, and that is the resources and the advantages that Kyle Larson has. And one of those, as Jimmy knows all too well, because although he's a team owner now with Legacy Motor Club, his success is synonymous with Hendrick Motorsports. And one of the advantages that Jimmy experienced is the open-mindedness of Rick Hendrick, because last year, of course, synonymous with NASCAR, the most successful team owner in NASCAR, but last year he did a different venture. He went to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the world's most famous sports car race, and in a unique class of its own called Garage 56. It was a collaborative effort, and Jimmy loved it. He was right in the middle of all that. And now for Kyle Larson, who's known as for his diversity, like a modern-day Mario Andretti, racing sprint cars, midgets, whatever it might be, sports cars. He's won the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and now to realize this dream, to do this. So it wouldn't be possible without the likes of Rick Hendrick. And we're being spoiled by the most successful NASCAR team owner up against IndyCar's most successful team owner in Roger Penske. So you've got all the resources, you've got all the tools, and we've got something pretty cool as well, the Beverly Hills Cop virtual car. Let's show you what Kyle's going to have to do, because he's had to learn a different language and to use his tools, so to speak. So fellas, take us for a tour.
Well, Kyle Larson, the most experienced racer in this field, but he's never used a tool like this, the weight jacker. It is a slave cylinder on the right rear shock damper assembly. We're right on board here with Josef Newgarden. If you have a moment like that, watch Newgarden gonna make an adjustment with his fingers on the back of the steering wheel, and what that adjusts is the weight jacker. How does it work? Well, you push a button either right side, left side on the wheel, and it operates an electric hydraulic pump, pumps fluid to that slave cylinder and adjusts the spring perch, effectively putting preload on the right rear damper. And James, that changes the cross weighting of the car.
Basically, you're either putting more weight on the left front tire, you can see it's getting a little redder there as more weight goes onto it, or weight onto the right front. If you need more front grip in the corner, if the car's pushing, not quite turning the way you want, you add a little bit of left front weight. Counter to that, if it's a bit loose like we saw with Josef Newgarden there, you're going to hit the right side of the steering wheel, put some right front weight on it, and that really calms down the back of the car, makes it a little bit more drivable. Whether you're on old tires, new tires, running in the front of the field, in the middle of a train, that all has a huge effect on the balance, so the drivers are constantly working the tools throughout a stint and throughout the race distance. And the weight jacker, one of the most powerful things these drivers have to work with.
You might be going down the freeway, Mike, at 60 miles an hour and adjusting what radio station you're listening to or the air conditioning. Think about these drivers at 230 and having to do that every single lap multiple times.
It's insane to watch, and a fabulous explanation and understanding when you get those great in-car camera shots as they're flying around here at that speed, what the drivers are doing. Hands are full. As you see, some moisture has started, so some of the trucks are out there beginning what is going to be a very long drying process as the rain comes in. By the way, Netflix is kicking off the summer with an interactive experience to promote their film, Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. Fans getting to experience the vintage Chevy Novas, the classic car of Axel Foley, ahead of the movie's premiere in July. Here's something special for the Indy 500 viewers at home, alongside the upcoming release of Beverly Hills Cop Axel F.
This is the Indianapolis 500!
Y'all safe? Everybody safe? There's no seatbelt in the middle.
We're on the edge!
God, I missed you, Axel.
We're back with you at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Should be just moments away from the green flag dropping. Instead, raindrops are starting to drop here at Indy. We are in a weather delay. Hopeful that we'll get the 108th Indianapolis 500 off to a start later today. There is a window behind the line of storms that is knocking on the door of Speedway, Indiana. As you see, it is approaching and arriving. Hopefully not a lot of electricity, and hopefully some of the energy dying out of these storms when we get to what's on the left corner of your screen, that window of dry weather. Right now, we're going to get to Austin Butler and Jodie Comer. They are with us. They are starring in the movie Bike Riders, which is in theaters in a few weeks on June 21st. So if you love motorcycles, you love anything with a motor, and you love movies about motorcycles and the groups of motorcycles that would get together in the 60s, this movie's for you. Welcome to both of you. First off, let me start with Indy. Jodie, first time at Indianapolis?
First time.
And?
Honored to be here. I mean, the energy is incredible. I think we both feel incredibly lucky to be able, the movies enabled us to come here today and just to kind of soak it up and take in the atmosphere. It's been amazing.
And Austin, you've been to a big race before.
Yeah, I was at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So I got to see that, but never Indy 500. I grew up watching this on television, so to get to be here, I'm just in awe of it. The energy is far exceeding my expectations.
So tell us about the movie, because if folks love their cars and love their motors, this is a real motorcycle movie. It kind of goes back to the motorcycle groups of the 60s that really would kind of gather and get together.
Yeah, I mean, it's very quintessentially American. It's written and directed by Jeff Nichols. It's based on a book of amazing photographs by Danny Lyons, and it follows this group of men, American men, who are working class outlaws, and they kind of find this solace and sense of community in this bike riders group called the Vandals, and it follows their kind of trajectory, which starts up very innocently and then gets very kind of dangerous and corrupt.
Now, Jodie, I've watched most of the movie. There's no British accent.
Yeah.
In the movie, you are an American Midwest girl in the movie, right?
It's amazing what she does in that movie.
How hard is that to just drop your lifetime English accent here and just be a Midwest girl from the 60s and kind of in full biker girl mode?
Yeah, it was hard. Kathy had a very particular accent. She was from North Chicago, but I fortunately had audio of her, and her accent was a contradiction, so there was a lot to learn.
Audio of the actual person?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
What about getting on a bike? And you're tooling around town. There's speed chases, cop cars coming after you, all that stuff. What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, it was such a joy. It was like a little kid's dream. I grew up riding motorcycles with my dad a bit, but I'd never been on old bikes, and so I'm in a 65 Panhead, and just riding around on an old Harley through Cincinnati. It was one of the greatest times of my life.
It was so cool. And Jodie, do you have a love of motorcycles now after the movie?
I totally have an appreciation for them. I was very fortunate. I was riding on the back of one. I didn't have to pass any tests. I got to enjoy it that way.
We got to ride around together quite a bit.
Yeah, but just like the kind of the drama and the exhilaration and the noise, like they were like a character in themselves really when we were on set.
Well, early on, there's that quintessential scene of you walk into the bar, guy meets girl, and you two drive off on the motorcycle. It's just one of those like movie scenes that kind of sets the tone. It was a great movie. It's Bike Riders, June 21st. It's in theaters. Austin Butler, Jodie Comer, thank you both for being here. And
thank you.
Hopefully we'll push the rain away and you can see some of what the 500's all about.
Yeah, I can't wait.
What a treat. Thank you both. Wish you the best.
Thank you
Let's hear from more of the drivers here at this Indianapolis 500 as we await for the race to start. And we're going to check in, I believe, now with Graham Rahal. Familiar name around these parts. He's standing by with Kevin Burns.
Well, when the race starts, Graham Rahal has the unenviable task of starting in the back row, and I know that's not going to be easy. How do you approach the race?
Well, yeah, obviously different than if you're on the front row.
But, you know, the biggest thing for us is to find our way through the field and get the United Rentals car as far forward as possible. I think, you know, it's going to be a dogfight out there. Having said that, I think when this rain does get through and we get going, the conditions are going to be cool. They're going to be fast. So I think you're going to see a great show because of that. Frankly, I think had we had an 88-degree and sunny day, it would have been tough out there. But you can see a little better track conditions, and so you know, it gives us the opportunity to be able to pass a little better and find our way forward.
A lot of folks pull for your whole team, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. You got 4 cars in. 1 car made the top 12 in Tacoma. How overall can you guys do in the race, do you think?
Oh, I think our race cars are solid, actually. I think all of them have been pretty good. I think maybe me the best of them so far. But, you know, that's what was so disappointing about qualifying, to be honest, was that I knew from, you know, last Tuesday on that the race car felt very solid. And so to not be able to maximize that's been disappointing. But, look, we'll be working as hard as we can to go forward today. I'm sure we can do it. Have good pit stops. Strategy's going to be killer, particularly, you know, if the rain, if we think a second wave is going to come or not, it's going to be really important to make sure we maximize it.
A lot going on. Good luck when we get going.
Thank you.
One thing we know for sure, as we show you some updated images of the front stretch here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you're just turning on, we are in a rain delay and a weather hold. One thing we know for sure from his career in the NTT INDYCAR Series and some 16 Indianapolis 500s is Graham Rahal is a gamer. He is a Sunday driver in the best possible way, and he's going to have to fight his way from the back of this field. And he's finished at the front a couple of times. His dad's team, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan, have won this event a couple of times with Takuma Sato and Buddy Rice. Of course, his famous father won it as well, but Graham would like his chance. Guys, what is that chance realistically? Hinch, you first up.
I mean, from where he is on the grid, very tough. No one's won from that far back.
Right.
It's 2 years in a row they've struggled to even make the show, so that car doesn't have the inherent pace that you sometimes need. I know we talked at the top of the show. You don't have to be the fastest, but you really can't be the slowest. So if anything, Graham Rahal and the RLL crew could be one of the teams that benefit from a second wave. You can take a risk on strategy and try to be racing to lap 101, hoping that rain comes, and when that yellow flag falls and ultimately the red that could call this race, you happen to find yourself out of sequence and at the front of the field.
But Diff, the team's got to tighten it up. Bunch of mistakes this month that led to Graham qualifying at the back of the field. They had a key strategist quit just a week ago. They really need to come together on race day and deliver Graham Rahal the performance on pit lane and with strategy that he needs to put his game day driving to the ultimate result. They had a loose rear wheel a couple years ago. That took him out of contention with a crash outside turn 2. So the team has to come together. It's going to be difficult given some of the mistakes they've had so far.
And it was almost unfathomable, unbelievable that Graham and the team would experience back-to-back years on qualifying on bump day, where last year Graham was bumped out of the field, and this is that heartbreak where he was bumped out of the field by a teammate of his, and 12 months on, he was dancing that delicate line again last Sunday. Couldn't believe it. So 2 years in a row, he's been fighting just to get in the field. This was a year ago. There's his famous dad, Bobby, co-team owner of RLL, and Graham and his family, his wife Courtney and the kids, they couldn't believe it. Now, there was an injury, there was a crash. Steph Wilson was injured, and Graham did actually get in the field last year, but kind of mind-blowing to think that happened 2 years in a row. I'm here again, no way.
Last time we had weather like this on race day this severe, 1986. I was here, I was 11 years old, sitting in the main grandstand. Who won? Bobby Rahal.
Yeah.
So Bobby and his team, they know how to come back from these kind of conditions and this sort of rain delay. Maybe it's Graham's magic weekend.
Well, last night, Mike mentioned that we had dinner last night. Last night at dinner, we had a special guest join us for a few moments. Mike, I believe he's with you now.
Yes, he is. A very familiar face. Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. And the Letterman of that, David Letterman's here. Lee Diffie was going to buy your dinner last night. You know that.
That was very kind. What a thrill it was to see you guys.
It's great to see you.
Nice to see you,
How
Mike.
goes? What a pleasure.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
First off, we're just talking about Graham Rahal and the stress around qualifying the last couple of years. What is that like for you as you watch that play out?
Well, for me, I ached for Graham. As I like to say, and Graham's tired of me saying that, I've known the guy since he was this guy running around the paddock, and so it like watching your son be disappointed but that speaks to the emotion of the event, and the event itself speaks to the emotion of life. So they go hand in hand, and that was quite a moment.
Obviously, so many people know your connection with this sport, and so many of us knew you way before the connection to the sport from all the laughs you gave us. Can you share with us your first time at Indy and why you fell in love with this place?
Well, it was in my backyard, and being from Indianapolis, I think the majority of people have it and realize it to be part of the experience. You know, I knew that other cities didn't have a 500-mile race, but by gosh, we had one. And growing up in the springtime and school was out, and you would come out here, and it was exciting, and the attention of the world was on the city and the sport. It just is in you, and still in me. And to be in this position, to have this part of it has been so flattering to me. I mean, just the association has been great.
And there are so many places that have big sporting events, but the connection with the city is very personal. Right. I've shared with folks, people want to tell you it's my 38th, it's my 53rd. It means so much. Do you think that some of the Midwestern roots, some of that feel for this area?
Oh, without question. And I think this is the 108th running of the 500. I only missed 2. I've been to all but 2 of the 108 runnings.
Oh, the other 106.
Yeah, nice. That's right. I think one I had heart surgery and I couldn't come. No, but it's the Indianapolis 500 and the Indianapolis Indians. When I was a kid, those were the 2 games. Oh, here
the rain is coming.
This is the rain that's been talked about for a month.
That's why we moved everybody out of the grandstands. now they know.
I was worried it might all blow over and everyone would be disappointed.
Well, if we only had somebody who's ever done weather here in Indianapolis, right?
No, that was before you had to be a weatherman to be a weatherman.
Did you have a green screen, or was it the stuff stuck on the wall?
It was magnetic.
Is that right?
Everything was, you take a cloud and you put it over Indiana and a sun, and then the occluded front. By the way, that
occluded front, that's real stuff now.
That was my favorite, was the occluded front, yes.
The joy that you had when Takuma Sato won.
Oh, my gosh.
I loved your pure joy from that. If you take us back and you watch that moment, share your emotions from that, Dave.
Yes, this was, oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah. Oh, brother. Now, as you might notice, attendance seemed down that year.
Yeah, slightly, yes.
It was 2020. There's Takuma with his mask, winning his 2nd. And it was thrilling and bizarre because it was like we had to keep it a secret. There was nobody at the track, and we were all alone in a darkened room watching on television, like I was at home, actually.
Right.
And it was a joy and very odd. And it wasn't even in May. I think it was in August or something.
It was in the summertime.
But it was still this is biblical. What's going on?
The rain is starting to come, and it's real. And we're going to let you get back. Hey, thanks for all the laughs. Thanks for coming in.
I've been busy in the trailer working on Wordle.
Are you a Wordle guy?
I hope.
Are you? Do you do all the games or no? Just Wordle?
I don't.
Frankly, the mini crossword?
I don't want to hurt your feelings. I do no games.
You do no games.
Good to see you.
Just make us laugh. Thanks for being here. Great to be with you.
Have a good day. You get your work ahead of you.
It might be a long day.
Thank you very much.
That's all right. David Letterman with us as the rain finally comes down here in Indianapolis. Hopeful for the 500 at some point later on today. Somewhere under that puddle, there is a yard of bricks, I promise you. We apologize for being away a little bit longer than we're normally away when we step aside, but the weather is a factor, and it's a factor in all things technical, and that's why the grandstands were cleared, because we knew what was coming. And as David Letterman said here with us, the biblical rains, as David said, came down, and you see that the track is taking a soaking here now. So we are firmly in this delay of the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500, and the brighter the colors, the heavier the precipitation, and that is exactly what is circling in on us here in Speedway, Indiana. Hope we can get to the back end of that and get a little clearance as this afternoon goes on and try to get in this 2024 edition of the Indy 500. Back here with Danica Patrick, and we're back to say goodbye to Jimmy Johnson. This is a very quick run for you. Got an hour 45 out of you, which was nice. and now you got something to do tonight.
Yeah, I do, and I so appreciate everyone for having me on this broadcast. This is such an honor. But my partners with Legacy Motor Club do expect me to be in that race car tonight, unlike Kyle Larson in the situation he's in.
Heading to Charlotte tonight, and we look forward. We're going to hear from you during our NASCAR season on NBC as well. We're really excited to have your expertise and your perspective as well.
Thank you. Such an honor to be here and be a part of this.
Good.
Thank you.
What are you thinking about today before we get you out of here? Let's get one more dime out of your work here. For the drivers, as they sit around and knowing these delays, and you all live through this in this life as a driver, how do you keep yourself just ready for when the weather clears? I've got to be as sharp as possible no matter what time it is.
That's the hardest thing to do. I mean, this is the biggest race. So on top of all the other anxiety you have to get behind the wheel and to execute today, you now have this rain delay dragging it on and only feeding that anxiety.
Danica, you did it as well for many years.
I did, but I'll redirect. We're losing him, not me here. It's been really good to work with you. You're such a pro here, too. But I'm curious about tonight. Like, how's the car? Are you excited? What are your how far do you think you can move up?
Yeah, I'm excited for tonight. I really am. I think we have a car that's going to race well, and with 600 miles, NASCAR's marathon, it's going to be a long night. It's 90 degrees in Charlotte, a chance of some pop-up showers, but it's really our marathon for NASCAR and for motorsport, and ready for the challenge tonight. Should be a lot of fun.
All right, you got a pick for the Indy 500. You pick a winner for us.
Well, I want to see Scott Dixon win his second Indianapolis 500, and I also want to see him win his 7th IndyCar championship. So I'll pick Dixie.
Some 7-time champion sitting over there from the NASCAR series.
Slightly biased due to a great friendship that we have. So
be a good little bit of company. In all seriousness, safe travels down, safe race, and we'll be pulling for you. And
awesome.
We look forward to hearing from you on our NBC shows during the summer and fall.
Amazing. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Jimmy Johnson, are you going to stay for the rest of the show, Danica?
Going to Charlotte.
I'm not leaving your side, bud.
Glad somebody's going to hang with me. Johnson's leaving us here. We'll continue with more from Indy after this. Good luck, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Current conditions here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Yes, the rain has arrived and the track is drenched, but we knew this was coming for some time, and that's why the officials here at the Speedway had the grandstands cleared. The severe weather, it gave us plenty of warning, and it's arrived and it's here. Substantial rainfall and wind, and that's the current conditions that we are dealing with here in the month of May, the greatest month of the year for an IndyCar driver. And today is the greatest day in motorsports, of course, with the Monaco Grand Prix here, the Indy 500, and then the Coke 600 for the NASCAR Cup Series a little later tonight. Welcome back. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe with you. We're nice and dry. We're up on the 9th floor of the Pagoda, right above the world-famous Yard of Bricks. This is where we call all the action for you from each and every year. And there have been thousands upon thousands of laps turned, fellas, this month. So many different storylines, from Kyle Larson, as we've detailed in great length, to Helio Castro-Neves drive for 5, to be the first driver ever to win 5. And we started this month of May with 7 rookie drivers, a really diverse background of drivers coming from all corners of the globe and various levels of experience in other categories. Let's show you some of the highlights of what happened, because the rookies were involved in that. It has been a tough, brutal month.
Well, it's always tough in practice as you test the limits here at Indy. This was Rinus VeeKay, first day of qualifying. But the day before, practice 4, Linus Lundqvist learning the treachery over in turn 2. Same here with rookie Nolan Siegel from California.
Yeah, this one required a backup tub. This was the one driver of the 34 trying to make the 34 spots that unfortunately did not make it. Dale Coyne Racing's entry had to go home, but young Nolan Siegel, he is a future star. He's leading the Indy Next Championship, I believe. He's a race winner in that series, certainly, and heartbreak for him. But it just shows you, we had veterans have incidents, we had rookies have incidents. This place can bite you no matter what your experience level is or what part of the week we're talking about.
And like always, like every month of May each year here at the Speedway, you deal with rain delays. That happen on the practice days, right? So,
the question was asked by Tirico and Jimmy Johnson. They discussed what it's like as a driver. Well, what's it like as a strategist, a team manager, a race engineer who have to sit here and study minute by minute, number by number, the conditions the time the cars may go on track, may not, and constantly have to adjust the game plan. I can tell you as a driver, it's pretty chill. You know as well as I do. You're over in your motorhome, you're kicking back, you're watching the broadcast, wondering, well, when we go, we go. But if you're an engineer, a manager, one of the technicians on the car, you have to be on your toes, ready to go, ready to adjust at any moment.
Yeah, I know for a fact Scott McLaughlin's lying in his bed right now, feet up, watching the broadcast. He just sent me a text.
He'd be on social media for sure.
He went back to bed after that interview we had with him at the top of the show, so he is as rested as you could possibly be. You talk about strategy, Townsend. The other thing that's important to remember from the engineer side is now setup. We've spent a whole week of practice. We've gone through qualifying. We did Monday's practice. We did Carb Day's practice. Not since Wednesday have these cars been on track after a substantial downpouring of rain. That washes a lot of the rubber off the racetrack that's been accumulating over these practice days. The setups might change quite a bit. You maybe left Carb Day feeling pretty confident in your race car. That might go out the window now.
The other thing, too, from a strategy standpoint, if this clears, they dry the track and we fire off, if it's not going to be a full 500 miles, daylight could be an issue or more weather. You start to think about how you want to game the system and try to predict what the race distance could be.
Racing to 100, racing to 101.
Spinning through the heads of everybody on Gasoline Alley right now. Much more so probably than the drivers.
Well, here a year ago, Kyle Kirkwood was in his first year at Andretti Global. It was his second Indianapolis 500. He was involved in a huge crash, but that's not what we should remember about him. We should remember that he is always a threat because he was at the front of the field last year. Let's hear from him now.
Well, I have to say, we have found the coolest rain room ever with race cars. Kyle Kirkwood here, by the way, but we've been enamored by these race cars. The McLaren that won 50 years ago, a couple pace cars in here. I mean, if you're going to pick a rain room, Kyle, this is a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I walked in here. I wasn't expecting this, so it's so cool to see all the history that just lies inside this room. And I'm pretty sure a couple of them ran earlier, right?
Yeah, they did,
Yeah, so it's super cool to just walk in here and see all these cool cars.
So when you and I were talking going into qualifying, you said, man, maybe the smoothest month we've ever had. And then you had practices after qualifying. What all has gone on since then?
Yeah, I mean, it was going too smooth, to be honest. And then Friday, we had a little bit of a hiccup. That's the time that everyone gets new motors. They get prepped for the 500. And we just didn't feel in that perfect of a spot on Friday. So we've made some changes going from Friday to the race, which is never something that you really want to do. But we're confident with the changes. It's something that we've ran earlier in the month. And we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. Colton's super fast. Marcus is super fast. Marco's super fast. So there's no reason why we shouldn't have the same pace as last year, if not faster.
You guys had an incredible race going last year. Didn't end the way you obviously wanted it to in spectacular fashion. Do you get tired of people bringing up what happened in that wreck last year?
You know, I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. I think it was something that we got a lot of publicity for, and I mean, it was great press for us, even though it ended horrifically. So you got to look at the positive from that. And another positive that I take away from it is how quick we were in the race. Right? We drove from, just like Josef did. We drove from middle of the pack up to the front. We were actually passing Josef in that final stint, and it all went wrong in our last pit stop. 17 laps to go. I'm on my lid, right? And obviously that was something that was spectacular to the fans and whatnot. Obviously, all I wanted to do was just get inside the car again and keep racing because we had such a good shot. But I'm glad to be back here this month. I know, obviously, it's been talking point all this month about that wreck, right? How do you get over that? And it's fairly simple as a driver. You just get back on the horse and keep going. So I'm happy to be back here and happy that it's race day. Hopefully we can kick this thing off here in the next couple hours. But if not, I mean, we know we'll have a good race car all this week.
So Townsend has been starting this in Kirkwood, was what he says on the air. Did you get approved? Did he get approval from you to do that? And what's the reaction been with him, you know, kind of changing your last name?
Yeah, so he came up to me. I forget which event it was last year, but he's like, I've been doing this new thing where I want to say your name a little bit differently. So I'm going to be like Kirkwood and everyone laughs and everyone thinks it's funny. And yeah, I mean, I don't mind at all. Obviously, a lot of people, a lot of fans now, when I'm walking around, they start to say it. So it's definitely stuck. So props to him for making something stick like that. But I don't mind it at all. Yeah, no, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty funny.
So there you go. In case Townsend was wondering, it does have the official approval, and Kyle now likes it. Kirkwood.
Well, let's hear it for real, Marty. 3, 2, 1.
Kirkwood.
That's it. Oh, we're going to have a little bit of fun, folks, because we're in a weather delay. We're in a weather hold, and we can't give you any racing right at this moment. So when we come back, we'll take a look back at the 2023 Indianapolis 500. taking you all the way back to the beginning. Ray Haroon, the winner of the inaugural Indianapolis 500 and the beautiful $3.5 million Borg Warner Trophy. And by the way, Borg Warner is offering a $440,000 bonus to Josef Newgarden if he can repeat here today in this 108th running of the Indy 500. That's been jackpotting every year since Helio Castro Neves went back-to-back in 2001, 2002. Welcome back, folks. Live images here from the Brickyard, and it doesn't look good, does it? So nothing is going to happen anytime soon as we wait for this cell to move through over us and beyond, and then the track drying can begin. So nothing happening on track now. So why don't we grab the tape and press play on last year's 107th running of the Indy 500. Here it is. Rain continues to fall here in Indianapolis and here at the Speedway, unfortunately delaying us for this 108th running of the greatest spectacle in racing, current scenes. Not fantastic. However, we want to keep you entertained, so let's go back to the 2023 Indy 500. For those of you just joining us, we're showing you the replay of the 2023 Indy 500 because we're in a rain delay at the moment. However, the updated radar shows you that this cell is moving through, so let's cross our fingers. Think positively. Tuesday, America's favorite judges return in summer's #1 show. AGT premieres Tuesday on NBC and on Peacock. For those of you just joining us, current status here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We are not racing because of a pretty significant weather cell that has come in over the top of us here, but it is moving through quite nicely. And just to give you a bigger picture understanding, so long as this stops and we can get the track dried, the race can start as late as 5 p.m. and we can still complete all 500 miles. So we're thinking in an optimistic fashion, crossing our fingers, and we'll obviously keep you updated quite regularly throughout the afternoon. For now, though, back to the 2023 race. Get ready for the thrills of the summer. Your favorite ninjas are back, taking the competition to new heights. American Ninja Warrior returns June 3rd here on NBC and on Peacock. The fans, despite the weather, they're still having fun here in Indy. Maybe not fun, but it's a big decision for the man in the middle, the man doing the double. That's Kyle Larson, the Indy 500, Coke 600, all in the one day. What is the decision, or at least what's the update on the decision? Let's learn more. Here's Jeff Burton and Marty Snyder. Fellas?
Well, Lee, we're in the driver-owner lot where the motorhomes are. Kyle Larson in that bus right behind us. And we honestly could have done this probably without the umbrella. That's how much the rain is let up here. The ceiling is lifting as well. And Jeff, this is exactly what Kyle Larson said in the interview with me earlier, where he said, this is the worst-case scenario. Why is that the case?
Well, it really is. And simply put, you know, he is leading the regular season points. And then going into the NASCAR. And going into the playoffs, there's a major advantage to winning the regular season in points. It's a point advantage, period, end of story. And so if he does not run this race and gives those points up,
there. Yeah, go ahead.
He's not worried about NASCAR points.
Yeah.
And he gives those points up. Well, now it's a 6 or 7 driver battle to who can win that regular season points. And we know, if you watch NASCAR, we know 1 point matters. We've seen 14 times that 5 points or less have kept a driver from advancing the playoffs. So this race, this decision is not just Indy 500, Coke 600. It's Indy 500 championship in NASCAR. That's really the decision that this team, Hendrick Motorsports and Kyle Larson, got to decide.
And they have a police escort set up here in case they do not or not able to get on the helicopter, so they have a couple of ways to get to the airport. But Kyle Larson still here in Indianapolis with a big decision coming in about 2 hours. Again, 4:15 Eastern is the drop dead time where they have to be on the helicopter or not. In the meantime, let's continue enjoying the 2023 Indianapolis 500.
See, there's other good news. The weather advisory has been cleared. The fans have cheered. They are starting to return to their spots. There are future Olympians down back behind us here, keeping us occupied during the weather delay as well. So things are looking brighter here in Indianapolis. And with our conversation about the Olympics, oh no, sorry, young Sparky may have taken the spill there. A great connection between Firestone, Bridgestone, and the Paralympics as well. For more on that, here's Dylan Welch. Dylan?
Well, fans of the NTT INDYCAR Series may be familiar with Kara Kristolic, who is the representative that we always talk to with Firestone to give us some insight about the tires that are on these Indy cars. But Firestone and Bridgestone Americas have a unique partnership this year with some Olympic athletes and some Paralympic athletes. What can you tell us about what's in your hand right now?
So this is fun. So for those of us at Firestone Racing Engineering, we are engineering tires that are specific to the condition and the position on the car they're in. All of the unique demands and loads and speeds that we see here, we rise up to that challenge, and we're not doing anything different with our Bridgestone Paralympic athletes, Bridgestone being the parent company for Firestone. We worked with some of our Paralympic athletes that came in and visited our technical center in Akron to learn more about some of their specific challenges, whether it's mobility or their sport. Now, one really cool person that hopefully you'll all be tuning into the Paralympics coming up here, but Chuck Aoki. He is an athlete that competes in wheelchair rugby. It is as cool as it sounds. And he has some unique hand mobility issues, so he was able to sit down with our compounders, our chemists, our engineers, and we were able to come up with a glove that is very good for him to be able to use while he's competing in the sport. These Paralympians are scrappy. They will come up with their own designs to come up with better ways of competing, and it's great that we at Bridgestone Americas can rise up to this challenge as well.
What was the process like for the engineers to go from something that you have to test at 230 miles an hour here at the Speedway to something that is just as competitive but on a completely different scale?
Yeah, certainly. We can't do any design and engineering without data and without input from the person that's going to be using it. So when we come here to test at the Speedway, we want to have IndyCar drivers in the car, and we want to get that information directly from Chuck to understand what we needed to do to best design something that suits his needs.
Awesome collaboration. Great to see Firestone and Bridgestone crossing over not only with race cars, but Olympic sports and Olympic athletes as well, which you can, of course, catch here on NBC.
All right, Dylan, thank you. And a great connection to the Paralympics as well. And Chuck Aoki was here, a three-time medalist in the last 3 Paralympic Games. He'll be looking to go for yet another medal coming up in London, the Paralympics later on this summer. So things getting a little busier around the garages, a little more action. We're still a bit of ways from getting to the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500, but it's good to see brighter skies and the fans settling back into their spots. So as they do that, and we hopefully work towards a green flag at a race here on this Sunday in 2024, let's go back a year ago, and we return to our coverage of last year's Indianapolis 500.
If you like what you see, well, so do we, because things are getting lighter, brighter. The rain is easing. There's still some sprinkles, but it's a lot better than what it was. And you can see the vehicles out there on pit road trying to disperse the water. The fans have put their umbrellas and jackets away, and they're feeling in a good mood. And so are we, because these are the beginning of the promising signs that will show us and lead us to the 108th Indianapolis 500 getting started. It's not about it to happen anytime soon. It's still a little bit of ways, but weather is finally working with us and conditions are getting better. Hey, you got to get this place dry and move the water however you can. For now, let's go back to last year's race. Pit lane towards pit exit. The collision between Rinus VeeKay and Alex Palou, and pit lane has begun to receive some treatment, getting rid of the water, moving the water, and there's some dryers out there as well on pit lane at the moment. So the weather is coming our way over towards the snake pit inside the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Over towards turn 3, there's a nice little bit of sunshine now. Things are lightening up, and the Air Titans are out there on the track. These are all positive signs. Yes, and there is the snake pit. Everybody's allowed to go back, you know, as you were, so to speak. Let's take 2 on the day, which is a promising sign, and we'll keep you updated as to the progress of the drying of the track and how much closer we are to seeing the green flag here for the 108th Indy 500. For now, back to last year.
Back at Indianapolis, Mike Tirico with you. Trackside just took a step out toward the track as the drying process is well underway. Indianapolis Motor Speedway President Doug Bowles said, "It looks like we are on track to get started here," as Sebastian Grosjean, Pato O'Ward, and the others find a way to stay busy. Also, Bowles added that Kyle Larson, much conversation what's going to happen with Larson. That Larson's still here, and as of 7 minutes ago, looks like he'll be here for the start of the 500. Hopefully that'll come up in the next hour and change. The drying process continues. The skies brighten. The fans retake their spots. So as all things point toward a green flag later this afternoon, we go back to last year and more of the 107th Indianapolis 500. As we approach the top of the hour here in Indianapolis at 3 o'clock, Mike Tirico, our entire NBC team here, we have some good news for you as the track drying is happening at a very rapid pace. The tentative times are out for us now, 3:48, about 45 minutes or so from now. We'll look for the introduction of the drivers and looking for a green flag somewhere in the neighborhood of 4:45. And they'll have the traditional pomp and circumstance with the pre-race, including the introductions, flyovers, all that stuff. Doug Bowles, the president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, says that all is still in place. If you're just joining us, at about 11:15 a.m., they asked all the fans to take cover, seek shelter. There was lightning in the area. Heavy downpours, fortunately without electricity, came through. And in the last hour or so, fans have been told they can come back to their spots, to their places. And many have, and they are awaiting what we hope will be the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500 coming up with a green flag a little bit before 4:45 Eastern time, with daylight going till around 8:30 or so here in the Midwest. A great chance to get the race in. One of the key questions has been, as the work starts to begin on the cars, in addition to the drying of the track, is Kyle Larson, the NASCAR star, who has hopes of doing the double, running here and then running the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte, the NASCAR race coming up later tonight. Larson is still here as of the moment, and that is a story we'll continue to follow as we go through. By the way, there are some showers now cropping up in the Charlotte forecast as we look to that race tonight. So a lot going on here, but the good news, racing will likely be going on within the next hour and 45 minutes. Driver introductions within the hour. Well, the pomp and circumstance, the ceremony that is all a part of the Indianapolis 500, leading up to a green flag somewhere in the neighborhood of an hour and 45 minutes from now. That's the tentative plan. Hopefully the skies stay dry, the drying continues, and we get you to the greatest spectacle in motor racing. In the interim, we'll take you back to last year and more of the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Well, the proverbial window over Terre Haute, window of good weather, has arrived here in Indianapolis. Skies have lightened, the drying continues on the track, and we get closer to the Indy 500. These tentative times to keep in mind here is it's about 3:17 local time, so we're about a half hour from driver introductions. All the pre-race ceremonies that make this so special will continue, including the national anthem, that stirring rendition of Back Home Again in Indiana. Drivers command to start the engines, and the green flag scheduled for less than 90 minutes from now, 4:44 Eastern time. Again, it's all tentative, all those times Eastern, so we continue to monitor that. Now, since that's coming quicker than expected, we're going to fast forward a little ahead in our reprise of last year's Indy 500, still pick up the dramatic finish. So we'll go to that now, and shortly we'll be back with this year's running of the 500. Back to last year. We usually say good morning, but good afternoon, and welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where the 2024 greatest spectacle in racing is on the way. A lot of folks have been here since 6 a.m. when the cannons went off, the fireworks go off, and everybody comes in, but Mother Nature put a damper to that, had to evacuate the property, thousands of fans seeking shelter, but the rain has stopped, the fans stayed hydrated, and they're heading back to their seats. The track has been dried, and now over 300,000 folks finding their spot, many for the second time, to settle in for a day so many look forward to the entire year. It's the spectacle, it's the racing, it is all of it. The snake pit is going, the DJs are spinning the tunes, the fans are back in party mode as the skies have cleared, and an American sports tradition is set to begin once again. We welcome you back to Indianapolis for the 500-mile race.
I didn't know until I got the checkered flag.
I've been practicing drinking milk all week. This one's soaking in already. It's just an incredible day.
Nowhere in the world do more people gather on one day to watch one sporting event than here in central Indiana today. Why?
I love Indianapolis. The fans, they give me energy.
Perhaps because whether you're one of the 300,000 plus occupying these seats or one of the 33 daring enough to strap yourself into one of these, there's no event as irresistible as this. Pure Americana with distinct international flair. Moments of revelry, then reverence, part of a perfect prelude to the main event.
Gentlemen, drivers, start your engine.
A fleeting 500-mile test for those who dare push the limits of what is thought to be possible to prove that they and their machines are worthy of those who came before them.
Dan Weldon is a two-time champion just like that.
Those brave few who ace the test, they can brag for life. And so can those there to bear witness. What happens across these 2.5 miles and across a single yard of bricks is held in awe for generations. Whether you're a driver or a fan, be it for the first time or the 108th time.
Let's celebrate now, yeah, baby! Woo!
There's nothing like the Indianapolis 500.
Well, back in 2007, when Dario won, we had a weather issue that year. Weather issue delayed us today, but it looks like we are on our way to the 2024 running of the Indianapolis 500. And you see a lot of activity. Cars are coming out. Drivers are coming out. Colton Herta just walked by us. Ed Carpenter walked by us a few minutes ago. All the hordes of folks are on hand. They are trying to find their spot in their space as we get closer to race time, coming up in about 1 hour and 10 minutes. Everybody's settled back in. The nice spots in the pagoda, the infield, and here on the Yard of Bricks. Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick, back with you one more time. Worth the wait. Let's do this again.
It's obviously worth the wait, and all 350,000 other people decided it was too, because I don't think anybody has left. This track, it's so fast, it's so big, there's so much history. It's like there are people that have been coming to this race for decades, so think about that. Have you done, like, what have you done that you've done for 30 years or 40 years? That's how special this race is. That's why they're back again. And so am I. So are you.
So are you. So are we. Let's talk about the drivers, because we've mentioned during our weather fill, if you will, that the drivers were sleeping or watching our coverage. Not sleeping because they were watching our coverage, but one and the same. Now it's time to get back into race mode and go mode. You've done this a bunch of times. How is that for a driver to get back right up on the wheel and get ready to go?
And have done many rain delays. So there's going to be a certain amount of energy that these drivers put into what already happened to some degree, because as a driver, you don't quite know. Even though you know the rain's coming, they might strap you into the car still. So there's going to be some energy that went into that. But as we saw, Scotty McLaughlin, he was sleeping until we pretty much went on air. So I think he got his rest. But yeah, the drivers went back to their buses or back to their engineering rooms, and they probably caught up. They relaxed. Maybe some of them slept, but they definitely relaxed, and they definitely had some lunch. And it was nice to know exactly the timing, because the rain came through and then it did stop, so there was a predictable start time. But sometimes you get that 15-minute warning to green flag and you're sitting in your pajamas. That does happen.
Sounds like it's happened once before. All right, the big story of the week, of the month really, has been Kyle Larson, the NASCAR star, trying to do the double. The weather here makes that difficult. However, here is Larson. He has stayed here, as we heard right when we came on the air about 4.5 hours ago. Priority here, and here he is making that walk with his family towards the car and for the pre-race ceremonies.
Well, he's been wanting to do this race for a long time. And forget, he does a lot of open wheel racing. All of his midget and sprint car racing, that's all open wheel racing. So he loves it. He loves racing any kind of car. And I think probably for him, look, you're not good every single year at Indy. And so for him to be in 5th place, have had such a strong month, I'm sure he's just thinking to himself, I want to go see what I can do out there.
Yeah, what can he do here, and can he get back to Charlotte for the end of that race? They potentially have weather issues to deal with. Maybe he will get back there for some of the race. So many unanswered questions. A lot of anticipation building down here on the grid as we go up top to Lee Diffie and the guys. Diff, you can just kind of feel the energy in the last 45 minutes percolate back up, including a lot of folks waiting to see what's going to happen with Kyle Larson.
Mike, it is a beautiful feeling, and we've been up here on the 9th floor of the Pagoda witnessing it from high above and watching the ebb and flow of the crowd, and can't thank Doug Bowles, the track president, enough, and his staff, because he's had a sleepless night. We knew this weather was coming, and so what was going to happen? How severe was the weather going to be? How long was the delay in the hold going to be? And then how long would it take for the track to dry? We now know all of that, and we're getting so close to the race start of the 108th Indianapolis 500. These two guys, my regular teammates, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, they've done almost 20 of these, and nobody knows better what this event means. I mean, Danica brought it up, the simple fact that hundreds of thousands of people didn't go anywhere other than seeking shelter. That's what this race means. We always talk about respect the ritual and the tradition. They did. James, without being too graphic, it almost cost you your life. Why do you keep coming back? Why does it mean this much?
This track, this race has so much history. The greatest of the greats have been doing it, and you say it, drivers are willing to risk their lives. I nearly lost mine back in 2015 with this accident. I sat in my race car there in turn 4, impaled by a piece of suspension, an artery severed, literally bleeding to death. And I was back a year later trying to do this again, because winning this race means almost more than life itself to these 33 drivers.
It's that feeling, and that feeling, Mike, is coming back. T-Bell, you were there. You've done 10. You were leading. You had an opportunity to win. But you felt that heartbreak as well, haven't you?
My dream of a lifetime came crashing to an end here on pit lane. And this is one of the many pitfalls, despite how good your car is. I was leading the Indy 500. We were well past half distance, and it all went south on pit lane with my teammate as those dreams came to a crushing end. It still stings to this day. I see that. I come in this place. I can't help but always think for the rest of my life what could have been. But at the same time, it's a reminder. That's why I and we all love this event so much. It's that important. And it's such a magnetic pull for guys and gals that desire a win at the greatest spectacle in racing.
If you can't tell by the tone of our voices, we've clicked it up a gear because we know that we're leading towards the start of the Indy 500. Let's get some updates. We start with Kevin Lee. Kevo?
Great news. Cars have headed to the grid, and the last group of cars is about to roll out. This is the front row, and for just the second time ever in 108 years, one team has locked out the front row. There's last year's winner, Josef Newgarden, that just rolled by. Will Power, having a resurgent year, is going to start in the middle. And the only one of these drivers that has not won before, Scott McLaughlin, put up the fastest pole speed ever. He's never led a lap, but he has the best view to get things started today. Marty Snyder.
Kevin, pretty much everybody in Indianapolis thrilled that this race should be able to get in on Sunday, except for maybe Kyle Larson. This is the worst case scenario for Larson, as Mike and Danica mentioned, trying to do both races today, the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 later tonight in Charlotte. The problem is the time he has to be on the helicopter is about 35 minutes from now. I just talked to Larson moments ago as he walked to the driver introduction area, and he said, yes, it's frustrating. This is not the ideal scenario for us, but I'm here in Indy. I'm staying in Indy. He's going to run the Indianapolis 500, and as of now, not running the Coca-Cola 600 tonight for the NASCAR Cup Series. Dave Burns.
Hey, Marty, look who's starting in row 3 today. Felix Rosenqvist in the 60 car. How about a little Mo for Fro? Yes, momentum has been the friend of Felix Rosenqvist the last couple of years. 2 years ago, finished 4th in this most famous race. Last year, led 33 laps. And consider this, from row number 3, there have been 9 winners at the Indianapolis 500. Felix Rosenqvist hopes he makes it number 10. Dylan.
Dave, two-time IndyCar champion Alex Palou has been so close he could almost taste the milk at Indy each of the last 3 years, but hasn't yet. There's optimism, though. This could be their year, even from the middle of row number 5. The final 2 practices were steady improvement. Alex has enough confidence in the car now that they can and should move forward, and they'll want to do that early. They'll have to be creative, likely, with how they get there, but if they do, Palou is as good as anyone here, and he could end up where Kim Kuhn and Jeff Burton are standing right now.
That's right, Dylan. This is where all 30 33 drivers want to be at the end of the race, but only one driver gets to do the ride up to victory podium. They'll do it in front of over 300,000 fans. That's 5 times the attendance of this year's Super Bowl. It is the biggest and most famous race in the world, Jeff.
Yeah, Kelvin, when the driver gets on the elevator, starts up here, and he gets here, now it dawns on him what just happened, because the crowd is on top of you. There's no escaping it. You've just won the Indianapolis 500. This is life-changing. They put your name and image on the trophy. That's forever. All of the sacrifices, all of the injuries, all of the things you went through, it was all worth it because you were right here.
History will be written today, and Mike, one driver's face will be immortalized onto the Borg Warner Trophy at the end of today.
And Kim and Jeff's about 15 yards away from where you are is the green room. All the drivers are amassing in there, set to be introduced to this crowd of over 300,000, all of whom, well, most of whom will turn their attention to the track and the Indianapolis 500, scheduled to start in about an hour. We are back here as the track has been dried at Indianapolis, getting set for the Indianapolis 500, delayed by rain. Driver introductions just a few moments away. We are here on the track at the moment amongst this sea of people. Usually it is this full, or maybe even more full, right before the driver introductions. It's such a chaotic scene. Fans have spilled in. The cars are out here with the crews getting set. Did you remember any of this chaos when you were getting ready to be introduced as one of the drivers?
Yeah. I mean, I can remember there was always a police escort from my bus all the way through to the green room, which is where all the drivers are right now. And, you know, you get ushered through pretty quickly, but there's a lot of fans, so you smile and wave. And then right now the drivers are in that green room, as we saw them all coming down pit road and into that garage. They're all mingling, they're hanging out. Maybe some of them are retreating to a corner, sitting on the floor. I would imagine they've all had their snacks. There's usually a lot more that goes into the pre-race, but since we've had the delay, they're probably all just, you know, hanging out. And there's a bunch of celebrities in there too, so sometimes you're like, maybe you want to meet somebody.
Or maybe you want to do an interview like Palou Award, who's standing by now with Dave.
He is, Mike, and I think he's ready to go. He seems kind of pumped up, yet relaxed. You start near the front. Does this change in the day and the change in weather help you?
I think it's the same for everybody. It'll probably take a couple laps to rubber in a little bit, but what an amazing crowd every year.
They stayed.
Gives me chills, man. Like, oh, this is the coolest event in the world.
Love it. Good luck today, Pato. Mike.
Thank you, Dave. You hear it from someone like that, you understand. Guys who've done it before, and they're back to do it again. It still feels like the first time sense to it all. Also be very interesting to watch as this plays out, how the conditions have changed. The track with all the rain, all the rubber that's been wiped away from this track that had been built up over practice. So many adjustments to come in race. It'll be done by the engineers, but it'll also be done by the drivers. Let's meet the 33 drivers for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
First, let's meet our pace car driver for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gainbridge. A 13-time All-Star with 630 career home runs and a member of the Baseball Hall of Fame, Ken Griffey Jr. And now, the drivers for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500, presented by Gainbridge. Starting in 33rd position, in his 17th Indy 500 start, Graham Rahal. Winner of the 2022 Indy 500 from Sweden, Marcus Ericsson. And from England in her 4th Indianapolis 500, Catherine Legg. Now the 10th row. He qualified for the 2021 Indy 500 as the fastest rookie in the field, Pietro Fittipaldi. In the middle from Noblesville, Indiana, making his 11th Indy 500 start, Connor Daly. And a podium finish in this year's Sancio Grand Prix started his month of May from Denmark, Christian Lundgaard. In row 9, making his Indy 500 debut, winner of the 2022 Indy Next by Firestone Championship from Sweden, Linus Lundqvist. Making his third Indy 500 start from France, Romain Grosjean. And from England in his Indy 500 debut, Tom Blomqvist. On to the 8th row, a rookie and 2023 Indy Next by Firestone champion from Denmark, Christian Rasmussen. In the middle, returning for his second Indianapolis 500 start, Stingray Robb. And from Argentina, he ran as high as third in his first Indy 500 last year, Agustin Canapino. In row 7, the 2008 Indianapolis 500 winner, 6-time NTT INDYCAR Series champion, it's Scott Dixon. He won his first Indy 500 as a rookie in 2001, and his fourth in 2021, Elio Castroneves. This year marks the 52nd Indy 500 with an Andretti on the starting grid, making his 19th appearance, Marco Andretti. Starting his first ever Indy 500 from the Cayman Islands, Kiffin Simpson. In the middle, he surpassed 200 career NTT INDYCAR Series starts in 2023. From Indianapolis, Ed Carpenter. And the 2023 NTT INDYCAR Rookie of the Year in his first Indy. Making his third Indy 500 start from England, Callum Ilott. Two-time and reigning NTT INDYCAR Series champion and winner of this year's Sancio Grand Prix from Spain, Alex Palou. And currently fourth in points in this year's NTT INDYCAR Series championship, it's Colton Herta. Now row 4, on the outside, the 2014 Indianapolis 500 winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. In the middle, starting in his third Indy 500, Kyle Kirkwood. And two-time Indy 500 champion from 2017 and 2020 from Japan, Takuma Sato. Here comes row 3, the 2019 NTT INDYCAR Series Rookie of the Year from Sweden, Felix Rosenqvist. Winner of this year's Firestone Grand Prix at St. Petersburg from Mexico, Pato O'Ward. And the 2020 NTT INDYCAR Series Rookie of the Year from the Netherlands, Rinus VK. Here's the second row. He finished third in last year's Indianapolis 500 from Connecticut, Santino Ferrucci. A NASCAR champion in his first Indy 500. And going today for the 1,100-mile double, Kyle Larson. And the winner of the famed 100th running of the Indianapolis 500, Alexander Rossi. And now the front row, the defending champion, winner of the 2023 Indianapolis 500, Josef Newgarden. The 2018 Indianapolis 500 winner, two-time NTT INDYCAR Series champion, Will Power. And on pole position, with the fastest pole speed in Indianapolis 500 history, 234.220 miles per hour, it's Scott McLaughlin. Ladies and gentlemen, the 33 drivers for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, presented by Gainbridge.
Alan Bestwick on the public address with the introduction of the drivers. We'll hear from our reporters about some of those drivers, get the latest update on Kyle Larson as well, as we move closer to the green flag, 45 minutes away. Back here at Indianapolis, drivers have been introduced, their last moments before they get to their cars. We'll hear much more about some of the big stories coming up in a little bit, but a lot of storylines with all the 33 drivers. Let's dive a little deeper in the field. And Marty Snyder, we'll start with you.
Well, Mike, if you're looking for a favorite other than the Team Penske drivers, look no further than Alexander Rossi, the winner of the 100th Indianapolis 500, who said his car was, quote, exceptional the entire month. And I asked him just a moment ago, much cooler conditions today, Kevin Lee. How is that going to play a factor? He said, I think it's going to make us even better here for Arrow McLaren.
Marty, California Colton Herta is certainly quick. He's run up to the front before, but this is a new experience for him. He's had cars start higher than this before. Remember, he's been to victory lane before as an 11-year-old with his dad, Brian Herta, when they won with Dan Weldon back in 2011. Many in the paddock feel like he has a great chance for the Hondas to win today.
2022 winner Marcus Ericsson starts in the last row of the field today. How did he get there? Well, he had a practice crash last week. He said it was the hardest crash of his career. Still sore today. And the backup car wasn't as fast. There was miscommunication in qualifying, and he limped into the field in the last chance round. Now, no driver has ever won starting in the last row. It'd be truly remarkable if the Indy 500 champion could pull it off. We'll see if he can do it today, Dylan.
Hey, Indy plays no favorites. Marco Andretti knows that all too well. But a strong practice on Monday left Marco feeling more comfortable and confident here than he said he's felt in years. Hopefully that makes a difference for them today. He told me earlier this week, I don't care if my fans or even my family think I can't do it anymore. I believe I still can win this race. That confidence is worth a lot here. And if Marco can find what he had on Monday, Kim and Jeff, the Andretti curse might very well be in jeopardy.
Well, Dylan, Kyle Larson is one of the best talents in all of motorsports. He is the most adaptable driver. He wins in everything he races. But Jeff, the Indianapolis 500 might arguably be his biggest challenge today. What is he thinking as he's about to strap into his race car?
Kyle Larson's worried about the things he doesn't know. He is a great race car driver, in my opinion, the greatest in the world right now. But he's never run the Indy 500. He's practiced. That's not the same as racing. Do not make a mistake on doing the little things. The little things many times make the difference in this race. Do all the prep you can. That's over now. Now it's just time to execute. Go be the race car driver. Avoid the early mistakes. Keep yourself in contention.
It is chaos down here. Mike, everybody excited to see what Kyle Larson can do at Indy.
Kim and Jeff, no kidding. It is as chaotic around the Larson car as any on the grid here before we get started with the 500. He was trying to become the 5th driver to do the Indy 500, Coca-Cola 600 double. Obviously, the weather is factored into that significantly, but it's still added as he puts his kids in the car to what is going to be a hectic day for the 31-year-old who, like his little one there, has been behind the wheel about his whole life.
From California, Kyle Larson. He's like an overnight sensation. Everybody is all of a sudden saying, where did this kid come from?
Just right from the start, he just couldn't get away from it. It was all around him. Without knowing it, observed my love for the sport, and it was instilled in him.
My dad built me a little fun kart to play around in, and a few years later got a real go-kart and started racing, and basically been racing every weekend since then.
I want to start from the back. Why? Because see how good I am.
I had, I think, a lot more confidence as a kid. I still do enjoy starting in the back, for sure.
What are you gonna finish? First.
He would run sometimes 3 divisions in one night, 3 different cars. And they would come to me and say, how does he do that? He doesn't even break a sweat. He's not even breathing hard.
From the first time I watched him, the talent level, you were like, this isn't just another race car driver, this is somebody special.
Kyle's one of those guys that he just always stands out.
He just doesn't want to just drive. He wants to win.
Today, he's a Cup Series champion!
Most people would probably look at my schedule and it would blow their mind. I don't really have much time to devote to anything else besides racing and then my family, which I feel like I sacrifice a lot of time away from them to race as much as I do. I mean, IndyCar, they have like 6 months off. Like, that's incredible. I don't know what I would do with 6 months off. I don't know what I would do with a month off.
This is the payoff.
The more he races, the better he gets. That's what separates him, makes him the driver he is.
If you look at his approach, he's not intimidated by any of this. He took to this like a duck to water.
Anytime you can put yourself in situations where you challenge yourself as an athlete, you'll usually come out, a better athlete.
He has potential to do what's never been done and to win both of these races.
I understand how extremely tough it's going to be to win one race, let alone 2.
I think if anybody can do it, it's Kyle Larson.
This is the payoff.
Some big names in racing with big things to say. I want to give you a sense of what it's like around Kyle Larson right now. Mike Germont, our fabulous Steadicam operator. Look at the scrum of folks and people and microphones and boom mics and cameras. They all want a piece of this Larson story here. It's a story you've gotten to see up close over the years.
I sure have. We live by each other in Scottsdale, and I went to the gym one morning and saw Kyle and said, hey, how you doing? What have you been up to? And he said, not really racing much. Then went to their house later for dinner and I said, Caitlin, how are you doing? And she said, Kyle's gone all the time racing. So they have very different perspectives of how much racing is too much racing. But as a driver, you're required to push the limit of comfort all the time, to get on that edge. And for him to jump from car to car so often, he's like sharpening that tool every single week, driving different cars. So I'm not going to say it doesn't surprise me that he's fast. It's still remarkable what he's done, but he's totally cut out for this job.
You can see he's cherishing this opportunity here today. One more bit of news on Larson. Let's go back to Marty Snyder.
Well, Mike, I've done a few Indy 500s now, and to your point, I have never seen a scene around a car like this one around Kyle Larson's car. I talked to Rick Hendrick, his owner on the NASCAR Cup Series side and co-owner here on the IndyCar side, just moments ago, and I asked him about the decision to stay in Indianapolis and not race Charlotte. He said, we had too many people here. I just could not let them down. And both Mr. Hendrick and Kyle Larson confirmed to me, as soon as he is done with this race, he is out of Indianapolis tonight, and he does plan to get in the Cup Series car at Charlotte later on. Justin Allgaier will start that car in Charlotte, but Kyle Larson plans to finish the race.
A wild day has gotten even wilder, Marty. Thank you so much. Larson driving a Chevy-powered car today. Chevy supports active service members and veterans throughout the year in partnership with Operation Homefront, the Achilles Freedom Team of wounded veterans, and programs like Hiring Our Heroes. Chevy proudly salutes all service members and their families. Join the conversation at hashtag Chevy Salutes. More as we get closer to the 500, about 38 minutes from the green flag. 35 minutes till the green flag for the drivers and for their families. It's an emotional day for so many, especially those with loved ones behind the wheel today.
It means everything to him. That is like his happy place. It really is a burning passion.
Road says I'm gonna get last, Daddy. Just for that, I'm taking him out. I'll stuff you, you know I'm not scared.
I was working at the first aid station in the garages. That was kind of where it started. I never wanted them to be race car drivers, really. So I'm happy that they've all chosen something different. But at the same time, it always comes back to everything revolves around racing, and especially the Indy 500.
It's this place. I don't know what it is about it, but it's beautiful. It's like the happiest place on earth, but it's not, because it can be terrible, too.
My heart stopped, my stomach sunk. It went silent. I was like, oh my God, is this my moment?
We've lost a lot of friends along this path. That's like the most dreaded thing. You never want to relive that again.
Captain America pulled it off.
You just have to think they're invincible. Ryan's been dubbed Captain America, and I just have to believe that's him. You know, it's like he's always going to be fine.
Poppy very rationally was like, Daddy's fine, that's why the car's so great. But Tilly really struggled. She didn't want to be trackside. She didn't want to see him getting in the car. I don't know how he walked from it, to be honest.
As a family, they've never not been around racing, so it's always been the focus of our life, and we just have to appreciate the time we do get together.
Slow. My biggest fear that they love it too much.
I really like it a lot, and I hope that's my future.
Crazy kid. He's such a perfect mixture of me and Scott. He is car mad, as in his first word was car. No joke, it was brum brum and car.
It's definitely a different feeling from watching my dad, my brother, or Ryan to watching my kids. And that is where I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Perfect.
It'd be interesting to see what Emma says about that.
Yeah, we love sport, and if it's something that Kit was interested in doing, let's go, 100%.
You see the emotion for everyone involved, Danica, and you kind of see it differently now for you that you're out of the car.
I sure do, and it was sitting on this pit stand at the end of pit road here at the 2019 Indy 500 that I looked at them coming down at us, and I thought, they're crazy, and I immediately understood what it was like to be a family member or someone that you love being out on the track. And at the end of the day, though, as a parent with children or as a partner with your spouse, when someone loves to do something, you just love to see them happy, and you let them do it.
Appreciation to those families for sharing their emotions as we head into race day. Sun's starting to break through here at Indianapolis. The emotional pre-race ceremonies that are always a part of Memorial Day weekend at the Speedway coming up when we come back. Back here in the heartland, back here in Indianapolis, what a city this is, especially when it comes to sports. Their Pacers lost last night, but it's one of those magical weekends, Pacers and the Racers. The Pacers play downtown and the Racers here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 500. And Memorial Day is such a big part of this event over the years. And there are some musical moments that always make the pre-race of the Indy 500 so special. It's back home again in Indiana. It's the Star-Spangled Banner, it's God Bless America, and it's the playing of taps, which gives us a moment to pause and remember why Memorial Day is so special in our country, to honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. And here we are just 11 days before the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Over all generations, those who gave their lives for us to enjoy events like this. We remember them as the pre-race ceremonies continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats for the presentation of colors, invocation, and a moment of reflection for those who've given their lives unselfishly to defend our freedom.
This will be a salute, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver today's invocation, please welcome Indianapolis Archbishop Charles C. Thompson.
Let us pray. Eternal God, in your wisdom and love, you call us to search always for that which is praiseworthy, excellent, and gracious. And so, as we commend to you the men and women who have died for our freedom, may we all strive for whatever is true, honorable, and just in our lives. Bless these drivers, their teams, the officials, and all the fans. Make this gathering a time of gratitude for human achievement while we savor so many glimpses of your glory. God bless those who have died for our freedom. God bless all those gathered for this, the greatest spectacle in racing. And God bless America. Port arms. Forward march.
Mark time, march. Firing party, halt. Order, arms. Right, face. Stand by. Ready. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Present. Arms.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
God Bless America, performed by American Idol champion singer-songwriter Philip Phillips, ladies and gentlemen.
One weekend, two American traditions linked across time. Memorial Day and the Indianapolis 500. Distinct, but symbiotic and inseparable.
This is, and always will be, the greatest spectacle in racing.
Every year on the doorstep of summer, the nation pauses to recognize the men and women of the armed forces who gave their lives to preserve our freedoms. In town squares and military cemeteries, we bow our heads in silent homage to those lost. We find a deeper appreciation for the ultimate sacrifice. On that same weekend, America throws parties, none bigger than here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a celebration of speed and bravery like no other in sports.
Newgarden with a monster run off turn 2.
But here is the important part. Without the sacrifice, there is no party. Without the sacrifice, there is no America. Indy has always understood that and has always stood in solidarity and gratitude with our military. More than a century ago, the first Indy 500 took place on what was then called Decoration Day. That bond has never been broken. The race paused for World War I. The track was used for aviation support. It paused 4 years for World War II, but the Speedway area became a production center for aircraft engines. But most of all, on a weekend of revelry and remembrance, the Indy 500 is a vital piece of connective tissue, an assembly of Americans that pointedly never forgets what Memorial Day means most, that we are here for the roar, that we are here for the speed, and that we are here because of them.
To honor America, award-winning recording artist Jordan Sparks performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave.
Thank you to the United States Air Force
No
Thunderbirds
scene
for today's
in American
flyover.
sports quite like it. Delayed by 4 hours, about 4 hours of daylight left. Let's do this. The 108th Indy 500 coming up. He'll be with Lee Diffie and the guys in the booth when we continue on NBC.
You know, they say the track picks the winner here, but you never ever know what the track might be thinking until you see it play out in front of your eyes. See, the Brickyard, it isn't interested in what you're expecting. It doesn't care who the favorite is or who's won it before. No, the track only rewards the driver who proves on this day they're the most worthy. But if that sounds mysterious or just hard to figure, it's really not. If you're in the cockpit, you can try to have a say in the matter. All you need is the same thing they all had. The fearlessness and fortitude, instinct and drive, hunger and heart, and maybe the little bit of luck it takes to outdrive everyone else on this track. It's not easy, but that's the point. You can't expect to become a legend without pulling off the improbable. You can't figure on making history without living up to history. You can't convince this track you're worthy without doing something truly spectacular. If that sounds like pressure, that's because it is. Drivers, start your engines. Try to convince the Brickyard that you're worthy. Race to win the Indy 500.
Inspirational and appropriate words from entertainment icon and Indy 500 winning team co-owner David Letterman as we welcome you to NBC Sports presentation of the 108th Indianapolis 500. This telecast presented by Firestone. And it's almost like a magic wand has been waved over the Speedway. Can you believe that we are now bathed in sunshine after this some 4-hour delay and torrential rain and thunderstorms earlier today. We now have the perfect situation this afternoon. And marquee events only happen once a year because that's all they need to happen once a year. It's because of the size and the grandeur, and there's nothing more colossal than the Indianapolis 500. Hi folks, Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe. These two gentlemen have done almost 20 Indy 500s. Townsend, for you as a driver, it's the epicenter of your year. You think about this the other 364 days, right?
Absolutely. You prepare, you study, you obsess for this moment right here. After the 4-hour delay from the rain, the crowds come back, your sponsors are out there, your crew is ready, but you have to put everything else in your non-racing life aside, lock in, because 500 miles in front of you is the most significant win of your life. It's time to go get it.
And James, it is the most difficult and delicate dance you have to do at 230 plus miles an hour.
Well, that's just it. The most significant win of your career is on the cards, but it's also got the most significant speeds and the most significant danger. We've seen all through practice issues, whether you're a rookie like Linus Lundqvist or an Indy 500 champion like Marcus Ericsson here. Big crash back on Thursday. We go into qualifying, even more incidents for drivers. Rinus VeeKay, one of the best in qualifying here. This is what happened to him on the first day. This track is fast, it is treacherous, and that is part of the reason it's such a challenge for these drivers.
It feels good to say that we are getting close to a race start and to see the cars on track. Let's get down there amongst it. We kick it off with Marty Snyder.
Well, Lee, the biggest unknown for Kyle Larson already checked off today. He will indeed race the Indianapolis 500. Now come the on-track unknowns. He told me his #1 concern starts and restarts. As he said, there's just no way I could simulate that anywhere until I do it myself. I have a lot to learn throughout the 500 miles today, Kevin Lee.
Marty, when Scott McLaughlin won the pole last weekend, he told you that he'd been getting some secret help. Now we know it's Simon Pagenaud, who has been down here on the grid today. The 2019 winner has been trying to help him the process. Just simply expedite and use the experience that he has. McLaughlin has a great chance today. To Dylan Welch.
Kevin, we expect Scott Dixon at the front of each Indy 500 field, but he's still chasing his second win in this race. At age 43, he's as focused as ever, said, I'm still doing this because I love winning. That's what drives me every single race. But he qualified 21st. That's the worst of his career at Indy. He's hardly concerned. They know the task at hand. Pass cars and get to the front. Nobody does that like the 9 team, Dave Burns.
Dylan, Helio Castroneves has raced the Indianapolis 500 every year since 2001. He won that year and 3 times since, joining 4-time winners Rick Mears, AJ Foyt, and Al Unser Sr. In 2021, what a win. The first win for Meyershank Racing in his first start for them. Now, Helio is 49 years old, the oldest in the field, and I asked him if he wins today, will he stop and go out on a high note? His reply, why not extend the high note? A 5th Indy 500 would not be the end for Castroneves, but Lee, it would be historic.
Oh my goodness, that would be something else. You know, racers, fans, families have been coming here for more than a century. It's about respecting the ritual, appreciating the tradition, and now an integral part of that tradition that gives you goosebumps every time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jim Cornelison with the Purdue All-American Marching Band to perform Back Home Again in Indiana.
Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon sends all its fragrance from the fields
doesn't get any better than that. Jim Cornelison, thank you very much. To get this crowd of more than 300,000 people fired up for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. We've had to wait a little bit longer for it this year, but the wait is most certainly going to be worth it. And to get us there, let's hear those famous words.
Now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Roger Penske.
What a great day today, and thank you for staying here for this delay. But race fans all over the world, you're going to see the most iconic race, the finest race in racing here today at the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. But more important, this day is for the men and the women and the first responders who keep our country safe and secure. Let's give them a big hand. Now on to the greatest race. Drivers, start your engines.
There he is, the captain, Roger Penske, and when the captain says it's time to go, you go, and we will when we come back. This is Indy.
Just incredible that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is now bathed in sunshine after a 4-hour delay due to inclement weather. But now the cars roll, and what a sight that is. And this Indianapolis 500 is presented by Gainbridge. We bring you the Firestone starting grid. You'll pick your favorite drivers. You heard them and you saw the crowd reaction in the driver introductions. But what an afternoon we have for you here. This is going to be spectacular. The wait has been worth it.
It certainly has. It doesn't look like a soul has left this place. They are back in force and ready to see 11 rows of 3 absolutely send it. And a lot of us will be watching the rookie, Kyle Larson. Let's see if we can get him on the radio. Hey, Kyle, it's Townsend Bell with NBC. You copy?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Hey there, a year ago you came here, Kyle, to watch, study, and ultimately dream. What does the dream look like now from where you're sitting?
It's definitely exciting. It's really cool to get this opportunity. So, you know, first off, thank you to Rick Hendrick and everybody aboard. Hendrick Motorsports, Aaron McLaren, everybody involved. This is pretty sweet. You look around the crowd, look at the infield. Everybody's ready to see a good race.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. You sure have been impressive. Have a great one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
And terrific for Kyle to note that it's nice to look at the crowd and just see how many people are here to watch him and 32 others race. Let's take you to the Honda track preview. Hinch, take us for a little ride. Tell us the important facts and figures.
Oh, guys, this is one of the greatest racetracks on the earth. 2.5 miles around. You see the 4 distinct corners, but they all drive a little bit differently. 9.2 degrees of banking in those corners. The straightaways 5/8 of a mile long enough to have some great passes. You see the short chutes on the north and south end of the racetrack.
And there you see the stats. 200 laps to do those 500 miles. Pit road speed will be 60 miles an hour. It was a record pole speed at 234.2 miles an hour.
Before we get going, let's get an update from Kevin Lee. Kevin, what's happening at the Arrow McLaren camp?
There's a problem from Callum Ilott. He radioed in after he left the grid and said, I cannot shift. So they brought him in, and they're going to try a different steering wheel to see if that sorts the electronics problem.
Oh, no. This is Kyle Larson's teammate, Pato O'Ward, and Alexander Rossi's teammate.
There is something about rain delays that can wreak havoc on electronics. Even though these cars have been inside the garages of Gasoline Alley, there's delays, sometimes battery voltage is an issue. This is not the first time we've seen problems
after a long break for the cars.
But just think about how heartbreaking this is, guys. We've just talked about how important this race is, how much time and energy and effort goes into starting it. For your car to not even be able to get to the start while being able to shift, this is a heartbreak for Kalamaila.
To Marty Snyder.
Last year, Rinus VK's race ended pretty much here on pit road. He told me after the incident on pit road, he was mad at himself, but what it taught him, Dylan Welch, is patience. He said, that's my word of the day, patience. I think we have a car that can win, but I have to take my time.
Takuma Sato is back with one of the teams he won one of his 2 Indianapolis 500s with. Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan Racing asked his strategist Ricardo Knoll, what did he bring back to the team? Rico said the biggest thing he brought back was himself. He knows how to drive a car here as good as anybody, and Dave Burns, he is not afraid.
Linus Lundqvist, the 25-year-old from Stockholm, is making his first Indy 500 start. He's been in the series now for almost a year, but he's a rookie here. He starts 27th. He'll have a long way to go. We'll see what this rookie can do with a team that has won here before. Remember, Marcus Ericsson took the 8 to victory lane 2 years ago.
All right, now this is where it gets real, guys. Tug on those shoulder belts. Maybe a sip of water, check your controls, weight jacker where you want it, roll bars where you want it, hinge 3 wide, 11 deep.
It's the only track we do the 3 wide start. You see the gap where Kalamaila should be, but look at that beautiful formation.
More than a third of the field are American. There are 14 nationalities in total represented. The teams and drivers have done their preparation, but that's not enough. They now have to execute, but that's not enough. They must make split-second decisions with no do-overs and get it right. This is, and always has been, and will be, the greatest spectacle in racing. This is the Indianapolis 500.
Get ready, green, 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 green.
Scott McLaughlin in the yellow submarine leads the field to green. Will Power is on the outside. Look back, though, at Santino Ferrucci. It's Stars and Stripes, goes right to P4. Ferrucci's on the hunt with the 3 Penske's leading.
Further back, I think the blue and orange car of Scott Dixon. Oh, we got a crash at the back.
That's Marcus Ericsson. Around goes Pietro Fittipaldi.
And I believe is that Catherine?
Tom
no, 66.
The Meyer Shank Racing rookie. There's Ericsson, car destroyed, banging the steering wheel. His Indy 500 probably over. The guy who almost won back-to-back in 22 and 23 is out of the race, and so too is the rookie Tom Blomqvist.
Ericsson, of course, starting right near the back on that final row, and Townsend back there. There is so much dirty air. This is a completely green racetrack, and by that I mean there's no rubber on it from all the rain we've had, and just look at the frustration from Ericsson.
You'd have, say, 28 cars in front of you taking all of the clean air. On board here with Marcus Ericsson. What happened? Oh, Blomqvist lost it down low.
Damn it.
You saw Pietro Fittipaldi going down the inside, getting passed on his outside by Ericsson, and just absolutely nowhere to go for the number 28.
The view from Pietro Fittipaldi.
Coming outside, you're clear.
And that's just
Nice
contact
job, Pietro, nice job.
with the McLaren, I believe,
And
of Kalamaila.
James.
Oh, that's a big stop backwards.
Here we are with Kalamaila. Oh, brilliant. Oh,
Low, clear.
Great job avoiding, and I think he's going to luck out there with the hip check, shoulder-to-shoulder contact. And guys, the irony is that this is exactly the same mistake that took Marcus Ericsson out on qualifying practice. Tom Blomqvist in the 66 get his left front tire on the rumble strip. It unweighted the car, it sent him backwards, and it takes out Marcus Ericsson.
Yeah,
watch Blomqvist up front on the left.
You just
there it is.
You get onto that gray concrete patch, just a first-time Indy 500 competitor, first corner of the first lap. One of the classic mistakes, rookie error. There's really no other way to put it, Townsend.
Yeah, he got well down on that rumble strip. He was almost on the grass with his left front, and this is what I'm talking about. Practice in qualifying, race trim for Marcus Ericsson. You see the left front there on that light gray rumble strip, and that thing is simply ruthless.
James, you and I have been on that a couple of times. We never wanted to be on it again. It's that wicked in terms of how it frees up the race car.
You see the end result there for Ericsson back on Thursday in practice, and not much better, unfortunately, here in the race. He came in here with such high hopes, guys, even after all the drama they've been through with this team and this car, the qualifying drama in the last chance qualifier. He was really confident in that race car, and that's a gut punch to not even have the chance to see what you could have done.
So they'll have to wait to get a flying lap. Let's take an exclusive first look at the Bike Riders' new trailer in theaters nationwide on Friday, June 21st, starring Austin Butler, Jodie Comer, and Tom Hardy. This afternoon's aerial coverage is presented by Honda, and isn't it a delight to look at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway bright and sunny and sunbathed after a morning and an early afternoon of a lot of intense rainfall. Let's take you back, show you lap one on board with Marcus Ericsson.
It's so hard here from the driver's seat. If you see the car spinning, but there's only so far right you can go without just getting up in the dirty part of the racetrack and ending up in the wall anyway. These cars are only designed to turn left, but you can't just crank it hard to the left to try to get down there. You'd spin on your own anyway. There's really just nothing that Ericsson could have done.
On board here with Graham Rahal, you see the hip check between Callum Eilert and Pietro Fittipaldi, and this is a veteran move to take the apron in turn two as Ericsson and Blomqvist are nose to nose, and poor Pietro Fittipaldi simply nowhere to go but frustration early at Indy.
Marcus Ericsson knows what it's like to win. Unfortunately, he's got a different feeling today. This week, Gallagher in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway had the opportunity to team up with local students from 10 elementary schools across a variety of districts during Gallagher Community Day. Now, all 33 drivers, Gallagher and IMS employees, worked with 2,000 students through interactive lessons about racing, traditions of the Speedway and the Indy 500, as well as what it takes to be a driver. Gallagher is proud to be the trusted insurance broker and risk manager for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Team Penske, and the kids had a great time. Spoke to a couple of the drivers. They said it was very cool. As we welcome you back to the Indianapolis 500, Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe with you. Let's get an update on some of the things that have happened early on. And let's start with the PNC Bank Honda of Scott Dixon.
Well, it was a great start for Dixon in the 9 team, already up 6 spots in one corner. Watch this restart, or watch this start here, and how aggressive Dixon was into turn number 1. Goes all the way to the outside and disposes of all these cars. Mike Cole, his strategist, told me just before the race, we break this race down into 6 segments of racing, and our goal, win each segment. Do something to gain track position each time. Scott's experience and the speed in their car paying dividends for them there, Marty.
Dylan, under this first caution of the day, 5 drivers came down pit road and pitted here at lap 4. The theory is we'll pit early. We were already in the back of the field, and we can run as hard as we want for this next stint. Just underway here in Indianapolis, 6 laps complete in the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Wow, this has been a rough start for 2 of the 6 rookies. Tell us more, Kevin Lee.
So this is 4 now out of the race. Marcus Armstrong is done. They have lost power to his Honda.
Oh my, that's Marcus Ericsson and Marcus Armstrong, Pietro Fittipaldi and Tom Blomqvist. 4 of the 33 are out without even a racing lap being run. And this is what happened to the Ridgeline Lubricants Honda.
Yeah, you obviously see the smoke coming out of the right bank of the exhaust there. Certainly looks like some sort of issue. You see it coming out of both. Just, it's again, such an unfortunate thing to happen so fast. Dave Burns.
With Marcus Ericsson now walking out of the infield care center, can you believe it?
No, I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. It's just so frustrating. I don't know what to say. It's, you know, we had to work so hard. The team did such a good job rebuilding that car. We fight it all last weekend. We fight it all week to be good. And then this happens, you know, it's just, yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
The 2022 Indy 500 champion is out.
And Marcus, Dave, as you know, isn't just talking about himself, he's thinking about his team. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 is brought to you by Firestone Tires for redefining limits. Hy-Vee. This racing season, you can help Hy-Vee reach its goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. And by United Rentals, official equipment rental partner of IndyCar and Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Everybody's back to where they were
at about 10 o'clock this morning, but we are going racing. Scott McLaughlin and the Pennzoil Chevy at the front of the field. There's moves happening, there's passes being made. Callum Eilot's in trouble, he's being swapped. It's Kyle Larson, and there's contact with Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Hunter-Reay with the hip check to Larson. Something went horribly wrong for Kyle Larson on the restart. James, we've been talking about this as they go too wide in turn one.
Marty said it's one of the things Larson was most worried about because you don't get to practice restarts. We have thousands of laps of practice, dozens of hours, but this is one thing you don't experience to the race. Kyle Larson getting caught out there.
Look at the front too. Oh, there's somebody going from the fringe of the grass.
I think it's Kirkwood.
Kyle Kirkwood, and around the outside goes Colton Herter. The Cambridge Honda sweeps around the outside of the championship leader, Alex Palou.
Colton Herta sees his teammate Kyle Kirkwood going big and says, I'm coming too. Great stuff from the Andretti drivers.
And you see him pop out there, and Ryan Hunter-Reay side by side. Palou joining the fight, 3 wide into 1. They both get around the number 23.
Colton Herta has consistently been one of the most aggressive drivers in practice. Let's just ride on board here with Kyle Larson and see him recover from that bobble on the restart.
We're getting a report that the restart is under review. Things were moving very fast for this HendrickCars.com Chevy.
One of the rules of the restart is you're not allowed to pull out of line until that green flag flies, so we might have to look at what happened and when cars started going. Let's take a look on board with Kyle.
Oh, wheel spin. He was in first gear, James, and that... He went to fourth or third gear. He upshifted.
I think he had a wheel spin moment, and as he went to correct the spin, remember the shift paddles are on the back of that steering wheel. It sounds like he caught a gear and upshifted. Here's from Herta's view.
Green.
So the car in front of Herta was out of line before that green came.
That's Sato.
So that could be what is under review. Kyle Larson not doing anything wrong from a legality standpoint, just a procedural one. Grabbing that gear, you saw how long or how low that engine RPM went.
All right, here it is from high above. Watch Larson as he slows. They go for it. They round him up.
It's further back though, Jeff. You see, I think it was maybe Takuma Sato.
But I don't know. I think the green was already out when Sato popped it. We'll find out, as that was awfully close for Larson in the attenuator. Back up front.
Yes, Scott McLaughlin leads. Will Power leads the defending Indy 500 champ. That's Josef Newgarden. Let's talk more about Larson. Here's Marty.
Yeah, you guys got it. He missed shift and he went to third gear. That's what happened, Hinch. He lost 10 spots in that restart. He's gained a couple back since then, but he went to third gear accidentally.
No big deal here. You're still right in the mix. Larson runs 13th. Let's watch this on Takuma Sato. Is he going in the short chute? Oh, that is dicey. And Larson might get a freight train now as he had to lift coming off 2.
You heard clear by 3. His spotter telling him. Now you see he's at Castro Neves.
Yeah,
going to look to the high side in 3.
Veterans will pounce on inexperience. You see it right there.
2 of the big stories of this year's Indy 500. Kyle Larson doing the double. Well, that's now a modified double with the Indy 500 Coke 600. And Elio Castro Neves' drive for 5. He's trying to become the first to ever win 5 Indy 500s.
And look for Larson. That's a great guy to follow. He knows how to get to the front of this race. So I know he's probably upset he lost that position, but at the same time, this is a great guy to learn from over this first stint. Get into a rhythm, feel out your car, start working those adjustments that the drivers have in the cockpit so that he has more experience by the time we get to the second half of this race.
And Herta on the inside thinks about it on Felix Rosenquist and then tucked back in, but this Cambridge Honda has been pretty swift. Herta's on the move, up 5 positions since that restart.
I don't know how we get this from being a soft limiter every time down the back straight.
He's complaining about getting the rev limiter as Elio Castro Neves looks to make a move on Takuma Sato. This will give Larson another chance. Now, Larson's got to learn, hold back here, don't send it. Now roll into the throttle. Not a good enough run probably to make a pass, but that's incredible adjustments from Kyle Larson just in the first 16 laps of his Indy 500 experience. Going back to Colton Herta, complaining about the soft limiter inhibiting his ability to run up, I think, in tow in the draft and make moves on the back straightaway.
All right, a caution came out on the very first racing lap. Tom Blomqvist lost control of his car as his teammate Felix Rosenqvist goes up the inside of Pato O'Ward. Let's hear from Tom.
And Tom is watching that. I know disappointed that you are out of the race. What did you experience behind the wheel?
Well, obviously not a lot. Yeah, I'm just so disappointed for the guys because, you know, we haven't made a single mistake, you know, all month long, and then, you know, make a silly error like that, you know, at the start, just getting a little bit too low. I think clipped the curb and just, you know, those speeds when there's not much force on it. Yeah, it just spun me around. So obviously I'm gutted for the guys who got involved in that mess. But, you know, most importantly, obviously everyone's fine, but I'm, you know, really disappointed for the team. You know, they've worked so hard. I think our cars are really good in these race conditions. So I'm just, you know, sad for them more than anything. You know, obviously I'm fine, and yeah, I'm obviously very annoyed.
Glad you're okay. Kevin Lee.
Rookie Marcus Armstrong is also out coasting to a stop without power. Did you get to race at all in your first Indy 500 before the problem?
Unfortunately not. We just got through one corner, and then during the safety car we had an engine failure, so not the best time for it. And yeah, I feel really bad for everyone in the number 11 car team. We worked hard this month, but look, we're on track in a couple of days in the break.
Thank you, Marcus.
Up front in this race, Scott McLaughlin in the yellow submarine. He's racing in a special tribute race suit to Rick Mears, one of his mentors. And of course, it's 40 years since Rick won one of his 4 Indy 500s. Up until the drop of the green, McLaughlin had never led a lap in his 3 previous Indy 500s. Now Scotty Mack and the Thirsty Threes have led all 18 laps so far.
Talk about mentorship. McLaughlin benefited so much when he came to the U.S. to start racing IndyCars for the first time. Had no oval experience. You've got the Rocket Rick Mears, not only a 4-time winner, a 6-time pole center coaching you. And then also we found out McLaughlin had former Team Penske driver Simon Pagenaud, also an Indy 500 winner, coaching. As you see, Simon looking on there. So great to have him back at the racetrack after a concussion and an injury at Mid-Ohio. Pagenaud has really helped McLaughlin.
How much I can do here? Hey, you're doing great. How's the car? It's all good. Okay.
Here's Marty Snyder.
Yeah, Scott McLaughlin reached out to Simon Pagenaud saying, hey, I feel like I need some help at the Indianapolis 500. That's my weakest racetrack. And Simon was more than happy to help out Scott McLaughlin and help out Team Penske, his former race team. Simon said he opened up all of his books, even the secret books, to Scott McLaughlin. Here's one interesting thing. A moment ago on the radio, Townsend, Kyle Moyer said we got to start making some fuel. But with that caution, that's 8 laps, that very early on caution, does that open up the playbook a little bit for the strategists because they had so much caution to start the race?
Well, it's so funny, Marty, because you'll remember Kyle Moyer pleading to Simon Pagenaud back in, what, 2019 to save fuel. And Pagenaud refused, said, I'm leading, I'm staying up front. We'll have to see how it plays out for this year with McLaughlin and Moyer. Will Power drafting right up on the gearbox of his teammate now.
It is still Team Penske 1, 2, and 3 playing a fuel game here. Need to take you back just a short while ago and show you rookie Christian Rasmussen. Hinch, was this too brave or just super decisive or what?
Let's call it a little bit of both. I mean, this was definitely one of the most spectacular drivers to watch in practice, making some bold moves on the outside a few times, and definitely some late pops. Ryan Hunter-Reay, luckily a very experienced driver, saw it coming, made the adjustment, both cars got out.
Folks, keep watching the white, yellow, and black car of Colton Herta. Oh, and we've got more trouble. Catherine Legg.
Catherine Legg, the only woman in the race for Dale Coyne Racing, the Elf Honda, and that's not a great sign. This is similar to Marcus Armstrong. Kat did such a great job in qualifying. It was nerve-wracking, but she showed her grit and speed and talent to put a car in the field again. And unfortunately, this looks like maybe a similar result to last year, a premature end to her Indy 500 campaign.
And Hinch, if you're Honda HRC right now, after 23 laps of 200, that's 2 Hondas smoking early. That should be a concern for the rest of the field.
This has been an incredibly important campaign for Kat and her influence on young women and especially young female athletes.
All right. Eddie Murphy is back for Netflix's Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. Only on Netflix this July, rated R, and he teamed up with our own Lee Diffie. Got to check this out.
Caution at the Indy 500 and the first pit stops for almost the entire field. Top four coming in. We start with AJ Foyt, Santino Ferrucci running in fourth. Further ahead, the Team Penske cars are all coming in. It's Scott McLaughlin, Will Power, and Josef Newgarden, Marty.
McLaughlin's led every lap to this point, Kevin. He has the advantage of the #1 pit stall. He comes in with the lead, and he will easily leave with the lead. He said, handling-wise, car exactly what I need right now.
Wow, did you see that green and black Chevy of Renus VK come out of his box fully sideways, lighting it up like a sprint car?
We've seen that before.
And that happened a year ago, but that was a better end result. Scotty Mack wins the race off pit road over his two teammates. We'll be back. You're watching the Indy 500 here on NBC, and our telecast is presented by Firestone. Who would have thought? 75-degree afternoon, early evening, here in the Circle City with sun bathing this 2.5-mile famed racetrack. So this 108 Indy 500 could actually be run. To be honest, there were stages today where we were doubting whether we would ever see this. So the majority of the field dove for pit lane. Stingray Robb did not. Connor Daly did not, nor did teammates Christian Lundgaard or Graham Rahal. So it's Stingray Robb for AJ Foyt Racing, who is going to bring this field back to green. Connor Daly is the second car. Then Christian Lundgaard in the Hy-Vee Honda. Look out as they all go into turn one.
It is a baby dragon down the front straightaway for Stingray Robb, and Connor Daly just chewed it up and grabs the lead with ease.
Ferrucci around the outside. He rounds up Will Power in that Verizon Chevy. Look at the stars and stripes, center of your screen. Ferrucci's on the move.
He's got ahead of both the Penskes of Newgarden and Power, trying to follow Scott McLaughlin's lead side by side, and that's Herta on Award. Herta in the yellow and white car, Award in the orange and black car. Now Palou's coming around Award as well.
Palou's going, and so does Colton Herta, looking to make a move to the inside on the front straightaway. Guys, this is racing like the last restart of the race.
Side by side, they go around the outside of Will Power. That's Rosenquist on Power.
Great move from Felix on board now with Pato Award. That's Palou in front, and Linus Lundqvist in the wall. The caution is out.
It's another rookie.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke. And that is in turn two, guys. That's, well, he ended in turn two, very similar to where he ended that practice crash. I think it started a lot earlier.
And I don't know if it's the 4-hour delay, guys, but it is too aggro right now. Way too gnarly for 28 laps in.
Yeah.
The way that mid-pack is driving. I don't know how much caffeine they had to stay jacked up for this afternoon, but in a lot of cases, too much.
Too much, and on a completely green racetrack. We already talked about it a little bit. With that rain, there's just no grip in this early stage of the race. Moves being tried that, like you say, you normally only see in the last 20 laps. We're seeing them here in the first 30.
The AMR safety team have been way busier than they thought they would or hoped they would. We thank them for their service. Keep your eye on the American Legion Honda of Linus Lundqvist. Whoa, he went right on the inside, lost control. It was an ambitious move, and it didn't pay off.
We got to see how that started.
James, it looked like 4 wide into one.
But who was the last one to the party? Because that's the golden rule in those 3 and 4 wide situations. Last in, first out. Linus got a little loose from the bottom there. He did a good job catching it about 3 times, but
I mean, but 4 wide into turn 1, it's just insanity.
But that's why I want to see how they started. Who got there last? Because I've never seen 4 wide into any turn.
Yeah, check this out, Diff. I mean,
car on the inside is the car that crashed.
That is wild. It looks like Talladega.
See, it was Kyle Kirkland was one. That was Kiffin Simpson, another rookie, his teammate.
Wow. So that's 2 crashes in a week. for Linus Lundqvist. It's been a tough one, his first Indy 500.
It was 90 laps before we had our first caution last year, guys. We haven't even made it to lap 30. We've had 3. As you say, this has been an aggro run. Look, by this time of the day, normally the guys are back in the bus lot having a couple beers. This is a different deal.
Townsend's got his dad face on here at the moment. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 is brought to you by The Bike Riders, in theaters everywhere, June 21st. Wix Filters, filtration you can trust. And by 5 Hour Energy, proud partner, energizing RLL Racing. 5 Hour Energy tastes great and fixes tired fast. They're loving it here at the Indy 500. The day has come good and we're going to make the most of it. All right, let's join the Peacock pit box and say hi to Danica Patrick, Mike Tirico. Hey, guys.
Yeah, Diff, proceed with caution in the snake pit. Proceed with caution over here. 3 cautions so far in our first 30 laps. What do you see as the guys are talking? Looks like everybody's a little edgy here at the start.
I think Townsend's right. I think they all drank way too much coffee during that break there. That can happen when there's so much time to think about things. It can really build up when it comes time to actually go. And also, let's take into consideration the fact that there was heavy rain. It cleaned the track off a lot. And, you know, guys are getting caught out. They're getting a little too low, and unfortunately, there's no grip down there.
And our look is right out here to turn 1, and we have watched the traffic jam going there. 6 cars out so far, Diff, all 6 Hondas. Back up to you.
Yes, it has been a rough start, a rough opening, 32 laps. Another look at what happened to Linus Lundqvist in the American Legion Honda, right down on the inside.
And this gives me some peace of mind in the sense that it wasn't Linus making it 4 wide. He was actually the front of that train. They ended up 4 wide, but when you're on the inside like that, Townsend, it's so hard to pull it off.
It certainly is, just simply too low.
All right, the local lad, Connor Daly, Indiana zone, leads this field back to green for Dreyer Reinbold Cusick Motorsport, but Stingray Rob comes, and here comes McLaughlin and Santino Ferrucci, the yellow submarine to the front.
How about Ferrucci, 2 wide on Stingray Rob? He goes to P2, McLaughlin pulling away.
Ferrucci's been using that high line to great effect. Now others are joining the fight. You see Power side by side trying to get a few spots back. Remember, Ferrucci was behind him before that second caution.
Wow, look at this. Daly on the inside of Rob. 4 wide almost into turn 3. Herder, Palou, and Rosenquist.
No lessons learned after that last crash. Everybody just as psycho mid to farther back.
Rasmussen on the outside of Takuma Sato there off of 4. And Colton Herta, guys, is on an absolute tear. Trying to get a move done now on Will Power into turn 1.
Newgarden on Ray Hall into turn 1. Then Power, then Herta, then Palou.
I think a lot of the aggression right now from a Colton Herta or an Alex Palou is just to stay away from what they see in their mirrors. It is so fierce from like 15th to 25th right now.
Look at this, Herta on Will Power. He'll pull out of that.
Low. You're clear.
He'll pull out of that, and the Verizon Chevy driver, the 2018 winner of the Indy 500, Will Power, holds the higher position for now. But up front, AJ Foyt Racing, Santino Ferrucci on Memorial Day weekend in the Homes for Our Troops Chevy is not letting McLaughlin get away.
I think Connor Daly just went to second there. The 24 for Dreyer Reinbold. He's led many laps here before. He loves the vibe from the crowd. And I wonder, Marty, does McLaughlin let Daly go so he can tuck in and save fuel?
Townsend, he was told to get rid of the cars that were in the back and pitted at lap 4 as quickly as he could. That's what McLaughlin did. He stormed to the lead. I don't think he's going to let anyone go. They like being out front much more as of right now. And plus, Townsend, we've gotten a lot of caution. That really helps out the fuel strategy.
This is reminiscent of 2019 when Simon Pagenaud was being told, don't be out front. And Pagenaud said, I'm going to stay out front. I'm going to drive from the front. He's got the same engineer in Ben Bretzman that was with Pagenaud, who was with McLaughlin. And Kyle Moyer on the radio calling the strategy as the Arrow McLaren Chevy of Pato Award just goes straight past Will Power.
And James, Will Power seems to be struggling a bit. He didn't have much dirty air in front of him and really had to check up in turn 2.
Yes, really well-timed pass for Pato. That's what it's all about here.
Slow, man.
He said something about slow, man.
He said, we are so slow as Connor Daly's looking out on the inside of McLaughlin to take the lead back at the Speedway.
Clear. Focus forward. Nice job, brother.
Daly back at the front. These two Chevrolet-powered cars at the front are on different strategies, but the polka dot Chevy for Dreyer Reinbold Racing with Cusick leads the Indy 500. Dave Burns.
When I talked to him earlier this week, Connor told me we are sneaky good. Watch the 24. He said there's only 2 cars that have passed me this week, Alex Palou and Scott McLaughlin. Well, Daly just returned the favor on McLaughlin.
And what's impressive about Daly's run right now, guys, remember, he didn't pit under caution. His last time in the pits was on lap 4, so those tires are much, much older as Rossi clears Christian Lundgaard, another car that stayed out.
Yeah, Daly pitted on lap 4 under caution, but to your point, his tires are old now. His car is light, though. It's burned most of that fuel, so he'll be coming to pit lane pretty soon.
The green flag pit stop, that's going to cycle you well down the order. As
Here
again,
comes Newgarden.
That's Lundgaard, another one of those cars that didn't pit, so a little out of sequence, a little out of order from where he qualified.
It's a one-off deal for the driver and the car for Connor Daly up front. His teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay is a little further down the order. Look at Herter, the yellow, white and black Gainbridge Honda.
And I like
up
that.
the inside of Christian Lundgaard.
I like that move for Colton Herta. He's now into that top 6-7 group. Still got Stingray Robb and Connor Daly that are going to get out of his way, and that'll put him top 5. So Colton Herta now up at the front as you see the restart. Look at McLaughlin to the high side.
And Ferrucci said, I'm going to come with you. This is what it looked like for Scotty Mack in the yellow submarine.
Nice double car draft. He knows the car on the far inside is going to have to lift and just kept that throttle in, rolled it around. But here's Colton Herta's on board. So close to the wall there, had to back out of the throttle. That's at 220 plus miles an hour.
Have to be so careful not to clip that inside wall. No safer barrier there, it's just pure concrete, and it can really throw things out of alignment. You don't need that with 75% of the race still left.
I'm voting for that as shot of the day. I love that shot. That shows the speed so brilliantly.
That camera is one of the best shots ever as we see Palou now trying to clear Graham.
Inside the United Rentals Honda for Graham Rahal, who started on the last row of the grid. He is also on the Connor Daly strategy, pitting on lap 4. He runs 10th at the moment. That was close between Palou and Rahal.
Very much so.
Felix making it 3 wide into turn 1. Oh, his old teammate Pato O'Ward in front of him there.
Those are some late moves on Graham Rahal. How about this in the short chute? That's the one Kyle Larson thought about early on in the race, but he had the momentum to make it work this time.
Guys, Will Power has fallen way down. He's in 14th right now, about to lose his spot. He got boxed in by Scott Dixon. Scott Dixon clears the 12, and he'll get Graham Rahal in the 15 in one go.
Dixon's on a mission. He is up 8 positions from his starting spot, and that PNC Bank Honda looks good. Dixon and Herta. Here goes Palou, the yellow machine, the DHL Honda on the inside of Christian Lundgaard. So another one checked off, but those 2 cars and drivers are on different strategies. Back at the front, Daly, McLaughlin, Ferrucci, Robb, Pato O'Ward. Alexander Rossi is the highest placed of the Arrow McLaren machines. Rossi has been fast this month of May, qualified well, and he's in, and there's someone diving for the pits.
Connor Daly. Stingray Robb, actually. The 2 cars look similar. Look at Herta making a move on Newgarden really late into turn 1.
I think Herta thinks that we're racing to lap 101 because there's rain coming. He is absolutely tearing through this field.
Well, we've been talking about him for the last 2 weeks. Practice sessions, qualifying simulations. Colton Herta has been the most aggressive and seemingly the most confident with his race car.
Here's Dave Burns.
Catherine Legg's 4th Indy 500 is over. Catherine, what put you out?
Not sure yet until we get back to the garage, but obviously I lost drive and smoke started pouring out the back, so pretty sure that means engine.
Guys, it's a shame for Catherine today.
Here is Connor Daly. So you saw Stingray Rob come in before. These guys are on the same strategy. Connor Daly was able to go a lap or two longer. So that cycled Scott McLaughlin back to the front. Stingray Rob comes out of the pits. Ferrucci is shadowing the yellow submarine, and Alexander Rossi is threatening. Chevrolet-powered cars, 1, 2, 3. Best of the Hondas. Colton Herter, you're watching the Indy 500 on NBC, presented by Firestone. ELF, the beauty company that stands with every eye, lip and face, is empowering legendary females like Catherine Legg. We just heard from Kat, the only female in the race today, sadly. And in recent times, she is one of the 6 retirements. Unfortunately, the ELF Honda is done. And speaking of Honda, we want to thank them for providing this wonderful aerial coverage today of the 108th Indy 500. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe with you. Welcome back. So 48 laps down, we're approaching that quarter-way mark, and quite often you'll hear about breaking it into blocks of 50 as there's a move on Scott McLaughlin around the outside, because Stingray Rob and Connor Daly, they had just come back out full of fuel, fresh tires, they're on the move, and McLaughlin's just running at his pace.
Exactly. I think the call came from McLaughlin probably to start thinking about fuel mileage here. You start working backwards from the end of the race.
Yeah, so did I, but it's fine. Just sort of stay with them, guys. You're when you need it. When you don't, just stay there.
And McLaughlin will benefit now from getting a nice draft. 2 different strategies up front, Daly and Rob, and then McLaughlin leading the primary strategy. We'll call it the primary with McLaughlin, and let's call it the alternate with Daly and Rob. That's what we'll be tracking for the next 150 laps.
All right, well, talking of pit stops, let's have a look at the pit stop predictor, Hinch, powered by NTT.
We know fuel range here is about 29 to 32, 33 laps. So based on the previous time to pit, you can see where that strategy starts to break. The top 15 all in on that first, or that last caution, I should say, so on a similar program. But it starts getting creative after that, and Townsend, that can just add up and aggregate throughout the course of the race, put you in a position to be off strategy, kind of like Rossi did back in 2016. So keep an eye on these windows as we move forward. And thank you to NTT for the predictions.
Just getting out of the throttle there a little bit. Alexander Rossi, the Mission Foods on board, as he just manages his run. Shadowing him, by the way, is the Hy-Vee Honda of Christian Lundgaard, who thought about a move.
He thought.
Now, this is not for position. These guys are on different strategies, same as Rob and Daly at the front. They were all the cars that initially stopped on lap 4 and most recently came back in. But Christian had to make a pretty swift decision there not to go through with it on Alexander Rossi.
Yeah, Rossi not at all interested in falling back. Right now, Rossi sits 3rd on the primary strategy. That onboard was great because you could see how difficult it is in turbulent air. What can Rossi do about it? Well, there's controls behind the wheel that he can adjust. There are also roll bars, and then on pit lane, he likely will tell his team, give me a turn, maybe a turn and a half of front wing, sharpen up the handling of this Mission Foods onboard.
Kevin Lee, what you got?
So on Friday, if you were with us for the final practice for Carb Day, Santino Ferrucci, who qualified up front, was struggling. They took the car back to the garage twice, but he told me they got it sorted by the end of the practice. Let's listen to radio.
Tom, so you can thank your old man for that one. You're the man, baby. You're the man. Good job. I lied, baby. Car's good. That's how you know. 10-4, 10-4.
That sounds to me like the great AJ Foyt chimed in with some setup information, and Ferrucci feels it right away. How cool is that?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable to think that that experience is still relevant at the Speedway, guys, all these years later.
89-year-old AJ Foyt.
He said to Larry Foyt on the radio just then, you can thank your old man for that one. And Santino cherishes the time that he gets to spend with Supertex at the race shop. He says that AJ, there he is at the shop in Texas more often than you would think. AJ is sitting in the sun at the track that made him world famous.
Absolutely fantastic. You know, this team last year was strong. They were in contention. They ran up front. They actually partnered with Team Penske to share information, principally so that Team Penske could be even stronger at Indy. The partnership has paid off. Never would have thought I'd see that in my lifetime, a Penske-Foyt technical partnership. But on that primary strategy, they're now best of class.
And who is it? It's a Penske and a Foyt at the front. Here's Marty.
Diff quickly closing in on the second stop of the day for the leader. So Kyle Kirkwood on the first stop of the day lost 14 positions. What happened? Well, Brian Herta, his strategist, there's a caution on the track.
Caution's out. What's it for? Oh, it's Felix Rosenqvist. It's another Honda.
That is the third Honda.
Should I just park it there?
Yeah, bring it in if you can.
And Rosenqvist was having a great run.
It was Chevrolet that had the challenges in qualifying. Now it's Honda in the race.
Something to remember, guys, is a lot of these motors went in these cars for the first time on Friday, only had 2 hours of running. Conditions quite a bit different, and these engines are tuned to within such a small margin of the tolerances for absolute performance. When you have a huge change in conditions, be it temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, that can really throw things off.
And we saw signs of potential issues going back to the first race of the month here at Indy, the road course race, the Grand Prix. There were some Honda issues early, even in practice. Marcus Armstrong was one of them.
That's 2 of the 3 Meyer Shank cars out of this race. Tom Blomqvist on lap 1, Felix Rosenqvist now. It just leaves Mr. 5-time Helio Castroneves, and there he is in the blue and white car to your left.
And I've been in this situation before where full-time teammates exit the Indy 500. What that potentially allows is for Meyer Shank Racing to think about strategically reassigning their fastest guns on pit lane, maybe even their best fueler, whoever that is. Maybe it is on Castroneves' car already. If not, they can shuffle the board and try to give Helio Castroneves the chance to make the miracle happen.
And the miracle is by winning a 5th, an unprecedented 5th Indianapolis 500. That was my reference of Mr. 5-time. Maybe it could be a little later this evening here at Indianapolis.
This is such a difficult situation, guys. These drivers, they just want to get into a rhythm, and we really haven't been able to do that yet. We've had such short runs of green flag running. You want to work on your car, you want to feel the balance out, and it's this stop-start nature makes it so much more difficult from inside the cockpit for these drivers.
Marty, that caution came out when you were halfway through your story on Kirkwood. Finish it up if you would, mate.
It happens, Diff. So Brian Herta for Kyle Kirkwood, when they lost 14 spots on that first stop of the day, said that was completely my fault. He actually picked up Felix Rosenqvist, who's now out of the race and only 2 pit stalls away from them, and he was counting Felix Rosenqvist to his box. They have the same sponsor. It's a busy pit road, a lot of colors. That can happen. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson had a much better restart the last time. He gained a few spots, others pitting. Larson is now back in the top 10. He is sitting 8th. He asked a real quick, helpful hint. If I roll bar to the front, what does that do? So what was the answer to that hint? He wanted to make sure he had it right.
Depends on which bar.
He said bar to the front. Yeah, depends if you're talking rear bar or front bar. Ultimately, he needs to decide.
Front bar. Roll in some front bar.
If he's going to roll in front bar, that sounds to me like a stiffer front bar. That's going to take away a little bit of front grip. And when you're in traffic, you normally want a little bit more front grip. As guys, we see most of the field now peeling off into pit lane. Another set of yellow flag stops. This is where the guys and girls over the wall make their money. Kevin.
Antonio Ferrucci is going to be the first of the leaders to hit his box. He was warned. Callum Ilott pitting in front of him is way behind him, so he may have to hold to avoid any kind of contact. As you might expect, Colton Herta +9. He wants no changes. Marty.
When Alexander Rossi was asked by Brian Barnhart, his strategist, you want any changes? One-word answer. Nope. Very happy with how the 7 car has been handling. Scott McLaughlin in pit stall number 1. He too very happy. Yes, they did indeed try to save a little bit of fuel. Waiting on that fuel right now, and McLaughlin once again uses that number 1 pit stall to his advantage. But how about Rossi maybe gaining some spots
that
there?
Was slow out of the box for McLaughlin, uncharacteristic, and also slow for Ferrucci and Rossi.
Release from Rossi. I had to check up big time.
And Colton Herta was blocked there as well, trying to get out. It was a mad scramble, but power and advantage to Alexander Rossi and Arrow McLaren, those Chevys. What a sad sight here for Felix Rosenquist and Maya Shank. The Sirius XM car out of the Indianapolis 500.
See the onboard from Larson there, a little bit of oil, and then Rasmussen taking advantage.
And this is that mad scramble off pit road. There's the Gamebridge Honda. Herta was in good shape, but look at that. Whoa, Palou and Newgarden. A little hip check. Kirkwood had to take evasive action. These guys are jacked up and fired up today. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 is brought to you by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Hy-Vee, this racing season you can help Hy-Vee reach its goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. Shell Renewable Race Fuel, powering progress at 225 miles per hour. And by Firestone Tires, for redefining limits. Now, while we ride aboard the Hy-Vee Honda with Christian Lundgaard, I want to remind you that you have a chance to win one of 3 Corvettes, courtesy of Hy-Vee. All you've got to do is scan that QR code on the right-hand side of the screen on your graphic there with your mobile device and enter for a chance to win. I can tell you that 1 has been given away already, so you've got a chance to win 2 left for the remainder of the season. Good luck, it's real, and you could be driving away in one of those beautiful Corvettes with thanks to Hy-Vee. Back at the Speedway, we're back under caution. 61 laps down, 139 to go. We went to the break and I told you these guys are all fired up. Have a look at this. Rossi versus McLaughlin, that's 1.
Yeah, watch this. Palou swerves at Newgarden, but I think gives up almost position on the timing line with that swerve because Newgarden was able to speed ahead a little bit.
And then you heard Colton Herta say that he thought Rossi held him up. He did have to hit the brakes for Rossi's release, but look at the green and black car, Rinus VeeKay being investigated for an unsafe release.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a drive-through because you are not supposed to go straight to the high line with cars running there. As you see, Alex Palou gets the knife out here and goes.
Wow. It does look like Josef's car almost accelerates a little bit before they get to the line.
Santino Ferrucci, the Homes for Our Troops Chevrolet.
Watch the fueler. He tries to come out, plugs back in, and that lost Santino Ferrucci maybe those 4 spots on pit lane.
And watch this. This is Romain Grosjean, the 77, and here comes Rinus VeeKay. No, it's already happened. That's Helio Castroneves on the inside.
He was slow to get off the button.
Listen.
I think Palou had to slow down a little bit as Colton Herta slowed down. So this is the unsafe release that Colton Herta was trying to call in. Rossi straight out to the fast lane.
Not as egregious as Rinus VeeKay's release, but still not safe.
I would say only because there wasn't contact. He drove straight out there. There was no one in the transition lane. McLaughlin was going straight. He wasn't coming out. I see Colton's point on that one.
Diff, drive-through penalty would be brutal at this point in the race. We'll have to see what happens.
What's going on with these guys today? The Indy 500, that's what's going on. We have had 4 cautions thus far in the opening 63 laps of the 108th Indy 500. It's coming to an end. We're going to see the green. More than 300,000 people here are ready to see them bring the action. Let's go. Back at Indy, back under racing. Ferrucci's pulled out.
Here we go, 4 wide again on the front stretch. Up front, Daly Robb, but Scott McLaughlin says, this is my corner.
Herta around the outside in the yellow, white and black Gamebridge Honda. Newgarden goes, Palou goes, Power goes around the outside.
I've never seen so many rows go 2 by 2 here at the Speedway, guys. There seems to be grip on that high line, and now Herta trying to get around the 41 of Stingray Robb.
Restarts today, absolute insanity, especially in the meat of the pack. Castroneves and Award mixing it up back there. Alexander Rossi and Alex Palou run nose to tail up front.
That was a decisive, determined move by Scott McLaughlin, but Stingray Robb is able to come back, takes the top spot.
Scott Dixon in the blue and orange car trying to make moves, but there's Santino Ferrucci making moves again. That time it was on the white and orange number 7 of Alex Rossi.
Ferrucci had that bad pit stop with the fuel probe getting stuck, but very quickly The Stars and Stripes car back to the front.
Can tell you that we've got a note from race control, Rinus VK, unsafe release. We showed you the replay before we went to the break, and he has been sent to the back of the field. Meanwhile, his teammate, Christian Rasmussen, is surging forward and has made up 15 positions from where he started. He's one of 6 rookies in this field, but 3 rookies are already out. There's Rob, McLaughlin, Herder, Daly, back 2 more. You've got Newgarden, then Ferrucci, behind him Alexander Rossi, Palou, then Rasmussen, the young rookie who's graduated from the Indy Next Series up into the big time. There he is right there, flashing by, and he has shown big, bold, brave moves here today.
Whoa, very close to the wall. I think that was maybe Power using every inch of the racetrack. Defensive move now from Rossi. Palou to the outside in turn 1. Can he roll it?
Oh boy, that is close, but Palou makes it work. I thought they were going to touch.
Christian Rasmussen wanted to get on the inside there. He's getting to mix it up.
And Kyle Larson continues to learn so much there, sits behind Rasmussen, but is able to see the Ferrucci's and Newgarden, Palou battle.
And that's Augustine Canapino in the black and green Hunko's Hollander car right behind Will Power, trying to make a move on the Penske driver who started up on the front row. Things not going well for Power right now.
There's Canapino there with that red top of his car. Here is Connor Daly pulling out, just easing by Colton Herder there. That was for 3rd spot.
And I think Colton and the Gainbridge team is looking very closely now at fuel windows. They were able to do 34 laps on a stint last year. That yellow coming at lap 58 was not quite the right time. You can hear him lifting on board. Let's watch that Firestone telemetry on the lower left-hand side, especially the green throttle trace on the front straightaway. Is he lifting? There it is. Saving mad gas on the front straight.
There's a ton of savings right now. Lots of lifting. Connor Daly still on a slightly different strategy. They're about 16 laps apart, 15 laps apart from when they last pit.
Go on, put in 87. It's going to be a pretty good number up here, I think.
Yeah, copy. That'll work for us if you keep hitting that.
What a terrific sign of experience with Colton Herder now. Not something you would have heard his rookie year. He's finding the fuel number. He's telling his strategist kind of where it is, as opposed to with a rookie driver, you would expect a one-way line of communication, strategist to driver on what to do and how to do it. Colton has learned well.
And that's that British accent you heard on the radio. That was Rob Edwards. You got a quick look at him there. Yes, he's on the strategy stand. He's also the Chief Operating Officer of Andretti Global. And his guy is in 4th place and looking strong. He's being shadowed by the defending Indianapolis 500 winner, Josef Newgarden, in that Shell Chevy. Then it's Ferrucci, Palou, Rossi, Rasmussen, and Larson in the 10.
Based on how much Colton is lifting, you got to think that Newgarden's on a similar program.
For sure.
All these drivers right now trying to save a little bit of fuel. That just gives them more flexibility on when they can pit later in this stint. They can extend their window and open up some strategy options.
All right, let's show you. Look to the right-hand side of your screen. This is what to the front with authority looks like. Scotty Mack and the Pennzoil Chevy says, out of my way.
Man, that was a fierce display of ownership at the apex of turn 1. McLaughlin absolutely committed. Dust flying. Watch this.
Goes by Rossi, makes it 3 wide. Oh, so close. Picks off 4 cars on the restart. Here's Takuma Sato in that red, blue, and white car.
Oh, and Helio Castro Neves.
Wow, 2 former winners, a 4-timer and a 2-timer, bouncing it out at 230.
You know what? That's just emblematic of today. That's just what it's been like as Sato drops his left side into the grass, comes alongside Romain Grosjean. This is what it was like for Helio.
Side by side.
I mean, did Sato not know he was there? He just kind of drove right into the side of him.
Not much argument for why he wouldn't know he was there. Your spotter's talking to you, and you could probably see him from where he was.
And then this kind of gave us some heart palpitations. Alex Palou around.
The surgeon absolutely carving it up in turn one. He is such a master of precision, doing a great job there. Fair, hard, but clean racing.
And you got to give both drivers there a lot of credit. Rossi making sure that his right front was just off the back, off the left rear, sorry, of Alex Palou. I think back to that flyover that we had at the start of the race, guys. It was that kind of precision. These guys are doing 220 miles an hour, just inches apart in open wheel cars. Contact between wheel to wheel in these things can send cars airborne, massive accidents, but absolutely perfect precision from both of them.
Marty, what you got?
Diff for now. Scott McLaughlin happy to let Stingray Robb lead, knowing that he will pit here in a handful of laps. It looked like McLaughlin would win the race off pit road a moment ago, but he did not. He almost lost 2 positions. Is there something going on with the 3-car? Listen in.
Dude, the clutch is terrible. I want you to pull the clutch somewhere once, either coming into the box or whatever before, just to reset it a couple times. Just like grab it a couple of times.
So, James, it sounds like the pit stops for Scott McLaughlin for the rest of the day will get a little more complicated. How complicated could they be with that procedure he now has to do for every stop?
Yeah, that procedure's not too bad. He's basically being asked to sort of pump the clutch up as he comes down pit lane before he comes into the box. So it's not adding a huge amount of workload, but it certainly is going to add some concern when we still have almost more than half this race to go.
And James, as you know, when it comes to clutches, it's not a constant. These can get progressively worse as the race goes on.
And if you're sitting at home saying, why don't they just get a couple of the crew guys to push him off? Several years ago, IndyCar implemented a rule that you're no longer allowed to push off from that rear wing and assist them and give them an advantage out of the pit box.
And another thing to remember, it's not like a clutch in your road car. We don't have 3 pedals in IndyCar. There's just 2. The clutch is actually a paddle on the wheel, and it's not hydraulic, it's electronic. You just pull it, what feels like a spring-loaded button, spring-loaded paddle, and then it's all electronically controlled. So you don't have that same kind of feel that you would on a traditional road car.
Stingray Robb for AJ Foyt Racing. The youngster from Idaho leads the way, but he and Connor Daly are on a different strategy to everybody else in the top 17. What a beautiful evening here in Indianapolis, and great to have you with us watching the Indy 500 here on NBC, and this telecast presented by Firestone. Just gone beyond 6 p.m. local time, 6 p.m. Eastern, as Christian Rasmussen there in that Dayglow yellow, white and black Chevy for Ed Carpenter Racing. He is in the mix. He's up to 7th ahead of Kyle Larson, Elio Castro Neves, and Will Power. And the Firestone biggest movers, check it out, he's up 17 positions.
And he's done it on the back of some really aggressive moves early on. But I think what's fascinating, James, is now he seems like he's settling in. He's not trying anything crazy here. And Christian Rasmussen showing fellow rookie Kyle Larson what it's like to carve through the field.
Well, the other thing about him is you say he's not taking those risks anymore. He's also driving with much quicker cars. The cars he was passing a little bit slower, he's obviously got this pace, so he's getting more and more comfortable, Dylan.
He is indeed, and those moves that we've seen him make all month, he said, you got to practice those sometimes to know what you can and can't get away with in the race, so not lacking confidence for sure. He's feeling really good right now. He's got some veteran teammates. Remember, this is his first IndyCar oval race. Ed Carpenter, the team owner, Renus VK, have been tutoring him all month long. Team said he's doing a great job with his tools, doing everything right, and Christian came on the radio just now and said, I'm just chilling, running 7th right now.
And you know what? He said the other day, I know what some of the other drivers have been saying about me. I'm too aggressive, I'm too bold, I've been making maybe some overly brave moves, but I don't care. I know I'm a rookie, but winning in the junior series is what got me to this point. So I'm focused on winning. I know what they say, but I don't care what they say. I'm going to keep doing and driving the way that got me here.
And as long as it works, that's cool. But the minute that it doesn't, everyone's going to go back to the moves that happened in practice, to, I'm sure, some of the conversations that he had with other drivers, or I should say other drivers had with him. But hey, guys, for right now, he's the top rookie. He's running inside the top 10. You can't really fault it.
And it's a really great opportunity at this point in the race to just exhale. Think about your balance. Think about the smallest little tweaks that you want from your pit crew on the next stop. Same thing for the 17 of Kyle Larson. In fact, Larson and Rasmussen, two different stories to get here. Larson very conservative looking in the early starts and restarts. He's trying to kind of figure out an IndyCar and an open wheel car at these speeds. But now Larson also settling into great pace and starting to figure out all those little adjustments to making his car handle just right.
And how cool is this to see the... Oh, no, big crash, and it's Colton Herta. Herta and the Gainbridge Honda is out. What happened to one of the pre-race favorites who was running in second place and looking great?
Sorry.
I'd like to see him hang on here before he hops out, because I think the front wing's damaged. I don't know about the rest of the car.
We didn't see a lot, but he is quick. He must know something we don't, Townsend, because he is quick to get out.
Right front, left front looks okay. Left rear, right rear looks okay. The nose is collapsed, but that's easily replaceable on pit lane.
I don't see any damage on the floor. I don't see any damage on the back of the car. But again, he must know something we don't. Let's listen.
We're in the wall, guys.
James, I don't know what happened. It sounded a little weird, almost like the driveline locked up a bit. It was a weird loose sound, but I'll go back. He didn't hit anything on all four corners. Maybe the left front a little bit.
Maybe, but you could do it. You could do a steering arm or something like that, but he had a huge save, kind of reminiscent of that testing spin when he was having to avoid Will Power. No, I don't think the left front even touched. I think it's just a nose cone, Townsend.
Man, he should stay in that thing.
Should have got the safety team to just fire him up, drive it back to pit lane.
Easy for us to say. It probably felt like a huge hit, and he must think he's done, but I don't think he is.
It's like he lifted mid-corner or something.
Very strange.
It's so hard to tell. I mean, look, we've both been there. When you're driving at these speeds, you're so on the limit at all times.
But the AMR safety team carries starters on those trucks. He could have stayed on the lead lap. And I think he'll regret getting out, and now it's over. That car on the flatbed.
And that was one of the pre-race favorites. In the lead up to this race, this driver and this car looked to be one of the best at making moves, making passes, the overall speed and consistency. And now Colton Herta's Indy 500 campaign has come to an end. That was number 6 for Colton. But Mike, Danica, it's ended prematurely.
Yeah, Jeff started 13th, was up there as high as 3rd, and as we were getting ready to kind of give a little summation of what's happened in the first half of the race, Herta was one of the drivers who had caught your eye that we were going to talk about.
Absolutely, and I've been thinking to myself the last couple of days that Colton is due for a good day here. He's had some bad luck, but he's also had some mistakes along the way, and you know, it's a shame to see that. Obviously, it's hard to identify exactly what happened there, whether that was a spin or something broke. But I mean, I just think that this is a point in his career where he really needs to get it pulled together and eliminate mistakes, because the speed was there. Obviously, we saw him running really well, and you're right. I was like, him and Ferrucci are, you know, other than the usual suspects, looking pretty good. But you know, unfortunately, Colton's out.
Ferrucci in 3rd. You had mentioned the usual suspects. McLaughlin there up top. By the way, we're 13 laps from having this past the halfway point, making it an official race. Of note, Diff, we only go till 8:15 p.m. Local law, because lights and the lack of lights around here to get everybody home safe, 8:15 is when we have to end this race. Down to pit road as the stops come. Here's Kevin.
All right, here they all come, and we'll start with Santino Ferrucci. He just commented, he said, I felt like I was sliding all over the place, and then I saw what happened to Colton Herta. He's glad to have a pit stop. Further up, Josef Newgarden wants to take a little bit of downforce off. He's got that easy out, Marty.
Kevin, other than one restart today, Kyle Larson has been so impressive, hanging in the top 10. He's been dealing with a little bit of an issue on entry to the corner. They're going to make a wing adjustment here. Scott McLaughlin pits from the lead. Let's see if that clutch issue bothers him this time. Maybe, because a teammate, Josef Newgarden, leaps him here on pit road. Oh, and a problem on pit road.
Yeah, the Guy Care Chevy of Ed Carpenter, the owner driver. What has happened? Check it out. Oh, Callum Eilert got shoved into his pit box. They had to push him out of the way and wait for Ed.
Reminding you that this racing season, you have a chance to win one of 3 2024 Chevy Corvettes, courtesy of Hy-Vee. One's already been given away, and we say congratulations to Fred Beal from McAllen, Texas. And if you want to be like Fred, simply scan the QR code on your screen. That means there's 2 left, and one of them could be yours, thanks to Hy-Vee for the Corvette giveaway. Awesome stuff. All right, you rejoin us right at the right time to see the green flag fly. Here we go, back racing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Rinus VeeKay is at the front of the field. He's on a different strategy. And around goes Christian Lundgaard, sweeping right around in the Hy-Vee Honda. But look at Josef Newgarden.
How about
that yellow
Ferrucci?
and red machine.
Ferrucci again making moves, passes McLaughlin. Those 2 cars are on the same strategy. Newgarden ultimately leading that primary strategy.
News from race control. Kyle Kirkwood from Andretti Global will need to come to pit lane. Avoidable contact for hitting Callum Eilon on pit lane.
I don't know about that. I would appeal that if it's possible, James. We'll look at a replay later. But I think Callum Eilon never transitioned out of the fast lane for his stop. He just jammed on the brakes. Watch this. I don't know about that call. Everybody's jacked up, and Callum Eilon really should be fading to straddle that pit lane and show that his box is coming up. You can't expect Kyle Kirkwood to know where Callum Eilon's pit is.
I think you look at any insurance adjuster will tell you if the contact comes from the back, Marty, it's probably their fault.
Well, Kyle Kirkwood agrees with you guys. He said, how in the world do we get a penalty when someone slows down in the fast lane right in front of me? That was not our fault, Dylan.
So Colton Herta has been released from the care center. Car is in the garage. They put a new front wing on it, and Colton is getting ready to climb back in the race car. They'll have to wheel it back to Gasoline Alley, but he is over here just to the left of our camera, getting suited back up, getting ready to climb back in the 26. So you guys were right, minimal damage.
Dylan, that is a disaster for Colton Herta. Disaster.
It's insult to injury, because now you have to go back out with what you know is one of the fastest cars, all those laps down, and just drive around and stay out of the way.
Will Power further back there trying to defend. He is getting motoed right now.
Look at Helio Castro Neves. He's in front of Will Power, behind Augustine Canapino in that blue and white Cliffs Honda. And in the lower box, Colton Herta has been told, get back in. The Gainbridge Honda's fine. We're going to fire it up, and you need to go back out there. Remember, this is one race of 17 in the NTT INDYCAR Series. All season long, you can still go out there and get points. VeeKay Lundgaard, they're on different strategies to Josef Newgarden and the likes of Santino Ferrucci and Scott McLaughlin. There is the Shell Chevy right there. And if Josef Newgarden can defend his win from a year ago, he will win a bonus $440,000 with thanks to Borg Warner. And Josef and the number 2 Team Penske team are giving themselves a very, very good chance of achieving that.
Now, just to square things up, these 2 cars in front of Newgarden are about to pit. They're on a different strategy. VeeKay and Lundgaard. VeeKay pitted on lap 58, Lundgaard on 61. Stingray Robb is kind of halfway in the mix. He pitted on lap 77, but on the primary strategy is Newgarden, Ferrucci, and McLaughlin. As you see the Firestone telemetry, and Joe New hitting 230 at partial throttle.
Everybody's in the same position, should be saving right now.
They need to save big.
That's coaching from the pit wall. Look, everybody's going to be saving right now. Everyone is in the same position. So Josef right now happy to sit behind these 2 cars, but again, at some point, Townsend, they're going to pit, and now you're on the point. You're punching the biggest hole of air, and you're going to be using the most fuel as a result.
Lundgaard to the front in the Hy-Vee Honda, but again, to Townsend's point, these 2 cars at the front are on a different strategy. You heard that voice in Josef Newgarden's head. That's Jonathan Duguid. He runs the Porsche Penske Motorsport sports car program and has been brought back to IndyCar because remember that 4 team members from this number 2 team were suspended for being outside of the rules at the season opener at St. Pete. That wasn't IndyCar that suspended them. That was Roger Penske himself. It was an internal team discussion and investigation. And from the top down, the team president, Tim Cindric, was suspended. Ron Rzuski and 2 of the engineering staff as Ferrucci makes an inside move. So Newgarden's been getting used to Jonathan Duguid's voice in his head.
So far, so good. He misses Tim Cindric and the rest of the guys, but he's had to adapt and adapt on the fly, and it's working.
It's working very well at the moment. He is sitting in a pretty spot, but we know we haven't even reached halfway yet. It's been absolute chaos in this race so far. 5 different caution flags, 29 laps run under the yellow. That's a full stint, Townsend.
It is, and very quietly, Kyle Larson continues to work himself up as Rinus VeeKay peels off and comes to pit lane. There's the 21, the Ask ROI car. But guys, on the primary strategy, Kyle Larson, Marty, I think he's top 5.
He's been so impressive today, has been Kyle Larson. And you can't blame Townsend, Rinus VeeKay and his team just taking a chance here because they had that unsafe release penalty early in the race. They were in the back. They figured, why not stay out there? Maybe we can catch a caution, Dave. That did not work out. Having pit here under green with 102 to go.
Marty, I can't believe Hinch used the word chaos, because when I talked to race leader Christian Lundgaard this morning about what he needed from starting position 28, he said, I need a lot of chaos to get to the front. He is on a different pit strategy. He'll pit here, the team laying out right now, so it'll be next time. But Lundgaard has found some speed, and the chaos has helped him get to the front.
Every time the majority come to pit lane, the RLL cars stay out. The remaining RLL cars stay out. Let's show you this. On board, the Arrow McLaren Chevy Pato Award. Whoa, that's why we call him the Ninja. The Ninja is fighting.
Left front on the rumble strip, and ladies and gentlemen, I have never seen a double save like that.
And it's not just that he slid, he spun the tires up. You heard the engine RPM increase twice. That was wheel spin off of 2.
You can normally get away with 1, but not 2. Ninja hands at work, Dave.
No changes this time for Christian Lundgaard, and the other changes have been very minor. A slight wing adjustment early. Fresh tires have sent him on his way.
And with Lundgaard coming in, that has put Josef Newgarden to the front, the defending Indy 500 winner. It's the first time he's led today. Is Newgarden driving to back-to-back victories for the first time anyone's done it in more than 20 years. You're watching the 108th Indy 500 on NBC, presented by Gainbridge. Unfortunately, the Gainbridge Honda had a crash, but is back out there as Scott McLaughlin ducks up the inside of Santino Ferrucci. It's now a Team Penske 1-2. Josef Newgarden, Scott McLaughlin, Santino Ferrucci, Connor Daly, Stingray Robb, then Alex Palou, Alex Rossi, and Kyle Larson. There is the blue, papaya, and white. Hendrick Carr and Elio Castro.
It's been getting dirty right here. Canapino and Christian Rasmussen have been going at it for the last few laps on the front straightaway. A lot of blocking going on, and Rasmussen just had an evil wiggle at the apex of turn 3.
That's for 10th, by the way. So the Argentinian driver is up into the top 10.
Into the top 10, but remember, there's still 2 cars on a slightly different strategy, and so Canapino legitimately up here running as a few drivers pulling out, looking into turn 1.
Below, up the inside of Stingray Robb. Remember, Robb and Daly are on a different strategy to the rest of them up the front here.
Castro Neves getting blocky in the short chute.
If Elio Castro Neves is near the front in the last 50, no, make it the last 20 laps, it's game on.
If you're one of the drivers, I'm not sure how you tell. They've been racing like it's the last 20 laps.
Yellow.
It's the drop
Pushing
of the green.
Again. Oh, it's Ryan Hunter-Ray.
Broken steering arm on the right or the left front.
Great job to keep that car down and not spear back onto the racetrack into the path of oncoming cars, T-Bell.
You can see the Firestone white wall is missing on the right front, which means I think he got into the turn 2 wall with understeer, and then the grass.
Yikes, wait until you see this replay. They tell how graphic it was. Check it out.
Oh.
Oh.
What was the fade? Was that Dixon?
It was Scott Dixon.
Eesh.
Whoa.
And then a 360-degree spin through the grass in front of traffic at over 200 miles an hour. That's a terrifying moment for a driver.
We've got 2 former winners. Watch Scott Dixon, watch his head while we're looking off to the side, now to the back. Here comes Hunter-Ray. That sure looks like a move in reaction to, James. And that might be a penalty for the 6-time champion.
So heads up from Hunter-Reay on when to get on the brakes and when to get back off them.
Have huge respect for Scott Dixon, but that was not cool.
I'm with you. Use the white line as a reference. When Ryan starts to move, there's a car width there. By the time the contact happens, there's only a few inches between Scott's left side tires and the white line. We do hear that race control is reviewing it again. Cannot believe the car control shown by Hunter-Reay there. Damage would immediately be to the right front.
And thank goodness the car didn't take off.
Yes.
You know, sideways at 200 plus on the grass is a study in aerodynamic lift, usually.
Well, aboard the PNC Bank Honda, brilliantly boring. There was nothing boring about that. That was one of the wildest rides Ryan Hunter-Reay has ever had. A full 360 at over 200 miles an hour. The 4.6's Ranch Chevy for Dreyer Reinbold with Cusick.
It looked like Ryan planned to stay in the car.
Even though he said we're done.
Well, if it's just the steering arm, obviously the right front wheel needs to be replaced. But if it's just that broken steering arm, you can see the mechanic has a backup. All great race teams would have this part measured, ready to go, or at least close enough to try to make the swap.
Wow. I'm giggling, not because of that incident, just the whole thing. What else can happen today is pit road is open and there's lots of takers, Dave Burns.
Diff, how about this? Ryan Hunter-Reay's teammate Connor Daly has a headrest issue and it's come loose. He can't fix it himself. He wanted assistance on this stop. Otherwise, no changes to the car. Oh, wing change.
Also, Ed Carpenter is going to come down. Ed has been moving up just outside the top 10. The others were thinking about it, including Santino Ferrucci and Josef Newgarden, but they were simply going to follow the leaders.
While they finish their stops, let's not lose sight of the fact that Kyle Larson, the NASCAR Cup Series superstar, who will drive later tonight in Charlotte, North Carolina at Charlotte Motor Speedway, is in the top 6 in his maiden Indianapolis 500. Incredible performance, and this was an incredible save. Ryan Hunter-Reay, can you believe that? Captain America goes for a wild ride, able to save it, and drives it back into the pits.
You're watching the Indy 500 on NBC. Our telecast presented by Firestone. 4-hour delay with the weather finally getting underway a little bit before 5. And here at about 6:30 Indianapolis time, about 30% of the race, 34 of the 111 laps have been run under caution. 6 different cautions, been a wild start to this one. Josef Newgarden leading for the moment, the man who won last year. Scott McLaughlin, his teammate, right behind in second. Santino Ferrucci third, but Kyle Larson, the NASCAR star who hoped to do the double, but weather got in the way of that. Hoped to go to Charlotte and run the Coca-Cola 600. Danica Patrick, here he is sitting in 6th position right now in his first Indy 500.
And it's not without adversity. He had a steady start, but on one of the restarts, he spun the tires, upshifted way too far, had to go back down, got passed by 10 or so cars, dropped down to 14th position, and he steadily worked his way back up. But let's not forget that even. He also asked the team, what do I do what happens when the front bar goes forward? What does that do? Here's what I'm thinking. If he was familiar with all these things and was you know, up to par with everybody else where this is natural, imagine what he could do. He had to ask what the front bar did, but I also love how humble he is that he did ask, because he's here to win today, and look at him in 6th place. Another thing to keep in mind is that we're entering a time of day that the cars are not ever on track.
Right.
They're off track by this point in time, so we're seeing cloud cover, shadows, cooling off, which is also going to probably impact these cars.
And it's overcast. We look into turn 1. It's a little darker here than it was a couple of hours ago. Back to Lee Diffie as we get set to go green again. Diff.
Danica, Mike, thank you. It's Team Penske 1 and 2
And it's the defending winner who will bring this field to green, Josef Newgarden and Scott McLaughlin. They're side by side over the yard of bricks, heading into turn 1. And it's going to be the yellow submarine that takes the lead on the restart. McLaughlin back to the front.
Ferrucci on the outside of Rossi as well. We got cars high. We got a spin.
Andretti, Marco Andretti.
Oh,
just
Andretti
the
Global.
wall.
Andretti Global has had Marcus Ericsson, Marco Andretti, now
Colton Herta.
And Colton Herta, plus the Kyle Kirkwood drive-through penalty as Michael Andretti and his father Mario can only drop their heads and wonder why, how.
Marco was so close to keeping that off the wall. It was a slow spin, and on a restart, you are going a bit slower, especially that far back in the line. There's not a lot of downforce, so you have to slow up quite a bit. He got it spun around, and it looked like slowed down enough, but just caught the attenuator, the crash structure at the back of the car on the wall.
And just as we get going, we go back under caution. For the 7th time today, this is what happened to Marco. He's right in the middle of that pack.
Just starts walking around on him super early. He gets into effectively a tank slapper, if you've ever had that on a motorcycle, and he just keeps chasing it, and then finally has to lock it down here on the, I mean, that is like 6 big tail wags.
You could see the wheels locking and unlocking. Marco trying his best to kind of time the brakes, pop off right here. You might spin back around and make it, but contact with the left rear,
and that left rear suspension's collapsed. Watch how many times he has to catch this thing.
1, 2,
3, big one, 4,
5.
Wow, at least 6. He almost had it.
And Dad Michael's like, what happened? How did that transpire? That's 19 Indy 500s for Marco. We want to see him back next year for number 20.
You just said it, the 4 most expensive words in racing. I almost had it.
Come out of my mouth plenty of times. I wonder too, guys, on that restart, just how do the shadows play into things down in turn 1 in terms of the sight lines and hitting your marks? It's 6:30 right now, way later than we ever see in a normal Indy 500.
So the AMR safety team have been working overtime today. We thank them for their service. We also thank more than 300,000 loyal Indy 500 fans who hung out during a 4-hour weather delay to show their resilience and their passion for this time-honored event, the greatest spectacle in racing. Thank you. At one point in time today, we thought we wouldn't see this. A dry racetrack and cars on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. However, we've got 83 laps to go in the 108th running of the Indy 500. Scott McLaughlin, who started from the pole position, he had never led a lap in the Indy 500 until today at his 4th try. And now he's led 57 laps today. He's had plenty of time up front. His teammate Josef Newgarden, who won a year ago, he's led for 13 laps, and McLaughlin's not hanging about for anybody. Let's go, green flag flies here in Indy.
Brilliant jump for Scotty Mack. Watch those 2 lime green cars. They've been going at it, Rasmussen and Canapino.
Larson on the inside of Palou, and Palou is forced up high.
Rossi on the outside of Ferrucci. He used the car in front as a pick. Ferrucci wanted to pull out, but he had nowhere to go. Rossi blocked him in, ran the high side, got the position, now running up in 3rd.
Excellent job from Rasmussen, running the high line there through turns 1 and 2. He drafts up on Kyle Larson and goes to the outside. They're 3 wide further back.
Augustine Canapino in that green and black Honko's Hollinger car. He went right by Elio Castro Neves. Here's Rinus VK and Callum Eilert almost wheel to wheel.
Callum on that curb on the inside of 4. We've seen it catch drivers out. He managed to get it done. Now Rossi on the inside of Newgarden for 2nd.
There's a change. Rossi in the Arrow McLaren Chevy splits the Team Penske machines, and Santino Ferrucci for AJ Foyt Racing runs 4th.
And these top 5 drivers have the ultimate challenge. Be aggressive, make moves, but don't burn too much fuel in doing doing it. They're still trying to extend their window. They want to get to probably lap 135 before they pit.
For races started and the results posted of this modern era, nobody has a better record or a better average finish than Santino Ferrucci. In the Homes for Our Troops Chevy, the Stars and Stripes, he runs 4th. He's holding the championship leader, Palou at bay. Now here comes Elio. Castro Neves around the outside of Canapino.
You don't win 4 Indy 500s, Dick, without knowing how to get moves done in traffic. 121 laps in the books. It's funny, this restart was a lot calmer. This feels like a restart we should have seen in the first half of the race.
Yeah.
Now we're finally in the second. We've eliminated a lot of cars. And drivers starting to find their groove as the sun starts to set. Track temp starting to fall. That's going to affect the handling of these race cars.
Just reminding you again, the conditions or the circumstances are until 8:15 or 200 laps. Whichever comes first, that will determine this year's Indy 500.
And this is where the track temp is dropping now, 94 degrees. Keep in mind, on any other practice day that we have at this track, you never go past 6 o'clock. It's now 6:45 local time, and many of these drivers are experiencing conditions that they've never had, even if you're a veteran at Indianapolis. And with the dropping temperature, Hinch, if you started with less downforce, things start to come your direction. If you started with more downforce, maybe your car's getting too slow, too draggy in the colder, dense air.
And look at Rossi in that papaya white and black Arrow McLaren machine, just shadowing McLaughlin. It's Chevy heavy at the front.
214.
The first 4 until you get to the first Honda, which is Alex Palou.
214 that last lap for McLaughlin. That car is capable of 219 out front if he wants to.
It's time to go through the field. Brought to you by Wix. And we kick it off with Dave Burns. Go for it, Davo.
Lee, the second Honda in line is Castro Neves running in the 8th position, and the drive for 5 is still alive. His car is good today. They've made no changes on the chassis that has been requested by the driver, but the speed may or may not be there. Also having a little bit of trouble gearing on the restarts is not to Elio's liking. Dylan?
Scott Dixon may be in the best position of all. He's the leader on this alternate strategy, runs 11th right now, but one thing he told me earlier this week, we just have to race the race starting 21st. We're going to have to take advantage of every opportunity we've been presented with. Mike Cole made the decision to go off strategy. Dixon has passed 5 cars on the last 2 restarts. They're in a great spot right now, Kevin.
Dylan, Santino Ferrucci is not super popular with other drivers. He's had a few disagreements over the time, and he might be driving for the best guy to be fine with that type of behavior. AJ Foyt certainly encourages that because that's the way he operated. And Santino told me Friday morning, I might get into real estate because I'm taking up space in everybody's head up and down the paddock. Marty.
Kevin, a moment ago, Dylan talked about Scott Dixon. It was contact from Dixon that took Ryan Hunter-Reay out of the race. Number 1, Ryan, what was your thought on the contact from Dixon? And are you surprised he wasn't penalized?
Yeah, I was shocked on both fronts. I mean, I've been racing Scott Dixon for probably close to 2 decades, and I've just never really seen anything like that on a super speedway. So, yeah, it was a shock, and we had been racing each other clean. So I'm not really sure what that was all about. He knows I was there. I don't know where he's going. So. And how that's not a penalty beyond me, I don't know, but I had my hands full today. We really struggled with the car's balance. We threw some changes at it. I knew at carb day I needed something really aggressive to go forward, and we took a risk on it, and man, it was loose. It was a handful. I was doing everything I could to hang on to it there for a bit. So last year we had a really good run, and just bummed that Venture Chevy can't be moving forward. Had a really good time this month, and yeah, just too loose in the race, but. We were coming back a little bit there, and yeah, that was an odd one from Scott. Very, very confusing, and same so with race control.
Lee, the former series champ, but also former Indy 500 winner Ryan Hunter-Reay out of it early.
Well, it felt good to say Captain America Ryan Hunter-Reay back at the Speedway, and it's Josef Newgarden back at the front. The Shell Chevy slides up the inside of Scott McLaughlin and back to lead this 108th Indy 500.
Yes, sir. About 5 to go. All good.
So Hinch, we saw that replay a couple times with Dixon again, and I got to say the Iceman stone cold down the back straightaway, but he skirted by, no call from race control, and I think Scott Dixon in a great situation right now on fuel, as the lead cars are, like you heard, about 5 laps from pitting.
Last year's winner of the Indianapolis 500, Josef Newgarden from Nashville, Tennessee, pits from the lead with 70 to go in the Indy 500, trying to go back-to-back for the first time since Helio Castroneves over 20 years ago. He's been dealing with a vibration, so he's been waiting for this stop to try to make the car a little bit better. Slight turn of front wing, and Newgarden is back out.
All right, so how much longer can McLaughlin, Rossi, Ferrucci go? Here comes McLaughlin, here comes Kyle Larson, here comes Agustin Canapino.
Oh, big lockup from Kyle Larson, way past the cone there. We've seen this before, guys. A good 500, Dylan, come unglued in pit lane.
Cars working their way down pit road. Agustin Canapino, we saw him. He'll hit his marks. Been really good inside the top 10. Just his second year in IndyCar racing, Marty.
No word yet if Kyle Larson did speed on pit road, and to make this run even more impressive, running 6 on this strategy, they did not get the last adjustment they wanted. Scott McLaughlin trying to do it. Rick Mears did 36 years ago, win from the pole for Team Penske. He said, I need the front to work better. Clearly, conditions changing here at Indianapolis. This will be tight to make it on one more stop. And there you go. Kyle Larson does indeed get a penalty. You heard Brian Campy say it. He will have to come down pit road, and that's one of the things that he was worried about, is how he would handle pit road. He's going to have to do a drive-through for speeding, Kevin.
Here's Alex Palou. The only thing he has not done is win the Indy 500. Two-time champion. And he's going to get Shell fuel and Firestone tires. Front wing change, Marty.
We talked about that weather change. It seems to be playing into Alexander Rossi's hand. A clean stop for the Arrow McLaren car, and they seem to be getting better throughout the race. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson will serve that drive-through penalty coming this time. 1:33, actually he's going to pit this time coming to serve that penalty. 68 laps to go, but Kyle Larson will have to serve that penalty, Kevin.
So how much does this help Santino Ferrucci? He went 2 laps longer than Josef Newgarden. He's been saying, I think I could get by him, but I'm content to ride around right here. AJ Foyt's car is maybe 1 stop away from having a chance to fight to the finish. Will Power going around him now as Ferrucci releases. Power earlier on, the cars we saw him drop back, was really struggling. It's better now. Might still be a player.
Oh, boy. Newgarden got awfully close to the wall. How about Alexander Rossi to the front?
2 for 1 from Alexander Rossi. Not only McLaughlin, he got Newgarden as well. Rossi to the front.
Watch Santino Ferrucci at the exit of turn 2. Palou makes a move on Newgarden. There's Ferrucci coming out of the pits.
Look at this, look at this. It's a drag race, but the power and the advantage is going to go to Rossi. Rossi has got McLaughlin. Palou gets by Ferrucci. It's Rasmussen and Newgarden. Wow! Right around the outside, what goes Josef? How did they all fit? How did nobody hit? That was incredible.
How is the racetrack that clean as Palou now? 3 wide, Palou to the front of the Indy 500, McLaughlin second.
Rossi from 1st to 3rd, and that run down the front straight. These guys all know they've got so much fuel to save. They're having to do big lifts. Everybody's taking their turn up front, but there is some frantic action on track right now.
4.7.
There are 2 guys in this group you may not have put in before this, and that's Canapino and Rasmussen. And here is that green flag stop by Kyle Larson.
And here's the thing, guys. We know that these were one of the things he was going to have to work on and deal with. You see just the right front there all locked up. But T-Bell, this is the first pit stop they've had to do under green flag conditions. He's been pitting under caution. This is the first time he had to do it at speed, but look at the action on track, guys. This looks like an Indy Next race.
They are closing doors left, right, and center on each other. Rasmussen getting really squirrely.
This kid is not scared. He goes up into the wall. Helio Castroneves in the blue and white machine. He's looking for a way through. He's fighting with Canapino and Rasmussen and McLaughlin. McLaughlin goes up the inside.
All right, buddy, settle back in your rhythm. No pressure back. Auto 3.
Rossi thought about going with McLaughlin past Alex Palou. Thought better of it. Slides back into line as we see a car pulling off track to pit lane there.
Pato Award.
Pato. Here's Castro Neves. Had a look at Canapino and thought twice.
You have to be so careful as a driver in these situations not to get sucked into psycho. Calm down, stay big picture. You still have over 60 laps to the end. Protect your car and just keep it together. Don't get overboard.
Here we go. Elio's going, so too is Rossi. Rossi on the inside of Palou. And I've got to say, welcome to the big time, Christian Rasmussen right there in that Dayglow white and black car for Ed Carpenter Racing. He's hanging with the big guys.
But guys, here's what's so funny. The lap times, the speeds these cars are running, 209s, 210s. They are massively off the pace in an attempt to save fuel. They are in such worse shape than Pato Award, who we just saw pit, or than Scott Dixon, who is still leading this race.
I'm glad you mentioned Scott Dixon because he's the one to watch. He's in great fuel situation, Marty, as Pato Award comes out of the pits.
Yeah, he's in front of these guys right now, Pato, and that's exactly what Will Anderson told him a moment ago. Listen, everybody else has to save. They're on the primary strategy. There's really 3 strategies going right now. Will Anderson told him, we do not run hard to the end of the race. This is exactly what Pato Award, the strategy they used last year, and they were in a position to finish top 5.
Scott Dixon leads the way. Also on the same strategy as Connor Daly, Takuma Sato, Stingray Robin, Kyle Kirkwood. 57 laps to go in the Indy 500. Take your pick, make your pick as Pato Award gets back by his teammate. Let's show you the pit stop differential between Alex Palou and Alex Rossi, powered by NTT.
Yeah, this is so important on these green flag stops. It's your in lap, your out lap, your time on pit lane. That's essentially the time that's in the driver's hands, getting from 60 down to 0, then from 0 back up to 60, and then your time in the pit box. That's just the crews getting the work done. Pretty even on the in laps. The time on pit lane to Alex Palou, the time in pit box goes to Rossi, and pretty even on the out laps. So it's the time gained on pit lane that puts the advantage to Palou.
Watch the orange and blue car of Scott Dixon. He pops out to go second, tucks in behind Pato Award. Scott Dixon is 4 laps to the good on fuel over Pato Award. I know PNC says brilliantly boring. Dixon has been brilliantly spectacular today, surviving the almost penalty with Ryan Hunter-Reay. He has the most gas to burn down the stretch.
And remember, he started back in 21st position. Kyle Larson, meanwhile. We started this weekend and this month of May with the big headline. It's been coming for a year about Larson doing the double. The first NASCAR driver to attempt the double in 10 years since Kurt Busch. The weather affected his chances today. He's just gone a lap down as Dixon goes by. Pato Award, is that the pass for the lead and the win? We'll answer that soon, but remember that moment with 54 to go.
Guys, Scott Dixon has so much gas. Oh, yellow out.
Big one for Will Power. It's over for the Verizon Chevy.
It's a huge one for Will Power.
And that's not what Scott Dixon wanted to see. It allows the field that needed to stretch fuel to catch up.
Will really thought this could have been his this year. On the front row, started from second and had a good month of May and did not want it to end like this. What happened? On the outside of Christian Rasmussen.
Clear low.
Just got high, got loose, and got in the wall. We've seen so many drivers hang it up on the outside there.
Well, we kept wondering, how is the track clean enough? And I think we finally found the point of this race where the debris, the tire dust, the marbles are too much to handle, too wide.
And that's going to be a key bit of information for all the spotters to tell their drivers, hey, look, Will was just running outside of Rasmussen and the car got away from him. The track's starting to fall away up there, and that's going to be important information for everyone else to know, hey, we might have to be a bit more conservative out there.
But is there time to sweep the track under this caution? Oftentimes we see that diff. They clean the slate and reset.
This is how it went away from Will Power. What a shame. 2 Team Penske cars left in this 108th Indy 500.
Let's have a look at the big move presented by Pods Moving and Storage. It was the incredible hands of the save from Pato Award earlier.
Gotta tell you, this is an incredible save. Drivers are dealing with a lot inside of the car that you can't see. That's the thing. Even when you don't see their hands doing much, sometimes they're saving things. So the fact that he was able to show you something so spectacular and keep that car going is so incredible. That was move of the day.
Guys have given him the nickname the Ninja. Another ridiculous save by Pato. Okay, just a thought here on Larson, because you were watching as he was coming down under green, coming down pit lane. One of those things that happens to drivers who don't have as much experience in these cars and here.
It was always going to be race day that was going to test him the most, because everything's happening very quickly and put in situations that he hasn't seen yet. So there's not a lot of pitting off of 4 until carb day. And as you see here, he locks it up really bad. And, you know, brakes could be cool. He could have stiffened his front bar and made the front a little bit too stiff to lock up. There's some scenarios. Maybe he moved his weight jacker and that affected it. So there are some situations, but these are the things that you have to eliminate if you're going to win the Indy 500. And I'm sure this is going to make him pretty hungry to come back and try again.
Drive-through penalty. He's 21st at the moment, 1 lap off the lead lap. Give me your last thoughts here as we are 3/4 of the way through, 50 laps to go.
Well, Mike, I'm not going to lie. I was happy to see that yellow, because what this is going to do is this is going to take it out of as much of fuel saving as we were seeing, where Dixon was in such good shape. And what we're going to see is full rich, and we're going to see a lot harder running, which is just going to make it more exciting for us.
We waited 4 hours because of the rain as they continue to clean up after the accident involving the 2018 winner, Will Power. We'll step aside for a moment. It has been chaotic. It's been thrilling. And 49 more laps of it coming up from Indy.
Pleased to say you're watching the Indy 500 here on NBC. And this telecast is presented by Firestone. Welcome back. We're under yellow. And there's been a lot happening while we're under this 8th caution of the day. T-Bell, you asked for it, you got it. The track is being swept and cleaned.
Oh, it's a good sign. Look at all of those marbles, the dust and debris that comes off the Firestone tires, 33 cars, and lots of stuff to get cleaned up. But what this allows for is amazing restarts. Clean racetrack, James, those 3-4 wide moves. It really helps the drivers find grip on the high line. Marty.
Townsend, there's in essence 3 pit strategies going on. For the primary strategy, what we have been calling it, Alexander Rossi is up front for that. So, Brian Barnhart, does he have to save fuel at all, or is this now an even race among everybody up front?
It's a little bit of a save, but not a lot for us. It's a really comfortable number just to get it. It just means their last stop will probably be a little shorter than ours, but we just got to watch the track position.
Rossi reiterated once again, Dylan, a moment ago. He said, I just think the car keeps getting better as the day goes along and the sun sets.
And let's chat with Mike Cole, who calls strategy for Scott Dixon. Was that a yellow that was helpful, or one that you would have rather not seen?
Everybody has one more stop, so we'll just see how it plays out.
All right, they got Scott Dixon behind the wheel, so we'll see what happens. One more pit stop to go, as he said.
Just
cagey response from Mike Hall.
Just to remind you, 200 laps or finishing at 8:15 local. This is Kyle Larson, and Marty's there.
Yeah, Kyle Larson, they did take the wave around, which I believe you mentioned it, so they're going to be back on the lead lap here. They're going to make a rear wing adjustment here, and once you take the wave around here in IndyCar, you can come to pit road. That's what Larson did here. We'll see if these fresh Firestones help him out at all, Kevin.
Marty, as Danica said, good news. It is a race to the finish. The worst on fuel mileage was Josef Newgarden. Let's listen to his radio.
Basically just a race to the finish, so. Yep. I mean, how much time are we losing on putting the rear wing back? On the next stop, none. We can put it back in the next stop. I think just need to put it back to where it was. It's coming.
That's been the other debate. They took off some downforce last time. He wants it back in, but no fuel save. Here we go.
Yep, it is a straight fight to the end. By the way, we have an algorithm that projects when the race will stop. And at the moment, we've got plenty of time. We are 20 minutes to the good. This race on this current pace should stop prior to 8 p.m. local, which is Eastern time zone as well. So at the moment, hey, knock on wood, would you? Knock on wood. We're looking good. We should finish.
We have an algorithm?
We do.
That's pretty cool.
It's up there. Dave, what do you got?
There's some lumber down here, Diff. I took it out for you, so we got that taken care of, knocking on wood.
Good.
Connor Daly, they told him, we are in good shape fuel-wise. No need to save. You can put the hammer down, buddy.
Polka Dot Chevrolet. So his teammate Ryan Hunter-Ray is out. There's still one Dreyer Reinbold with Cusick Motorsports Chevy left in there. Who do you like? Is your favorite driver still in this race? And do they have a chance? One more stop. You heard it from Mike Hull, the voice for more than 20 years on the box for Scott Dixon. Is Dixon going to get his second win? There are so many drivers still looking for their first. How is this going to play out with just 46 to go?
And Lee, quick shout out to Rinus VeeKay. He had that penalty earlier. He's worked his way back into the top 5 and on the same strategy.
He sure is. Right behind Connor Daly, ahead of Alex Palou. We are coming to the green to end the 8th portion here in the 108th Indy 500. Dixon will lead Pato O'Ward and teammate Alexander Rossi back to green. Here comes Pato up the inside and Rossi on the outside.
3 into 1 doesn't work. Dixon falls, but 3 behind him. Josef Newgarden up high around VeeKay and Palou. We got a car up high, but keeps it out of the wall.
Newgarden thinks he's at Iowa Speedway.
Errol McLaren with the flex on that restart. Rossi going big, O'Ward going strong, and further back it's getting dicey.
Arrow, McLaren 1-2, Ganassi, then Team Penske, look out, Takuma Sato, wheel to wheel into turn 3 with Kyle Kirkwood.
Kirkwood saying not right now. It's been a tough race for Andretti Global, but Kirkwood still in it.
Tucking out and heading up the inside, teammate on teammate. O'Ward retakes the lead of this race.
The last 2 years, Pato O'Ward has found himself in the fight for the win. The last 2 years, he's come up short. 2 years ago, he finished second to Marcus Ericsson. Last year was passing for second on Marcus Ericsson and ended up in the wall. Asked him earlier in the month, hey, you were maybe too conservative in 22, maybe too aggressive in 23. Do you feel like you found that balance? And he says, yes, I think I know what I need to do now. He just needs to be in the position to do it in the last handful of laps. And right now, T-Bell, he is in the right spot.
Here we go, the teammates swapping the lead again. Rossi pops out, and then Dixon is shadowing. Newgarden is there, Palou, and then Rinus VeeKay, Scott McLaughlin. Let's take you back and go for a ride with Newgarden. Watch this.
Big respect from his teammate, Scott McLaughlin, to give him the room on the exit. That's 1 car down. He's got 3 cars in front of him, and he says, you know what? I'll take them all.
Wow.
4 positions on the restart.
That was all chips in on the table for Josef Newgarden. That was checkers or wreckers kind of stuff. Super dicey, but he made it work. We talked about the sweepers. That's what it yields, the ability to run high, but it was super sketch.
How about Rinus VeeKay in that black and green Ed Carpenter Racing, the Ask ROI car, as there's another lead change. There he is right there. Had a huge crash in qualifying. He was one of the early qualifiers on Saturday morning, wrecked the car. The team got it fixed. He came back out and put it in the fast 12. It was one of the gutsiest displays you've seen here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And this 23-year-old Dutch driver now scrapping with McLaughlin. He lets him go.
The fastest car to start this race, the Pennzoil Chevy. McLaughlin now showing us what he's capable of in traffic as Rossi back to the front.
Teammate on teammate, they're just helping each other. They're taking a turn at the front like being at the head of the peloton in the Tour de France. Your turn to do the work. Okay, now it's your turn to do some work.
You say that, Dick, but the pace considerably faster than what we've been seeing. 2:18s and 2:19s for the drivers out front right now compared to when we saw them saving fuel at 2:09s and 2:10s. You heard Brian Barnhart say it's a little bit of a save, but it's not too bad. And right now, they seem to be flat to the floor.
A day that started with a weather delay. We're racing into the sunset now. So long as we keep racing green, that was the last commercial break before you see the checkered flag fall. And one brilliantly happy driver will cross the yard of bricks ahead of everybody else. Is it going to be this 25-year-old Mexican, Pato O'Ward, who's come so close before, as he again retakes the lead from teammate Alexander Rossi?
And it's a heavyweight slugfest here with Arrow McLaren teammates. It's trading blow for blow, lap after lap. They're not saving gas. They're just straight up racing each other. And in doing so, James, dialing their controls in just perfectly for what is likely going to be a last lap shootout for the win.
Yeah, you know you're going to have to be going 10/10ths on those last few laps, Townsend. So for sure, you want to start figuring out what your car feels like when you're absolutely on the limit. What changes do you have to make inside the cockpit? What changes do you have to make if you're leading versus being second, third, fourth in line? Now Rossi back to the front. It's not orchestrated, Marty, but it's understood what's happening at the front of this field.
Yeah, Hinch, it's all on the line for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. Here's the situation. These teams up front would like to pit as soon as they can make it to the end. That's about lap 167 to 169. That's when you'll see these leaders come to pit road. But Hinch, I guess my question is, there's two cars out there, Pato O'Ward and Scott Dixon. They could, in theory, run a little bit longer, but what's the risk of doing that when everybody else comes down pit road?
Well, the risk of running longer is that a caution comes out and you now have to pit under caution when the field is all compressed and you lose all that track position. A lot of times there's an advantage to going long, but in this situation, Dylan, that might not be the case.
And something else to keep in mind, too, here for Dixon as you ride on board with him in third. Don't be surprised if they maybe do an overcut, run a lap longer than these McLaren cars, but they made their last stop later. Dixon has been saving fuel. It may be a shorter fill for Dixon to get to the end, and as close as they are, that may be all the difference they need.
Lap 141 was the last time Dixon came in, say up against Alexander Rossi, who was 9 laps different at lap 132. So we'll see what the Ganassi squad do with their man here in the PNC Bank Honda.
And we talk about the shadows in turn 1, but what about the glare in turn 3, James? You just pointed that out. The setting sun in the west absolutely blasting you as you come through the short chute between 3 and 4.
And you got to remember how, you know what it's like to go from a bright outside into a dark inside. Your eyes have to adjust. Imagine coming through turn 3 here. We'll do this with Pato O'Ward. Goes directly into the sunlight. Your eyes are adjusting, your pupils are adjusting to that bright light, and then you turn into 4 instantly, it goes into shadow, but you're doing this at 220 miles an hour.
And Hinch, it's such a great point that you and Townsend make as there's a move coming here. Pato on Alexander Rossi again. We're racing at nearly 7:30 at night. They're not used to this here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're done. We're well and truly done. As the CEO of McLaren Racing, Zach Brown, is there watching on all 4 cars lined up before he was on the grid, so proud of what his team had accomplished, and he may be celebrating an Indy 500 win in 31.5 laps time. Let's have a listen to the 5 radio.
Do you want fuel or do you want me to keep doing this?
Fuel's not a concern, we just want to stay top 2. Dixon will be able to overcut us, but I think we have a better car than him.
All right, Alexander Rossi is the first one in of the front runners. Here come the games.
You got to be picture perfect on these cycles. We saw this race fall away from Scott Dixon a few years ago because of the last stop and a mistake. But Marty, Alex Rossi's coming to you.
They click off 31 laps to go. This is exactly where Brian Barnhart wanted to get to for Alexander Rossi. And a tip of the cap to his teammate from this team, Pato O'Ward, for helping him save just a little bit of fuel. Rossi should be able to run as hard as he wants to the very end. He saw a slight wing change there for Rossi. 31 to go as Rossi got enough to win his second Indy 500.
All right, back onto the front straight. Here comes Scott Dixon. The blue and orange PNC Bank Honda takes the lead. Look at Newgarden in third. He's all over the back of Pato O'Ward. So the question now is, how much longer will Dixon go, knowing that Rossi has made his last stop?
Well, Dixon feels like he has absolutely decided to put his head down and go for it. Remember, Dixon carrying more fuel. He's in range now to make one more stop, James. So if he pits now, they won't have to fill for as long. That can give him the advantage with this overcut move. Dixon going flat out right now.
A few tenths of a second in pit lane with that fuel, like you said, that can make a lot of distance up on the racetrack. He's not coming in this time, but we do see cars starting to peel off. Newgarden, McLaughlin, and I believe that's Connor Daly coming in.
Kev? Last year's winner, Josef Newgarden, is in contention as he comes down pit lane for the final time. And what we want to watch, can he get in front of Alexander Rossi? Did going a couple of laps longer help him out, Marty?
Kevin, here on pit road, final stop of the day, 29 to go. And remember, Scott McLaughlin has been dealing with that clutch issue all afternoon long. This fuel will be just what they need to get to the end of the race. Can he get his first ever Indy 500 win? From the pole, you see that wing adjustment from McLaughlin. And there you go. Newgarden leads before the 3 car.
Here comes Dixon on the right-hand side of your screen. Canapino's coming in. He's serving a penalty. Dixon locked up. Remember, he lost this race by speeding on pit road by 1 mile an hour. Has he been caught speeding again, or is it okay? Dylan.
It's got to be a perfect stop here. Remember, went longer on the last fill, so need just a shorter fill here. 4 Firestone tires and fuel, Marty.
That award coming down pit road, as well as Dixon kind of stumbles a little bit leaving his stall. He said, I am so loose. He's the most complaints I hear from a driver running up front. But Pato Award should be a little bit of a shorter stop. We'll see if these guys gain a little bit of track position.
Look at this, Alexander Rossi on Josef Newgarden. They've both made their last stops. Rossi gets ahead of Newgarden.
And these 2 cars will blend with those that just pitted. Dixon and O'Ward, there they are in the short chute. This is the battle for the win of the Indy 500.
Watch over here, coming out, Dixon, but the others are at speed.
Rossi gets a little bit of a toe off Award. Both him and Newgarden now going side by side. Newgarden uses the pick on the outside. Dixon getting up to speed. Josef has momentum. Will he get him on the front straight?
Newgarden has a ton of momentum. Dixon still trying to accelerate. They'll catch each other at the end of the front stretch.
Both of these men are Indianapolis 500 winners, but here comes Newgarden, blasting up the inside of Dixon.
Now Scott Dixon spent a bulk of the last part of the stint studying cars in front of him. Remember, he ran 3rd for a long time, just patiently working the controls. The question is, has he learned enough to retaliate, to return the move on Newgarden?
And you heard the call from pit lane. His car was very loose. That meant the front was overpowering the rear. Not quite enough rear grip for Scott Dixon. They would have made an adjustment on that pit stop, made him a little bit happier with the balance of that race car.
I think it's looking good, Diff. Here he comes.
When he wanted to pass Award, he did it. He wants to pass Newgarden. He's going to do it.
He's got it into turn 1. Dixon back ahead of the Shell Chevy. And we're getting close to where all of the drivers say this race changes, and that is the final 20 laps. You want to buy yourself a ticket to the final 20, and then it is gloves off.
Well, you talk about these 2 as Newgarden goes back to the front. You know the Arrow McLaren boys are slowly inching their way into the mix. This is a 4-way battle for the win, and then you've got Alex Palou quietly sneaking in to the story as well. That yellow car, the number 10, teammates to Scott Dixon.
And VK is hanging around in the background. Dixon back ahead of Newgarden. Rossi, Award hanging in there. Palou is getting closer.
And I believe McLaughlin just got around Rena's VK. No, VK's still up there, so McLaughlin's coming forward. So is Connor Daly. James, we're swimming in whipped cream right now as a race fan. It's getting wild.
I'm not sure how smooth that swim's going to be, Townsend, but this is going to be a tight, tight battle. You could throw a blanket over the top 5 on track right now.
That's what it's like to go back to the front for Scott Dixon here at Indy.
I mean, top 5 effectively. There's still cars that haven't pit. Dixon's running 6th right now in the front of this train. We see some of the top 5 currently coming to pit lane. But this is the battle right here. Like you say, VK's joining it. Kirkwood's going to blend out in a decent spot.
He stayed out for quite a while. Newgarden returns the favor.
23 laps to go.
Award up the inside of Kyle Kirkwood. The highest placed running and the only Andretti Global car left running.
Great recovery from Kirkwood right now. He's effectively running, is that 4th on the strategy.
Yeah. Carpenter and Larson and Simpson are yet to pit, and that'll cycle Josef Newgarden to the front of the Indy 500 with 22.5 laps to go.
Look, up to this point in the race, it's been important to not lead too much because you burn more fuel out front. Guys have been happy to sit back in the train. Sit back in the train and save some fuel.
But 21 to go.
But now, Townsend, as you hear 21 to go, the call for Josef Newgarden. Now you want to be up front. Why? When you run in the dirty air of another car, you lose a bit of downforce. You have to rely more on the grip of those Firestone tires, and the more you use them, the more you wear them. So if you can get clean air and run up front, you're going to take care of your tires, and that's what Dixon's doing now.
Nothing brilliantly boring about that move from Scott Dixon. And guys, you talk about downforce. How about temperature? We're at a time of day that we've really never experienced before. Right. The track temp is dropping quick, and whatever downforce you think you had that was good, it could be crossing over to a whole new realm.
21 laps to go in the Indy 500. On a day where we question whether we'd even race at all because of rainfall and thunderstorms and high wind. Here's Newgarden, pops out of the draft again to exchange positions with Dixon, and look at the queue behind. It's Rossi, O'Ward, Kirkwood, Palou, VK, McLaughlin, Daly, Ferrucci. Keep adding to the list. Everybody feels they've got a shot. You can see on the graphic there, and we go on board with the HendrickCars.com Arrow McLaren machine of Kyle Larson. On the graphic, he's leading. He's not really, you know, in terms of...
He is.
He is technically, but not really.
A catastrophic yellow. He last pitted on lap 153. So he's 27 laps into this stint. Improbable, but not impossible.
It's been quite the day for Kyle, and everybody should celebrate what this enormously talented racer has done.
He's leading laps at the Indy 500.
He is.
That's going to be on the resume leaving here today.
As Canapino, as Dixon goes by, Canapino would have and should have been in the mix, but was penalized on his last stop.
Canapino holding strong.
And he's creating a gap between Newgarden and Dixon.
Yeah.
And look,
fellow Chevy car as well.
Newgarden already starting to swerve on the straightaways to break the draft as Rossi moves out on Dixon and takes over what's effectively second place.
Yeah, that's a big move right there. Dixon falling back, struggling a bit at this point in the stint, I think, on balance. Nice break for Newgarden, but Rossi closing very fast on the lap car of Canapino.
It's going to be important for Rossi to try to clear Canapino as quickly as possible. And look, man, I know there's not really a rule about command blues until you're a lap down to the whole field, but at this point, we're a handful of laps to go in the Indy 500. You don't want to play a part in that. If I'm the team owner here at Juncos Haulinger Racing, I'm telling my guy, hey, look, it wasn't our day, unfortunate, but now Canapino is actually looking on Josef. Josef's trying to fall back a little.
What a shame for Canapino to be penalized this late in the race, because the Argentinian veteran in just his second Indy 500 has had the pace and has shown that he likes the Brickyard, and he knows now how to drive it and drive it effectively. He spent more than a fair share of time in the top 10 today in his Juncos Haulinger Chevy.
Mad respect to what he's done, but he's now spending more than his fair share of time messing up this battle. He needs to get out of the way. He can get his lap back. I guess if a yellow comes out.
That move right there, keep in mind, James, he's now in front of Newgarden. Once Larson and Simpson pit, Canapino would be back on the lead lap for a yellow. Let's go back down to pit lane for a report on Newgarden.
A little bit of concern to radio.
Vibration, where's it coming from? Front right again, similar to the last stint.
So this has come up a couple of times today. He also says, you need to count me down. My lap counter is broken.
Oh, boy. And that we heard Jonathan Duguid do that before for Josef Newgarden. So that now brings Alexander Rossi very, very close. Kyle Larson pits from the lead of the race. Newgarden, Rossi by Canapino. It's close. Into turn one. 16 laps to go in the Indy 500.
A vibration on one of the tires, that can be caused by a bunch of different things. You can knock wheel weights off of the car. They use wheel weights to balance the tire, so it's in perfect balance as you're running 200 plus miles an hour. If something happens to knock it out of balance, it can create an incredibly disruptive vibration. You feel it through the steering wheel, you feel it through your head. It rattles your vision blurry, Townsend. And that can be very also detrimental just to the handling of that race car. As Rossi now big run off of turn 4.
It would appear to be a big issue as Rossi diff powers to the front.
And the crowd love that. The winner of the 100th Indy 500 is back at the front. It's been almost 2 years since Alexander Rossi won an NTT INDYCAR Series race. It's been a drought of sorts.
Need an 87.3 to the end for a fuel, 87.3.
That was Brian Barnhart telling him what he needs as Josef Newgarden goes back to the front.
And that fuel number, important. Rossi pitted 2 laps before Newgarden. So I don't think Newgarden has any worry about fuel. It's just that vibration. Maybe he's figured out how to adjust his car and make it work. But Newgarden with the advantage on gas.
There's the captain, Roger Penske, who as a team owner has won 19 Indianapolis 500s with wife Kathy up above, looking on. Could it be win number 20 with the man who won last year?
And we haven't mentioned Pato O'Ward for a couple of laps, but I've been watching closely, and the driver of the Aero number 5 suddenly seems to be finding his groove again, just like he did with his teammate Rossi about 20 laps ago. O'Ward is going forward.
2 years ago, he had an opportunity to go up the inside at turn 1 and maybe grab the lead from Marcus Ericsson like he just did there to Dixon, but he didn't do it. He kind of erred on the side of caution and being conservative. He said, if I ever get a shot again, I am going for it. And that shot may just be right here, right now.
Gentle snake down the back straightaway. Rossi works up to the wall. Newgarden struggling maybe a little bit in that turbulent air, but Newgarden's been really strong off turn 4.
Look, we're getting past half stint on these tires. This is when you really start to know what your balance is. You start to lose that grip. It's harder to follow cars, to set up passes. Newgarden able to drive around Rossi. Rossi able to drive around Newgarden. But Pato's sort of just sitting there with the front row seat. He needs one of these guys to make a mistake to get an honest run and try to make a pass.
And I think what we just saw was that fuel advantage with Newgarden getting back by.
86.8's the number, 86.8.
That's the tension growing for Brian Barnhart. Who's got better fuel than Newgarden? Pato O'Ward.
That number is growing. That's a bigger save than what he had the last time Brian Barnhart got on the radio to Alexander Rossi. He's going the wrong way when it comes to fuel consumption.
Today has been so eventful for all of the cautions and the action and the crashes. But guess where it's been good, guys? An Indy 500 race record for the amount of different leaders. 16 different leaders today. That's been awesome. And the current leader is the defending Indy 500 winner. If Josef Newgarden hangs in there for another 11 laps, he wins a bonus $440,000 courtesy of Borg Warner for being the next driver to go back-to-back. Elio Castro Neves was the last 22 years ago.
And with that Borg Warner bonus, Newgarden would win well over $3 million with the win. There is some serious cash on the line. Here comes Rossi back.
He's backing off there. He had a run. He could have forced the issue there, but he needs to save that fuel. You can save it so much better running in second place. But you do use those tires more, like we've been saying. But right now, these two are sizing each other up, Townsend. They're trying to figure out, where do I want to be with 2 laps to go? Where do I want to be with 1 lap to go?
And the thing is, that fuel disadvantage, you can't hide it, Diff. Everybody knows. Team Penske knows with Newgarden exactly where Rossi is on gas. They're both Chevy cars.
Keep in mind on the last lap, watch where they are here. Watch the line for pit entry. You are no longer allowed to swerve and go below that white line there, like we saw last year with Ericsson and Newgarden. So what is that last lap going to look like as O'Ward follows his teammate, but Rossi goes back to the front?
It's a little strange there, the rate at which Rossi was able to pass Newgarden. He just had a massive wiggle in the short chute.
And then a wiggle from Pato on the entry to turn 2. Guys, the cars are turned all the way up, fastest speeds we've seen pretty much all day. Tires are starting to wear, temperatures are falling.
Diff, Newgarden might have the gas, but he'll need hands to get this thing to the finish. That was a wicked loose moment down in turn 1.
And the best hands here is Pato O'Ward as far as speed, Mr. Quick Hands.
We've talked about how late we're running, guys, as Pato's got to defend now against Scott Dixon. Kirkwood there making a move on the inside.
What an unbelievable recovery. Like you said, Hinch, Kyle Kirkwood now legitimately in the top 5. And Diff, you're pointing to the last lap for Kirkwood's pit.
6-7.
He is
176.
He's the best on fuel. He stopped later than everybody else. He still gives Andretti Global a chance of winning the Indianapolis 500.
As temperatures cool, as track temp cools, that tends to change the balance. It usually makes
Grade
it
5 would be better fuel if you want it.
a little bit sharper on the front, a little looser of a race car. As Rossi now going to lose one spot to Newgarden. Is he going to lose a second
Here
to
comes
Award?
Pato! Pato on the inside.
Oh boy, the back of the number 5 car, Pato Award, snaking on the entry to turn 1. That thing is forklifting its way through the corner right now.
The most popular driver in IndyCar right now is that 25-year-old Mexican. Pato Award has throngs of fans wherever he goes, wherever we travel with the series. And Mr. Quick Hands, the ninja, is now chasing down Scott Dixon at the front of this field. Pardon me, Josef Newgarden at the front of this field.
And look who just crept his way into 5th. Alex Palou, teammates to Scott Dixon. And here comes the yellow submarine, McLaughlin, starting to turn it up.
Challenged with clutch issues.
Nice job there. Nice job. P6 right now.
All race long. And Hinch, are we starting to see the infancy of the Dragon? The early phases of the Dragon?
Oh, it's already starting. The Dragon is that weaving movement on the straightaways. That's to try to break the draft of the car behind. But a big run here from Pato Award. He's going to the point, Diff.
This could be a practice for the last lap. Could it look like this in 5 laps' time? Listen to the crowd. The popularity of this young man is phenomenal, and he backs it up with the driving.
I wonder, can anybody respond at this point? Those Firestones continue to wear. The good news, though, if you're struggling for balance, that track temp dropping to 89 degrees now.
I feel so happy for these fans that they have waited so long today to see a race finish like this. 4 laps to go, 10 miles, that's it, as Newgarden is back at the front.
Laps to go, 4 laps to go.
This final stint has been fascinating. The movement, the machinations, the strategy, the timing, the decision making. Who has done it best with 3 laps to go from here?
3 to go.
Close but no cigar for Pato Award on that lap. Was that intentional? Is he already working backwards from lap 200?
Yes.
I don't want to be leading right now.
Yes.
He's planning it out. He's been here the last 2 years and come up short. 220-mile-an-hour game of chess right now.
You just get the sense that Pato Award will be disgusted with a second place here. He has the car.
2 by 5.
He has the fuel. He has the desire, and I think he'll leave it all out on the racetrack with 2 to go.
2 laps to go, and Pato's got his teammate Alexander Rossi right behind as well. Newgarden, Award, Rossi, Dixon, and Palou.
You can see the balance in that race car. He is nervous. He is balancing that thing on the absolute edge.
You know what to do now.
Great job hanging on to it. He's got a nice run coming to turn 3.
And decides not to take it. That tells you everything you need to know.
That shocks me.
If a yellow comes out now, we can't red flag it.
White flag, amigo. White flag.
White flag, amigo.
Here it comes.
There has never been a Mexican driver win the Indianapolis 500. Maybe that time is now. With 1 more lap to go, Pato goes to the lead.
He's not going to lift this time. He did it against Ericsson and lost. Pato Award to the front off of turn 2.
5 back, 6 back.
Award tries to break the draft. Newgarden's like, I've been in this situation before. Josef Newgarden around the outside of Pato Award. Josef Newgarden had to wait 12 times to win it, and now he's going to do it back-to-back. Josef Newgarden is a two-time Indy 500 winner. Oh, my goodness.
Let's go! Let's go!
For the first time in 22 years, a driver has won back-to-back Indy 500s, and it's Josef Newgarden. Win number 20 for Team Penske. And Pato O'Ward's heart has been broken again.
Proud of you there, friend. Awesome job today.
And the captain and his family, the kids and the grandkids are there to watch win number 20.
Where's he going this time?
He's going back into the crowd.
He's probably going up the flag stand.
He's going back into the crowd.
Might get to the upper deck. That was an insane move. Awesome, awesome.
That was a true battle. The last 5 laps between this man and Pato O'Ward.
The year started with a win. It was followed by a disqualification. Josef Newgarden has responded emphatically by winning the biggest motor race in the world.
I need a second.
The second will be handed out here shortly. Traditions,
he didn't have his regular strategist or his team president on the box. He didn't have 2 members of his engineering team. And he said, we are surrounded by good people. We can still do this. And he has. They have. And spare a thought for Pato O'Ward. So close again.
Hey, Joseph, are you okay?
Wife Ashley is there.
Hey, I got Marty right behind you. Right here.
I'll take that, Chad. I got you. I got you.
It took him 12 years to get his first Indianapolis 500. It took him 12 months to get his second. You said you needed a moment, but you did not want to miss that moment, Joseph. You're making this a habit.
Unbelievable. I love this crowd. I gotta always go in the crowd if we win here. I'm always doing that. I'm just, honestly, that wore me out more than the race.
That one, my friend.
Oh my gosh, Jonathan.
Jonathan Duguid, his strategist, coming in to fill in, and his fill-in engineer as well. Josef, you said there's no better place to redeem ourselves than right here. Was there extra motivation for you and Team Penske coming into this race?
Absolutely. They can say whatever they want after this point. I don't care anymore. I'm just so proud of the team. They crushed it. I mean, crushed it. They came here with the fastest cars. We've worked our tails off. Team Chevy brought it. Luke, Tim, they're not here today, but they're a huge part of this. I'm just so proud for everybody for Team Penske, you know. That's the way I wanted to win the thing right there.
There you go, Josef Newgarden. The 300,000 fans that stayed at Indianapolis got to celebrate in person with Newgarden. And guess what, Diff? We're going to get to hear more from him in a moment in Victory Lane.
Today we have seen it all. The delay, the rain, the storm, the passionate crowd not going anywhere, and this is what it's all about. Commitment and drive to win the biggest of them all. Josef Newgarden wins another one for the captain. 2 for Josef, 20 for Roger. What a day, and that's why it's known as the greatest spectacle in racing.
It's getting kind of late, but the ladies want some more. Oh my, good Lord. Tell them drink some. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jay Dale's got a history. There's a part of that.
Here's the unofficial results coming up on the video boards. Josef Newgarden, and there's Palou, Dixon, Rossi, Palou, Scott McLaughlin, 6.
Next one for Kyle Kirkwood to come back for 7th. Penalty early in the race. Santino Ferrucci on the way 3 to BK Shane, recovering from early difficulties. 9th place run, Connor Bailey was 10th. Callum Eilert from pit road on the pace laps to 11th. And Christian Rasmussen will finish in the 12th position.
Shout out to Santino Ferrucci with his 8th place finish. First driver to finish top 10 and his first 6 Indy 500s. Alex Palou 5th, 23rd consecutive top 10. That's pretty incredible. That's an IndyCar record too. Record-setting day. Glad you're with us. Celebrations coming up here in Atlanta.
And the first cars running at the finish of the 500 since 2017.
The Shell Chevy is back in victory lane, and we're going to bring you the Advance Auto Parts checkered flag moment, and here it is. Oh yeah, the crew know this feeling, and so too does Josef Newgarden. The lift will be raised, and the Shell Chevy will be up in now a very familiar position on the podium, where Josef will get to drink the milk again, and as always, our Marty Snyder's right in the middle of it all.
He knows this ride all too well, Diff, and one he's happy to repeat a year later. When he gets up to victory lane, he'll have the winner's wreath, courtesy of Borg Warner. The milk tradition from the American Dairy Association. Josef, just like he did last year, chose whole milk. And the winner's ring from Justin, and of course the princesses as well. You think about what this team has been through. Josef Newgarden really put it on his back at the end of that run with a vibration, getting around Pato O'Ward, but as he mentioned just a moment ago, this was a team win. Team Penske on pit road was absolutely terrific. And I'm amazed at how exhausted Josef Newgarden was after celebrating with the fans in the stands. He is still fist pumping himself inside the car. Cannot believe the emotion of winning both the 107th and the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. celebrated with the fans a moment ago. Now he gets to celebrate with the captain, his boss, Roger Penske. Josef Newgarden climbs out as now a two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. Boy, Josef. His mom comes in. Ashley, his wife. You seem so emotional. You also seem so drained. Was this one of the most emotionally draining Indy 500s you've ever been a part of, win or lose?
No doubt, no doubt. I knew we could win this race again, and just a matter of getting it right. There's no better way to win a race than that. I mean, you know, I got to give it up. I got to give it up to Pato as well. He's an incredibly clean driver. You know, it takes two people to make that work. So it's not just a good pass. It's also, you know, someone that you're working with that's incredibly clean. So I mean, I got to give hats off to Pato. You know, he could have easily won this race too, but it just fell our way. And I'm just so proud of everybody, proud of this whole team. Luke at home, who not here but deserves to be here, and Tim. They're a huge part of this team. But Raul and JD did a great job this whole month. And to have Shell on board, we're running 100% renewable fuel because of these guys since last year. Everyone that partners with us, Team Chevy, it's just a great day. I'm glad we got it in today, too. I really thought we were racing tomorrow.
I wanted to ask you how you survived that last run. You radioed in very early. I had a right front vibration. And then on top of that, you were able to pass Pato. How did you pull that off?
Yeah, I mean, we just had an incredible car. You know, I got a little out of position at lap 150. You know, we were restarting 8th. And I don't think I got that sequencing correct. I really thought I went too soon and then tried to back up. And then I put us in a hole. And so JD came over the radio. He said, look, you're going to have to win this thing the old-fashioned way. I can't help you. Like, it's not going to be stops. It's not going to be fuel. So I just went for it. I said, all right, the car's good enough. You guys have done your job. Let me drive to the front. And look, they backed me the entire way. You can't win this race without a great car. This is the best car in the field, I think, today. So hats off to the team.
You did it, but you also mentioned the team. How much of this was a team win, Josef?
Oh, it's always a team win. And today epitomizes the team victory. It's a team win on the pole. It's a team win today. I'm thankful for Roger Penske. He stood by me. He's the man. He's a legend. There's no one that I've ever met that cares more about the fan and the experience than that man. I promise you. He cares so much about this place, and I'm thankful for him.
And just like those 300,000 fans, he grew up coming to this race as a race fan, and now he's a two-time winner. There's the Borg Warner wreath and the milk coming shortly for Josef Newgarden, who celebrates his second Indianapolis 500 win in as many years.
That's what it's all about. Those meaningful words, true emotions, raw emotions, acknowledging everybody that's helped you to get to this position and executing. And he's only the 11th driver to be a two-time winner. There's 6 3-time winners, 4 4-time winners. And Newgarden puts his name on that illustrious list as a multiple two-time Indy 500 winner. That milk tastes great. Maybe he's talking to some team members who aren't here at Indy. Wow.
And as you hear the satisfaction in Newgarden's voice, it's from a racer, because he had to pass for the win. He had to compete for the win. It was just straight up awesome wheel-to-wheel racing. Dave.
And the seesaw of emotion, Dave. Let's hear from Pato O'Ward.
Well, Lee, ever since he hopped out of the race car, he has sought comfort from the tops, Zach Brown, CEO, on down. It didn't seem like there were enough people to hug Pato. What's going through your heart?
It's hard to put it into words. You know, I'm proud of the work that we did today. You know, we recovered, we went back, we went forward, we went back. Some people were just driving like maniacs. We had so many near race enders, and just so close again. So fucking close. It's just
you had last year and the year before to look at what you had done. How hard did you work at those last laps and the passes that you made on Josef before he got you back?
I mean, I put that car through things I never thought it was going to be able to do. Sometimes I said, oh, that's it. And somehow I came out the other side of the corner. I just, oh man, it's just so painful when you put so much into it and then two laps short, I guess, or 2 corners short.
It's this place, isn't it?
Yeah, it owes me nothing, but it's just, yeah, I much rather have obviously finished the race rather than compared to last year, but it's always a heartbreak whenever it's just so close, especially when it's not the first time and you just don't know how many opportunities like that you have.
How do you come back stronger?
Do the same thing again and just keep on getting better and see if we fall on the right side next time.
The crowd chanted for you here. Did you hear their applause and cheers on the final laps as you were battling?
I did. I heard it. Yeah.
You know they love you.
Yeah, and I love them. They've really made Indianapolis a home for me.
Perhaps next year, Lee, it'll be a home where he's drinking the milk.
And folks, at the top of the show, you heard me ask James and Townsend, why does this event mean so much? Why is it what it is? You just saw it there in Pato O'Ward's face, expression, and words.
It's what kept me coming back year after year, just the absolutely insane desire that couldn't be suppressed to try to win. It seemed like Pato had done everything right, but in the end, Newgarden just went bigger, bolder at a critical moment.
You got to give so much credit to Pato O'Ward. He drove a smart race. I mean, he said it. That car was on edge. We could see it on the onboards, Townsend. There were times I was wincing just looking at how he had adjusted that car to try to be able to attack, put himself into a position to win for the 3rd year in a row. And he said it. You don't know how many chances you're going to get at Indy. And guys, that's the emotion of someone that came second. This isn't a guy that went out on lap 1. He still got the 2nd highest points, the 2nd biggest check, but it doesn't matter. At Indy, everything is about winning. And I love seeing the emotion on both of these drivers, the elation from Josef and the devastation from Pato, but huge credit to the driver here.
All right. Let's have a look at the Pennzoil moment of the race. And we're going to blend this one because of the historical significance. It's been 22 years since a driver went back-to-back, so we're going to show you last year. It was Josef Newgarden's first. And boy, that was something he dreamt about his whole life. And you want to talk about execution, determination, precision. Oh, that was something. That was something else. To defend his Indy 500 win of a year ago, it's Newgarden. That's your Pennzoil moment of the race, and maybe the Pennzoil moment of a year. One of the other big stories of this race, and deservedly so, Kyle Larson, the NASCAR Cup Series standout and superstar, doing his first Indy 500. Let's hear more.
Kyle Larson has finished his first IndyCar race, and it's the Indianapolis 500. He ran all 500 miles. What did you take from this? And are we going to see you back next year?
I would definitely love to be back next year. I feel like I learned a lot throughout the race. I made a couple mistakes, early there with the restart. I'm not sure what I did wrong there, but I somehow got myself into 3rd, and then I felt like I did a really good job on the restarts and was able to learn a lot, and definitely, feel good about knowing what I would need different for the balance, I think, coming back to help runs and stuff. And then, obviously I smoked a left front or something into the green flag stop and killed our opportunity. So, proud to finish, but pretty upset at myself. So, just if I just could have executed a better race, you never know what could happen. So, bummed at myself, but huge thank you to Arrow McLaren, Hendrick Motorsports, Hendrick Automotive Group, Rick Hendrick, Chevrolet, Valvoline, everybody that's a part of this. So, we'll go hop on the jet and see if I can get into the 600 somehow.
All right, thank you. It's been fun to watch Kyle Larson experience this and see one of the great talents try something entirely different. And now he's in an SUV and headed to Charlotte to try to get in the Cup car tonight.
And that interview with Kevin Lee and Kyle was a few moments ago. This is live now. Pardon me, both of these were a few moments ago. So Kyle is already on his way to Charlotte Motor Speedway. What did you make holistically, guys, of the Larson effort? I thought it was unreal.
Well, I think at the start we talked about you don't have to teach the kid how to drive. The driving part he's got down. It was going to be the subtleties, the nuances to IndyCar racing. Today, as simple as the pit speed violation, it was his first green flag stop of the race, and it's the little things that get you here.
And for me, you know, you look at the entire month as a whole, the 30,000-foot view of his entire Indy 500 experience, it's the only mistake I can really point out. He just took everything in stride. He developed over the month, and even with the rest of the race, there was no other glaring issues.
And by the way, that mistake has been made by Scott Dixon just a couple years ago to lose the Indy 500. It's not just exclusive to rookies.
I promise you that's one of the things that Tony Kanaan said to Kyle when he put his arm around him at the end of that race trying to console him and said, hey, the best in the business has done the same thing. Everyone's done it. It's just unfortunate for Kyle it happened in this situation in his first ever 500 while he was running up in a very strong position.
This is the stuff that lifetime memories are made of, not only for Josef and Ashley Newgarden, but their little boy Coda. He's going to look back at this tape and this footage for decades to come and say, I got to do this with my mum and dad. And we've been enjoying the celebrations. A few moments ago, we heard from Scott Dixon. Here it is.
Scott Dixon goes from 21st to 3rd today, and it seemed like you guys really maximized everything you could there. What more could you have done, or did you need at the end?
Yeah, it was like a win, honestly. You know, those guys, kudos to Josef. Congrats on, going back-to-back, man. That's fabulous for him and his whole group. I think the PNC Bank number 9, you know, we had some ups and downs through the races. We had some weird restarts where, you know, it felt like some people were jumping. And then we kind of got onto the right strategy, had some great restarts at the end, and, you know, we were leading. But on that restart, man, when they both blew by me, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a bit of a problem. So, you know, once they started going back and forth, I was just flat out trying to keep up in their toe. So, you know, got to give credit to everybody at Honda and HRC and everybody that's been working extremely hard, but you know, we definitely just didn't have the speed today, unfortunately.
What did you make of all of that racing? I mean, it seems so frenetic at times and just kind of chaotic, and it was exciting for us to watch, but from the cockpit, how was it?
It's wild, you know. I think everybody treated each other pretty good. You know, I know I had a bit of a mishap there with Hunter Ray, and hope he's okay. I don't actually. There was no room there, so I'm not sure exactly where he was going to go, and you know, but it was just one of those days where I feel like everybody gave each other pretty good room. You know, we had some incidents here and there, but it was wild to watch. You know, obviously at the end there, when you're going for 3rd place, you see the first two kind of mixing it up. You hope they're going to crash into each other, unfortunately. But you know, that's just the way it goes. But can't thank the team enough and everybody in the PNC Bank number 9.
And the Hunter Ray contact on the backstretch, how quickly did he close on you? Take us in, you know, kind of the cockpit there and your thoughts with that contact.
Yeah, I was already moving that direction. Last minute I saw it just as he hit me because I was kind of looking to the right. So I don't know the closing rate, and, you know, feel bad for that. He's a good friend, and, you know, hopefully everybody was okay there.
Really good day for Scott Dixon and the 9 team. They come home 3rd.
Well, for Scott McLaughlin, it winds up being a 6th place finish. Is it simple enough to say that it was just a clutch issue that may have kept you from the win, Scott?
Oh, it's a lot of things that go down to the end, but congrats to Josef firstly, like hell of a drive, just bombing Pato around the outside of 3. Gigantic, humongous things to do that. So, yeah, for me, we had a clutch drama all day, unfortunately, and that's just how it is, but ultimately I'm just glad for the fans. They got a full race in, and that's exactly what we wanted to see at Indianapolis, full 200 laps, and we were up there all day, but just didn't quite have enough.
Is this one of the most intense 500s you've been a part of in your short career so far, Scott?
It was pretty intense, the fuel saving and whatnot, but all the yellows at the start sort of made that happen, but it was hard. You wanted to play it safe and save the fuel, but you didn't want to get caught up and fall too far back. But the Pennzoil Chevy was pretty good today. Maybe need a little bit more balance here and there, but that's, you know, it's my 4th time here, best result yet, but it's hard not to feel selfish, you know. Congrats to Team Penske, but this place you just want to do it for yourself, but you know, I'm proud of the team, the effort to have 3 cars here, and we'll press on.
An impressive month of May for Scott McLaughlin. He starts on the pole, winds up finishing 6th.
Alexander Rossi has finished in the top 5 for the 6th time in his 9 Indy 500 starts. How close was it for you? I know it sounded like you were the only one that was asked to save in that last stint.
Yeah, I mean, that was the undoing of it. I don't know how we
I know Scott and Pato were on a different strategy. I don't know how. Josef, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the fuel number I had to hit, I couldn't lead. And when you get third in line in this package forever, it's just been very difficult to get runs, especially at the end of the race when everyone's pretty much flat out. So even though we, with 3 laps to go, we're pretty good on fuel, once you're third in line, the track position's kind of gone. So at that point, you know, I was cheering for the 5 car, and just an amazing effort for the whole McLaren organization and Team Chevy, and it was an amazing month. And it's just it's really hard when you come away from this event not thinking you should have changed anything, and still the result isn't there, right? So I look back, and there's nothing through this month that I would have done differently, and the car was great. And when you can't win with that, it's a tough pill to swallow.
4th for Alexander Rossi, the winner of the 100th Indianapolis 500.
Alex Palou finishes 5th today, and we saw you battling. What did you not have today, Alex?
I didn't have a perfect day, but almost, honestly. It was hard. Newgarden, Pato, and Rossi, they had a little bit more speed than us. Strategy wasn't the best in our case, but still was good. And we tried. I mean, we gave everything we had, didn't have the ultimate speed today, and had fun passing some cars. So pretty happy to finish P5. Not the best result, obviously, here, but it was a good race.
I glanced over to see number 10 atop the point standings at this point, so that's not bad either.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good takeaway, honestly. It's great to see. I think tomorrow I'll be happier to see that than tonight. Yeah. But no, honestly, it was a good day. The team did an amazing job as we started the month of May, and how we finished with Dixon P3 and myself P5. I think it's a great result. So looking forward to the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. I'll need to wait a full year, but honestly, it was fun. Kudos to Newgarden and the number 2. He did an amazing move, and yeah, he deserves it.
Alex is counting the days already, and aren't we all, Lee?
Oh, yeah. We're going to be racing again before you know it, but we'll talk more about that. There's Zach Brown, CEO of McLaren Racing Worldwide, congratulating Josef Newgarden. That was a few moments ago as Josef and Ashley and little Coda go around the track with public address announcer Dave Calabro just talking to the crowd who stayed as we show you the unofficial results. Newgarden, O'Ward, Dixon, that's one of the top 10 closest finishes in the 108 runnings of the Indianapolis 500. Let your eyes walk through the names.
I mean, simply one of the most dramatic and skillful Indy 500s that I can remember seeing, all through the field, all the way down. You see some of the big names that went out that couldn't hang on to the race cars, or in some cases got together. James, this one was a race for the ages.
It certainly was. You had absolute titans of the sport battling it out. And Josef Newgarden said it in his interview. We had the best car, but as we touched on at the top of the show, the best car doesn't always win. The driver still got to get it done, and Newgarden did that today.
At the start of this race, Alex Palou's lead was only 1 point over Will Power. However, now he has blown it out to 20 over his teammate Scott Dixon, and Power, O'Ward, and Colton Herter in the top 5. We're about to say farewell here on NBC, but on Peacock, in a few moments' time, we will have the kissing of the bricks. Can't thank you enough for staying with us all day long here on NBC with this Indy 500 that was so dramatic. And a reminder that the IndyCar Series continues next Sunday from the streets of Detroit, and we'll have coverage on USA and on Peacock. Coming up next here on NBC, The Wall, except on the West Coast. We say congratulations to Josef Newgarden, and thank you for being with us all day long. How about this? The moment where Josef Newgarden got to begin the celebration with his teammates and his team on being a 2-time Indianapolis 500 winner. They're saying, can you believe it? Come on and get me to that crowd. He wanted to share the victory with the fans and went in with enthusiasm. What a way to do it. with a turn 3 last lap pass with authority to confirm his spot in Indy 500 history. Marty Snyder, what an exceptional day.
Yeah, let's chat with Roger Penske, the man who makes it all happen at Team Penske. Your dad first brought you here, Roger, in 1951. Did you ever dream you would have one Indianapolis 500 win, much less 20 now?
Well, Marty, let me tell you, it's a dream come true. And think about all these fans that were here today, waited 5 hours to see that race. Unbelievable finish. I never saw one car get ahead by a couple of seconds. So I think the fans, worldwide audience we had, and thanks to certainly to NBC, what they did hanging in with us here. But for me, it's a job we love to do. We love to win. I think this puts away a lot of the things we talked about, who we are and where we are. We're winners.
Yeah, how much of a statement win was this from Team Penske? Joseph admitted, hey, we had extra motivation.
Well, I think we came here, we had the front row, which is always amazing when you think about 36 years ago. Then to see him run and Scotty run, I mean, at the end there, Joseph, he could see it. And JD said on the phone, we go now, it's time to go.
That's pretty good. And I want to ask you, you've seen a lot of Indy 500s. Did this one feel like maybe one of the most intense ones that you've ever witnessed?
I've never seen so much passing and the teams and the strategies, which made a difference. And, you know, obviously, you know, to see Chevy get back in the winner's circle, which is critical, and with Sun Oil, or Shell Oil, it was just amazing. So great day for us, our sponsors, but more important, for all the fans that came here this weekend and supported this great race. Iconic.
You got a date with some bricks because your driver's almost back to the brickyard, to the start-finish line. So Roger Penske, how about that, Diff? The 20th Indy 500 win for the captain.
His parking spot in between the pagoda and the media center has number 19 on it. No name or anything, it just has 19. They're going to have to change that now to 20.
Didn't have that one for long, did he? It's funny, I remember being at the IMS Museum Hall of Fame induction dinner last year where Tim Cindric was inducted. This was on the Friday night before the race, and he talked about how Roger had really put a lot of pressure on him to win number 19. And once he did, and then he said, I know that as soon as we do, he's just going to say, okay, cool, now I want 20.
You know what's cool about the win today is, in the history of this great race, there are always races that you can put maybe a little asterisk around for weather or strategy or whatever. But on today, Josef Newgarden, this kid right here, he did it by being the bravest, the most skillful. And look at who he beat today. Look at what McLaughlin did, and Dixon and O'Ward. Nothing for those guys to be ashamed of at all. They were all brilliant, and he beat them all.
Here it is.
No worries.
You guys talk about the commitment and the drive and how you have to be patient. And it took Joseph to his 12th try to win, and now he's won 2 in 2. Just amazing. He's found that magic.
Well, it's important. I think you see this a lot from drivers who win this race. I think they want to win it even more a second time, and even more than a third time. Everybody wants to win this race. That's why they're here. But I think once you experience it...
Come on, little Coda, kiss the bricks.
Good man.
With Mummy and Daddy.
That'll be framed above the mantle in no time.
That's beautiful.
That might be the picture of the day.
Sure is.
Look at this kid. He's already been to 2 Indy 500 victory parties. He's killing it. But no, you said it, Townsend. This was an all-out fight. That last stint, you had all the drivers for the most part of the same strategy. I know maybe Rossi didn't have quite as much fuel, but for the most part, everyone had the fuel, everyone had tires within a few laps, and it was an all-out green flag run to the finish. Mano a mano, may the best driver win. And on the day, you can't take it away, can't take anything away from Team Penske and Josef Newgarden.
I mean, through the field, Newgarden had to beat psycho driving today, and the only way you can do that is if you're totally possessed. I go back to that last restart when he went to the high side, and he took incredible risk. It was an all-or-nothing approach. Often it doesn't work. Today, it absolutely paid off, in addition to the pass for the win on O'Ward.
And what a contrast to last year. He came from 17th last year and methodically worked his way through the field. He started at the front today and just kind of moved a little back and a little forward and a little back and a little forward, and then exchanged the lead. And was in some soft exchanges and some ferocious exchanges. He had a little bit of everything, as we all did, on this day of the 108th Indy 500, and now the boss is down there. So, one of the big stories coming into today was the potential, the possibility of Helio Castroneves becoming the first 5-time winner. It didn't eventuate, but boy, Helio was strong. He ran at the front too. He's with Dave.
And Lee, I was following all the action with him, and there was no action on adjusting the car on pit lane. I know you were working hard. What were you lacking?
So basically, Cliff's machine was actually really strong. We, unfortunately, gears was a little bit off on restarts. Every position we were passing, it was actually what we lost on the restart, and that was really aggravating. And the pit stops were great. My last pit stop, unfortunately, I made a mistake. I locked the rear and kind of like stopped sideways. But I tell you what, I never ran in Indianapolis 8 o'clock in the evening, so this is the first time, even for me, that I have the most experience, probably a lot of the guys. This is the first time 8 o'clock, and of course, the weather changed, a lot of change, and I did not update the car for those conditions. So, in the end of the day, for a one-off, the guys did an amazing job. I feel that we have much better than what we finished, but yeah, we got to set up, work together, and go back next year.
I was going to say, we'll just have to wait for the other owner driver in the field, Lee. Try it again next year.
Great job, Helio. Great job. He'll come back when he's 50. How about that? 5 at 50. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
It would be pretty cool.
All right, next week, next Sunday, the NTT INDYCAR Series continues from the streets of Detroit. It's a tough little track, the split pit lane, and you'll have race coverage from the Motor City at 12:30 Eastern on USA and on Peacock. We're just about done, fellas. That was an epic day. That was huge. What are your final thoughts? What do you take away from today? What will you remember most?
Well, look, it's the most marathon day of an Indy 500 I think we've ever had. We started the race so late. Helio Castroneves, 20-plus attempts at this race, has said, I've never been around the Speedway at 8 o'clock before. And so I think we'll be remembered for, one of the longest days we've had here at the Speedway, but ultimately one of the most pure, flat-out battles at the end. And a phenomenal win from a driver at absolute peak form.
I'll remember this for sheer intensity. From start to finish, this thing was an absolute barn burner, and the winner achieved success in the best possible way, which is by being the best driver on the day. That guy right there did it better than anyone. He deserved to win.
And the fans were just amazing today. They came to see Larson. They came to see the action. They didn't expect to see a winner go out on lap 1. We had a bit of everything. Pato O'Ward had a miraculous save. So too did Ryan Hunter-Reay. Unfortunately, Will Power did not. This race had it all, including a last lap pass for the win. Thanks for being with us all day long. What a day. This has been the Indy 500. Wow.